Good morning, everybody. It's 9:30 and time to resume this inquiry. Can everyone in the room see me and hear me? Good. And there doesn't look like we've got any members of the public at all today at the back there. But do we know whether everyone watching the live stream can see me and hear me? Yep. Okay, good. Thank you. And given that the building isn't officially open, do we know that we've got everyone up here that is wanting to be up here?
From
yes.
my perspective, we have, yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm here even though I don't want to be here.
Well, that's another question entirely, isn't it? Okay, usual reminders, mobile phones and laptops and smartwatches switched off or to silent, please. We've already had the fire alarm test today, so if it sounds again, fire exit out the way we came. Yesterday I started to hear the Council's highways evidence from Mr Stevens, and today I will hear the rest of that evidence from Mr Stevens, potentially hear a statement from the leader of the Council, Mr Foster, and hopefully commence on the Council's planning evidence. But a couple of procedural matters first. The new core documents that we touched on briefly yesterday, and the revised plans that were linked with the Statement of Common Ground. Any update on those at all?
Did you get to the bottom of this? Go on. Just say the plans that you were trying to investigate.
We just need to talk to the council about changing the condition. But it will be the later November version, I'm pretty sure of that.
Okay, we need to talk to the council outside the inquiry. We've got to the bottom on this side of the this side of the room as to what's going on, and we just need to, Mr. Elsby just needs to speak to someone from the council.
Okay, so you'll update me tomorrow perhaps, or later in the week?
Yes. Right, let me make a note. Update about plans.
Okay, thank you.
Taxi, Mr. Stevens. Update about plans. Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, and any further updates on the planning obligation, the conditions?
As per yesterday afternoon.
Okay, and same for building heights as well? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Right, any other procedural matters?
Not from me, sir.
No.
No, thanks.
Okay. Right, in which case we move on to continue to hear the transport evidence from Mr Stevens. Mr Stevens, if you could just first confirm that there wasn't any discussion between you and your team last night about the evidence. Okay, thank you very much, thanks. But before I ask Mr Katkowski to continue with his cross-examination, I don't want to reopen yesterday's evidence, but I do just want to make sure that I understand the Council's position with certainty, and that is that in terms of the severity of the journey times on all routes, the Council has no position to put forward on that.
Correct.
Okay.
It's not possible to.
Right, okay. And even if that may not be helpful to myself or to the Secretary of State, that remains the Council's position. Okay, thank you.
So can I'm not going to give any evidence, but I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say in closing submission on the basis of what we heard yesterday, and that's that by reference to journey times alone, it is not possible to form a conclusion about the severity of effect. Okay. That's going to be the Council's position in closing.
That's understood. I just wanted to be absolutely sure that was the case. Okay, thank you very much. Mr Katkowski.
Thank you very much. Right, good morning, Mr Stevens.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. Let's go to your the modelling that's been done of by the County Council in relation to the 7 junctions, and this part of your proof is section 5. It starts at page 85. So, and those of us who have read through your proof know that there are a series of 7 tables in which in each table you look at a particular junction, you report the results, and there's a commentary about each of those. Can I first of all just get a little bit of jargon out the way? So the models that have been used, if we run through them in order, so that the junction which is in table 11, that is the software that's been used as the Arcady program, which, depending on how old you are, one might remember over the last few years, which is now in a package of software called Junctions, I'm told.
Yeah.
Yep, Arcady for table 11. Table 12 is Linsig. Is that right?
That's correct.
As we go. Then 13 and 14 are Arcady.
Correct.
And then 15, 16 and 17 Linsig.
Correct.
Right, okay, good. And there are 7 of these junctions, as we know. I don't want to tempt fate too much, but from the evidence that you gave in chief yesterday, you explained to the inquiry that the junctions about which you have particular concerns are those which, there are 5 of them, they're in tables 12, 13, 14, 15 and 17. 12, 13, 14, 15 and 17. And therefore, not in that list are 11 and 16. 11 and 16. Now, can I take it from that on the individual modelling that's been done, you are not saying to the inspector that the development would cause a severe impact on those 2 junctions, the ones which are dealt with in tables 11 and 16?
If I can first of all go to table 11, what's been proposed now is a signalised junction with ped provision rather than the roundabout.
Yes.
So obviously the roundabout analysis is no longer valid.
Okay, so if we just pause, so just because the inspector might not have appreciated that, because table 11 models the junction as a roundabout, whereas as you rightly report in your 5.1.48 on page 93, we propose signalisation there.
Yeah.
So, in other words, one can't, as you just said, one can't rely on table 11 to tell you anything about the performance of the signalised junction, because that would be a different software package.
That would be correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, therefore, in answer to my question, the county council is not saying, sorry about the negative, is not saying that there would be a severe impact from our development traffic on the junction, which is in table 11.
Which is in table 11, correct.
Correct. Good, good. And then that leaves 16, table 16, and that is found a few pages on, obviously, at page 101, and your commentary at paragraph 5.1.72 on page 102, the last couple of sentences, is that with the appeal site, with our proposals, the junction would operate slightly worse than the 2 peaks, and you say the increases are marginal. So, I mean, I took it from that, perhaps wrongly, that you're not saying the impacts are severe.
I'm quite happy with that stance,
Okay,
yes.
all right, good. So that means we can focus and concentrate on 5 of the junctions. What I'm going to do is look in turn at the results for each of those and ask you some questions about them, and then we'll move on to other related matters. So in those circumstances, if we turn to table 12, which is the first of the ones where it said the impact is severe, so that's at page 94. And I just want to get my bearings in relation to this table. So on page 94, we can see in the 2035, well, we can see in the 2018 observed year, there are a few red entries, some in the morning peak and throughout the PM peak. So that's in the situation, you know, before one starts adding committed development, tempo growth, and so on. Then at 2035, without us, we've got more red, if you like, and where we had red, the red's got even redder, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then we come along and things change again. And the way you report that in your commentary is that at 5.1.53 on page 95, you say in the 2035 scenario with the appeal site, 40 units. So this is the top northeast corner parcel, if you like, that puts 40, has got 40 proposed on this. queuing and delay only increases slightly. You then make a point about cyclists and pedestrians, which I'm going to come to. If we just start though with cars, vehicles, not pedestrian cyclists, only increases slightly, doesn't sound to me like a severe as in very great impact. Would that be fair for vehicular traffic?
As a consequence of the development, what I can say is the level of queuing when the development is added changes it on Junction. I do apologise.
So it's page 94 is the table.
What I can say is that a starting point is already very low. When the development is added, the impacts, as I said, are very slight. But the starting point is one of the junction operates at negative practical reserve capacity. That practical reserve capacity, when development is added, marginally increases. The question I've got, not to yourself, the question I've got to myself,
Yes.
is one of, there's an issue now. When development is added, it marginally makes it worse. It's not necessarily always the case that development needs to overcome the issue, because that would be wrong. But what we do have, as I've highlighted in my statutory comments or in this proof of evidence, is because we already know that there's queuing that goes from this link junction of 3 separate signal junctions all the way back to what's currently B lane. There is excessive level of queuing. That happens now. That is only going to get worse over time. As a consequence of that, when cyclists are added to the network, not necessarily from a capacity perspective, it is not going to be a route that can easily be traversed by cyclists.
I said to you I would come to cyclists and pedestrians, so we're on vehicular traffic, and my question was, I appreciate what your table is showing. Let's take it at face value. Let's imagine that this is reliable information, so to speak, to make a judgment call. At 5153, you say for vehicular traffic, queuing and delay only increases slightly. And slightly, with great respect, I'm just thinking about it for a moment, does not equivalent to severe, does it?
Not as a consequence of this development.
No, thank you very much indeed. And I said I'll come to pedestrians and cyclists, and I will, but before I do that, can I just pick up that last answer and some of your earlier answers? When you indicated that the situation is already above practical reserve capacity, now was the word you used. By now you mean as in currently, as in your 2018 observed year information. Yes, okay. And on the way in which this modelling works, we can see, you just look at the amount of red, and you look at where red stays red, you see whether the red has got worse, if you like. We can see that in 2035, without us, but with committed developments and the Tempro allowance for some further growth, things get worse. Let's assume we don't come along for whatever reason. We might be refused for some other reason, nothing to do with traffic. What's the plan? How's this going to be resolved? Because this issue, if this table is to be believed, if it's credible and reliable, then something's going to have to happen at this junction, regardless of us.
Between now and 2035, one would expect a level of intervention.
Yes, indeed.
I cannot indicate what that intervention would be.
Exactly.
I think what has previously happened in previous local plans or local transport plans, this corridor has been identified for improvements for a sustainable mode. But that's in,
yes.
So in some ways it's trying to balance the highway hierarchy to try and not over promote this corridor. It's one of management of this corridor. With the predominant traffic, would like them to use the A road network rather than other road networks.
All right, because this is tardy gate, isn't it, this junction?
That's correct.
Yeah. So with what you've just said in mind about one would expect a level of intervention by 2035, encouraging, or whatever was the word you used, sustainable modes, Can I then come to the point you make at page 95 of your proof, which is the rest of 5153 and paragraph 5154, where you make a point about additional pedestrians and cyclists arising from the proposed development. Can we just rewind to what you just said a few moments ago? So one would expect some level of intervention by 2035. Understandably, you can't sit here in 2022 and tell us what that might be or what that's going to be. But can you just explain what you said about sustainable modes? So would you think in your mind's eye that those improvements would facilitate or would go to facilitating pedestrian and cyclists as opposed to, you know, more capacity for vehicles?
I think it would be a balanced approach.
Okay. So you would expect something to be done by 2035, regardless of us, which would both help the situation for vehicular traffic, but also for pedestrians and cyclists.
One would expect by 2035.
Yeah. All right.
However, in the meantime, we've also got to consider if this development comes forward, as you say, it does get support. If it comes forward in 2 years' time, it will have an impact, and it's about how that, especially for, we want to be sustainable. I know you said you'll come back to peds and cyclists, how they can be supported. And I know there is an offer on the table for improvements to bus stops, but in some ways it's about how pedestrians use the network, it's about how cyclists traverse the network.
Sure. No, understood, thank you. I mean, the one thing about table 12 is reporting the 40 unit, the effect of the 40 unit plot. And I appreciate your point about pedestrians and cyclists more generally, if you like, from the developments, and perhaps more generally anyway from people walking and cycling. But in fact, in relation to the 40 unit element of the scheme, as you might or might not know, I genuinely don't know whether you do, the phasing that we put forward puts that plot right at the end of the phasing of our development, because we're keeping it just in case it's needed for example, some bridge over the railway line might land on that, you know, on the western side might land on that plot. So it's being held back right until the end of the development.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, you understand that. Thank you. Good. Can we move on, please, to table 13, which is at page 96. So if we just look at this together, and then I just want to ask you some questions about it. So we can see in the, if I call it the current situation, we remember all the time this is as was in 2018, so to speak, but in the current situation we can see that there are some issues in this table for one of the arms in the PM peak, and that's all reported there. Then come 2035, without us, so forget us, we see that the situation changes so that there are issues in the AM peak hour, and they're reported there, and the issues in the PM peak hour on that arm you just look at the numbers in the table, get significantly worse, if you like, in terms of queuing and delay, as reported here in this table. And we then find that morning peak on the same arm, Croston Road, and then, you know, now becomes an issue in the morning peak, and in the morning peak we find Flensburg Way has also got issues. That's without us. We see that, you know, with our development, the situation is aggravated. I'm going to come to that in a few moments' time. But before I do, again, imagine that we don't get our approval, so we don't actually, you know, make the situation that worse. Imagine a world without us. Is this another junction where one would expect some level of intervention by 2035 because of the issues flagged up in this table?
As you will be aware, obviously the county council has a planning application in for the dualling of the 582, and that replaces this roundabout and the roundabout next to it, which is highlighted in table 14, to a signalised junction, as well as part of the proposal it includes another signalised junction to an employment area between these roundabouts and Stanleyfield Lane. At this stage, that planning application, it has included this site as as a requirement that requires the dualling to take place, and the application has been submitted. As highlighted in my proof of evidence, I have not yet drafted my comments. It is one of dualling and improvements to the network with cycle provision, ped provision, crossing provision, providing an overall balance of improvement to the corridor. But it is still subject to getting a planning permission, satisfying the business case, and land assembly.
Yes, no, no, thank you for that, I understand. So therefore, if we just take a few steps back, the question was, would you expect a level of intervention by 2035 to resolve the situation or to ameliorate the situation which is reported in this table, regardless of us, you know, in the middle line of columns, 2035 without us? And I think the answer is yes, you would expect a level of intervention by 2035, and as things stand today, that intervention turns upon the planning application that's been made by your colleagues in the other part of the County Council for the dualling of the A582, or a section of the A582. If that is approved, if it gets its funding, because of the business case succeeding, etc., the land's assembled, then that intervention would resolve the issues at this junction, and I think you said at the table 14 junction, is that right? Or
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, all right. And that presumably is plan A. I don't know whether there is a plan B, but that's plan A at the moment, is to resolve these issues in that way.
Yeah, obviously the County Council has put an application in because it's fully aware of the conditions of the 582. As I also witnessed last night, it's very, very busy with the students going back. Intervention is required. We've got a strategy to overcome that concern. But there is that issue, if that strategy is not successful, this development gets approval, there needs to be a cost-effective mitigation scheme, from my perspective, being necessary to overcome the issues in that world without the dualling.
No, I'm okay. We're going to look at what the results are telling us in a few moments' time about that. So if we just take a step back then, so your cost-effective mitigation is a reference to subparagraph D in paragraph 110 of the framework, I think. That's where you're getting cost-effective mitigation from. So if one just pauses, I mean, one thing that you're, sorry again about the about the negative, but you're not asking the appellants to fund the dualling, obviously, as cost-effective mitigation, are you? And you never have.
No, but I would accept it.
I'm sure you would, Mr. Stevens. I'm sure you would. And funnily enough, it ain't coming your way, so we can move on. So the, I hate the word scenario, but I'm going to use it. The scenario is there's an application for dualling. The county, as much as it would love the appellants here to pay for that dualling, isn't expecting us to do so. We'll see what happens to the dualling application and so on and so forth. If for some reason it doesn't happen, because I don't know, it's not approved or it doesn't get its funding or whatever it might be, then in terms of a plan B, you would say, well, wait a minute, you would look for a cost-effective mitigation. So can we take that in two steps? Step number one, even in a world without our development, if the dualling application fails, the county would have to get put its thinking cap back on, wouldn't it, and come up with something else to do, because on your analysis in 2035, without our proposed development, something would need to be done to this junction.
But the level of intervention would be different.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but some intervention would still be in this analysis. If one credits this table and works on the basis of it, or something like it, then something would need to be done if the dualling application doesn't come forward, regardless of us. Yeah, okay, thank you. And as for a second step, as for a cost-effective mitigation, in other words, something that we should fund, that cost-effective mitigation would necessarily, would it? I mean, I don't know. Help me with this, please. That cost-effective mitigation would do more, wouldn't it, than simply resolving the additional effect of our development. It would necessarily, would it, have to resolve the 2035 situation that would have arisen anyway. Do you see what I mean? So it wouldn't necessarily simply be mitigation of our extra over traffic, so to speak, or would it?
I think we've got to take a balanced approach.
Yes.
It's also one of when your development comes forward and it's having a scheme that is deliverable. In the appellant's case, within the highway boundary. We've got to make sure whatever is delivered is reliable as a consequence of disruption on the highway. So we can't say, okay, let's just provide a little bit of white lining and a little bit of curb line chaining. If we're going to go for a change, there's got to be a wholesale improvement to overcome the issues. Unfortunately, in having a network that is reliable, it's one of timing. It's about what is reasonable that the developer needs to provide. I have had some simple discussion with Mr. Axon on some thoughts on that idea several weeks ago. But to date, I'm not aware if anything's come of it because nothing's come to me formally.
Okay. So just to go back to my question, I think you genuinely, I think you were tackling my question, but I'm not sure we quite got there. So if we can just rewind, and then I'll pick up your point about recent discussions, etc. So do you remember my question was, I mean, is this right? It's a genuine question. I'm wondering what the answer is. That any quote-unquote cost-effective mitigation at this particular junction would necessarily do more than resolving the issue of the effect of our additional traffic. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay, thank you. So one needs to bear that in mind. Now, as to what that cost-effective mitigation might be, as you know, next week we'll be discussing conditions and planning obligations, but is there anything concrete that the no pun intended, but is there something tangible that the inspector can actually look at by way of this is what I, Mr. Stevens, would regard as a suitable cost-effective mitigation, so that we're not having a conversation in the abstract, if you like?
I haven't produced a plan which is within the highway boundary,
All right.
but I know Mr. Axon has got a sketch,
Right.
which has been carried out
Right.
and has been modelled on his flows. He may have done a sensitivity, he would have called it a sensitivity check based on my flows, but I think my flows would be more accurate. And that sketch that has been produced, I provided some simple comments on that, but I haven't seen how that's progressed since.
Yes. So, I mean, because time is pressing in the sense that we'll be having this discussion next week, and so there certainly isn't, Mr. Axon's sketch. I'll take instructions from him later about this, but Mr. Axon's sketch that has been CAD'd, etc., etc., is certainly not a position which you've accepted as on the County Highway Authority's part as being a suitable, cost-effective mitigation should we get into that situation.
It's a good starting point for the discussion.
Yes, all right. We haven't got years, you see, Mr. Stevens. We've got between now and next week, so it may be a good starting point, but we haven't reached a conclusion where you've said, well, that would do, or if you tweak this or change that, then we haven't got to that, have we?
Not yet, but my door is always open for those discussions.
I know it's always open, but time is short, and sometimes we might be in a position where we don't just accept everything you say, Mr. Stevens, and that does rather spin things out. Anyway, let's move on. Can we go to the table at table 13, please? And now let's just look at the results. So 2035 without our developments, that's including committed development, the middle run of columns. If we look at the results, we can, as reported here, if we take Croston Road, let us just look at we'll look at the starkest ones, I think, for the point I want to put to you. So Croston Road PM peak, we're getting a queue, this is in the situation without us, of 511 PCUs. If I say vehicles, I know there's a conversion factor which is used, but 511 vehicles are queuing on that arm. and the delay in seconds is 1,082 seconds, and the RFC report is 1.45. So just for the, I'm sure the inspector would know this anyway, but in terms of this model, one would in the way in which you look at things for the RFC to be really no greater than 0.85, and at 1 would say, or you would say, well, that's when we've really got problems. Is that right?
I was more pragmatic
Right.
than 0.85. I think I used to look at 0.85 15, 20 years ago.
Yes, I remember it very clearly.
Unfortunately, congestion is increasing. We now look at more the theoretical capacity of 1.
At 1, okay. So in your contemporary sort of pragmatic mode, so to speak, one is what we're looking for here. So you can see in the situation with us, we're at 1.45, and the modeler therefore is throwing up these delays that we've got there of over 1,000 seconds. If we try and visualise it in terms of vehicles, 511 vehicles, and then with our development, the queue goes up from 511 to 614, so an extra 100 or so vehicles join the queue, and the delay goes up by some 200 seconds, and the RFC gets that much worse. Now, this is what I'm instructed, Mr. Stevens, so I'll put it to you. But this model, the algorithms in the model, once one gets to 0.85, certainly once one gets to 1, an RFC of 1 and above, the algorithms, I mean, in my language, can't cope. They start to struggle, I'm instructed, such that one can't actually rely on the model producing results which, in the real world, if we were at 2035 looking at this junction, we wouldn't see a queue of 511 vehicles without us, or people being delayed for over 1,000 seconds without us. Now, has Mr. Axon sort of got that right or not? The model finds it difficult to accurately produce results for queues and delays once one gets to 1 and above. The model breaks down, so to speak, in terms of its reliability.
I think, as we all know, with these models, when they go above their theoretical capacity, the level of delay is, I'm not saying you can't always rely upon it, it's less stable.
Yes. Less stable, as in, Mr. Axon would say unstable, as in, when I've written down what his instructions asked me, simply not capable of accurately predicting the length of queues and the delays, breaks down completely in those terms. Is that fair? Unstable? Is that fair?
I don't think there's much between less stable and unstable.
Okay.
But I think what we can say, when you're getting at sort of these levels, intervention is required, and the piece of software that we use is used within the industry for design purposes as well as operational purposes. In some ways, if I can highlight, to help the discussion, if I can highlight paragraph 5.1.39.
Which page is that on, Mr. Stevens?
That's on page 91 of my proof of evidence.
Thank you. 5.1.39. Inspector's just turning it on page 91. Yes, far away, Mr. Stevens.
And that just sort of highlights, because you've got the modelling results, it's got something called a level of service.
Yes.
And as it highlights how that junction will operate because of the less stable operation, it's forced or breakdown flow.
Yes. No, I understand. F is the worst of the worst of the 6, and it's described there. And as we know, this junction's at F without us in 2035, and that takes us back to our conversation about if one relies on this sort of modelling, then an intervention is necessary, etc., etc. So we've been around that. So in other words, can we just summarise where we've got to, if we look at table 13 as we were, that the modelled queues, that's to say the number of vehicles in the queues, and the modelled delays in seconds as the table presents them, the inspector shouldn't rely on those, should he, as being, if you like, a reliable or accurate forecast of what queues and delays would be, both in the situation without us and the situation with us.
I think all it would, yes, I can agree with that. However,
Thank you.
you've got to use the values as a guide.
Sure.
It's highlighting it does get worse. You've got the level of service, two locations with development, become an F.
Well, yes, but I mean that's Flensburg. Okay, no, let's look at that. So Croston Road is F without us and with us. It becomes worse with us, but it's F in both instances. Flensburg Way in the morning peak is an F in both situations, without us and with us. And it's only in the PM peak that Flensburg Way becomes has gone from a, I forget what D is, let's just remind ourselves, page 91, has gone from approaching unstable to being an F. So, so fair enough, that arm changes in that way. But Flensburg Way would have needed some form of intervention anyway, wouldn't it? I mean, you wouldn't do an intervention just to resolve issues in the morning peak at Flensburg Way, would you?
No, I think any intervention
Exactly.
works for the whole day
Exactly.
and evening.
Exactly, yes. All
But
right.
I think that the point that I'll reiterate, with development, matters do get worse, and obviously this is looking at 2035.
Yeah.
And in a position of, with your development coming forward, intervention will be required much earlier on with your development.
Well,
So I reiterate the point,
yeah.
a level of mitigation, cost-effective mitigation is still required.
Yes, and we've had our conversation about that earlier on, so I'm not going to reprise that because you gave me some perfectly clear answers in relation to that. Thank you. Of course, so taking that point about our development coming forward in phases over time, so if we get our planning consents, you know, we're not suddenly going to find the whole development built out at 2035. It will build up literally over time. But of course, this work, and Mr. Axon's work as well in the different model that he's used, doesn't report those interim stages, and you're not putting forward any interim report, are you, of well, if we took, I don't know, 2029 or something, I don't know.
No, I haven't done any,
Like,
sorry
you
for
know.
interrupt.
No.
I haven't done any modelling looking at each individual phase.
No, exactly. So, and of course, just as you might, you have said, well, you know, we're going to get houses and vehicles and so on in the build up to 2035 from the development if it's permitted. I mean, one would also need to think about, well, what about when's the committed development coming forward? You know, if you were to do this staged approach, it's not as easy as just saying, let's look at the development sites, these development sites. You'd have to think about the committed sites, and you'd have to think about the uncertain growth that Tempro's added, which isn't attributed to any particular place. So it would be a very complex exercise, wouldn't it?
It would, yes.
Which hasn't been done for understandable reasons by either side of
No,
the
but I think what's also important is any intervention that is delivered and there's also with development, traffic for construction, etc.
Yeah.
Is try to minimise delays on the network and having that intervention delivered sooner rather than later, and there's the merits of that.
Yes. Well, I mean, I suppose that's where you would say, you haven't made your consultation response yet, but Godspeed to the dualling application, because that is the intervention that the county proposes.
Yeah.
You know, not because of us, because of other issues.
Well, as part of the business case,
Yes.
did include this site as a requirement to support the dualling.
Yes, we're going to come to that a bit later. You made the point earlier on. Let's just deal with one aspect of it now, though. We'll look at it in more detail later. Yes, our site, and when you say the site, just remind me, because I've actually forgotten, I don't think we mean the application proposals, I think we mean the allocation, don't we?
In the modelling,
Yes.
in the reporting of the modelling for the business case, it assumed 1,350 units.
1,350.
In the model itself,
Yes.
the consultants
Where's
have
that number
included
come
I think it's 1,200.
Gosh.
And
Okay.
my colleagues are asking the question why 1,200 and not 1,350 for
Exactly.
consistency.
Yeah. So at the moment, then your answer's telling me it's betwixt and between. It's a bit more than we propose in these applications, and it's a bit less than the allocation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think life is too short for me to want to know why that's been done. But anyway, right. That's.
I couldn't answer the question.
No, that's fine. Understood. Okay. Right. Good. Okay. And so the question I wanted to ask you is, with that number in for this part of South Ribble, you know, a bit more than our application, a bit less than the allocation. With that number in the modelling that's been done to support the application for the dualling, it wouldn't be right to say that it's being said as part of the business case, for example, that it's these applications or the allocation that triggers the need for the dualling of the bypass, of the dualling of the road, the A582. Rather, it is part of a wider picture, all of which cumulatively makes the case for the dualling. Is that right?
In the business case, it has included this site, and I think it also included the Curedon site as a requirement to support the dualling, i.e. support this site and the Curedon site. The dualling's got to take place because of the conditions.
And
on
the
network.
existing situation there as well, because we can see in these tables that the existing junctions, some of these junctions have issues in the existing 2018 situation.
I can only go what's
Yeah.
been highlighted in the business case
Yes.
that was submitted.
Yes. Okay, and so if we just try again, because this morning we are having answers to the questions, which I thank you. But if we just try again, in other words, even given what you've just said, it isn't being said that the reason why the dualling needs to come forward is simply because of the allocation or the application at Pickerings Farm, is it? It's for wider reasons, which
It's
include.
also, yes,
Yes.
I can accept
Good.
that.
Fine. Thank you. Let's go to table 14, please, which is the next junction on page 97. We've already talked about the dualling, if it happens, resolving this junction, and so we won't retread that ground. But if we just look at the results, we can see that there are issues in 2018, now, if I say in inverted commas now, you know, without committed development and growth, let alone us. Then we get, if you like, greater issues in 2035 without us, and then greater still issues with us. You know, I'm trying to summarise this very briefly. And if we just think about the modelling not being capable of being relied on in terms of queue lengths and delays, and if we just look at this, junction in the 2035 situation without our proposed development, the queue that's reported for Farrington Road in the PM peak of 678.5 vehicles. I mean, that's a queue of 4 kilometres or 2.5 miles, and what I understand is the standard conversion. The delay of 1,741 seconds is a delay of 29 minutes. So you would spend half the peak hour trying to get through this junction on this modelling result. That's without us, by the way. And you'll be in a queue of 2.5 miles length or 4 kilometres length. And then with us, that then becomes that much worse. We can do the maths if we want to. And that's rather telling us, isn't it, that the model, as per our earlier conversation, the inspector shouldn't rely on it in the sense of the inspector thinking, well, even without the development, there would be a 2.5 mile queue and the delay would be 29 minutes. And then, actually doing the maths with the development, the queue would be 3.25 miles and the delay would be 39 minutes. I mean, one shouldn't really do that, should one? Because the model isn't reliable enough to allow one to say that is the consequence of the situation without the development and with the development.
Yeah, I think the words I used last time was it's less stable.
Less
Therefore,
stable.
the results.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Had you finished?
Yeah, all I want to highlight is as per the previous junction, the results are less stable.
Yeah.
You would not get that level of queuing, but what it highlights through this standard proprietary software, which I said is used for design purposes,
Yeah.
highlights where intervention is required to get back to a more stable
Yes.
output.
Yes, but that where intervention using this model, One would say interventions required now. Look at the 2018 results. I think you agree with that. And one would certainly say interventions required at 2035, regardless of us.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. And so, good, fine. Thank you for that. Now, tell me for the Table 13 junction and the Table 14 junction that the dualling application would be the intervention that the county council wishes to take place to resolve these issues. You know, forget about us. Well, you're saying, in fact, including us, would resolve these issues. I asked you about, well, is there a plan B for Table 13? You told me Mr. Axton had done a sketch, been CAD'd, etc., etc. What about Table 14? So in the situation where the dualling doesn't happen for whatever reason, and one's looking for a cost-effective mitigation, presumably the cost-effective mitigation again would be something which would have to resolve the situation even without our development, but also with our development.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yeah, correct. Can just highlight, in simple terms, Table 13, roundabout 13 and roundabout 14
Yes.
are as good as interconnected.
They are very close to each other, aren't
Yeah.
they?
So you can't just make a change to one and leave the other.
No.
It would be a comprehensive scheme that includes
Sure.
both. And as I said, from the county's perspective, sport pedestrians and cyclists and their crossings, we would be promoting a signalised junction which requires land beyond that which the county currently controls.
Okay.
With regard to the
Right.
not being disrespectful to Mr. Acton with regard to the layout that is produced, that is, I think, a really good starting point,
Yes.
and that's delivering something within the highway boundary.
Yes, but
Therefore, it is one of being deliverable.
yes, but so you've indicated in what you've just said prior to your last comment that you would envisage needing to step beyond the highway boundaries, a land that the County Highway Authority doesn't have in its control. I think it's what I took from your comments. And so therefore that's telling me that there isn't a cost-effective mitigation that the county can point to at the moment to resolve the junctions, the very close together junctions at Table 13 and 14 in a situation where the dualling application doesn't succeed, doesn't happen for some reason.
That is correct.
All right, thank you very much. Great, thank you. Good. Yeah, I'm just thinking ahead to next week when I ask you these questions. Thank you. Right, Table 15. Table 15 is a... yes, this is one we need to be concerned about. Yeah, Table 15, page 99. We can see that this is a model that reports degrees of saturation, mean max Qs. I think we're well into our routine now, Mr. Stevens, so forgive me, I do have to do them one by one. So we can see in 2018 there's quite a bit of red in the PM peak, you know, regardless of what's coming and regardless of us, which might or might not come. And there's some red on one of the arms in the AM peak. And 2035, the red worsens. I suppose I should have asked Mr. Axton this. I have no idea why the 2035 situation, including committed development, we see the Farringdon Road red disappears in the morning peak, but we've got it on Watkin Lane. Is that because one of the committed developments is doing something to that arm?
It's how the junction, because it's signalised,
Yes.
and it's how it assigns the time.
Oh, I see. So it's reassigned. It's made better use of the time. Okay. Anyway, so red, 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 red in the current situation. Red, 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 red. Only worse red in the situation without us in 2035. Intervention, therefore, would need to be required, come what may, relying on this modelling.
Giving a little bit of history behind this junction, I think
Yes.
it will help.
Does it have a name, by the way?
Pardon?
Does it have a name?
Yes, Stanleyfield Lane.
Stanfield. Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's a signalised roundabout, and several years ago significant changes were delivered at this junction to support movement for all, including provision for cyclists. It had a level of benefit. However, because of the large levels of right turners coming from the next junction we were talking about, which is Sainsbury's roundabout, wishing to turn right towards Lostock Hall and Tardy Gate is actually influencing how that junction operates. The levels of right turners is much higher than anticipated.
Right.
So the junction does suffer from high levels of delay. I was unfortunate to use that junction last night as I left here. I'm not sure if anybody else did, and it was highlighting queuing going back to the M65 last night.
So this is a PM peak.
Yes, this was
yes.
it.
So we
about-
finished at 5, didn't we?
Yeah, it was about 10 to 6 by the time I got there.
Still in the peak. Oh, not in your afternoon peak though, because
No.
your afternoon peak would have would it have finished, or would you still be in the midst of it?
Well, mine would have finished, but it just highlights
Yes.
the significance
Sure.
of the current issue at that location.
Great. Okay.
And I suppose as an extension of that, and as part of the history,
yeah.
we've also got to bear in mind that obviously school children have just gone back. It's
Yep.
the first day back yesterday, and it highlights possibly what the network is really like. So I know, so you've been on site and you've done the visit. I would encourage, if at all possible, to do an evening peak and a morning peak, just to get a further grasp of what the network is like.
Yeah.
And I'm more than happy, and Mr. Axon would be more than happy if we wish to
I'm sure Mr. Axon
support.
would love to, but he's very keen on his bicycle. I can't get him off his bike. It's really hard to get him to sit still here, not being on his bike. So he probably won't be in the car with you, because he's a very keen
He'll be on his
cyclist.
bike.
He does several miles before breakfast in the morning. It's quite frightening, actually.
On the A582 he doesn't.
Oh, you wait till you hear all about it. But anyway, Mr. Stevens, I jest, and forgive me, I'm sorry, but can we just go back to my question? You said you were going to give us a bit of background.
Yes,
But my question was, I think, if I remember it myself, intervention would be required even in the current situation, and certainly when you get to 2035 without our development, intervention would most certainly be. That's what I was on. So,
Yes.
and you were giving me a bit of background, but don't forget that was the question.
Absolutely, and this junction, with all the other signalised junctions, includes some technology called Mover,
Yes.
which you'll be aware of.
MOVA, I think.
That's
is
the
this
one.
Yes, look, it's all coming back to me now.
And what's Mover is very difficult to model. When we generally model, it's using fixed times, and Mover moves those boundaries to get the most efficient use out of the network. So in some ways, when looking at a real life situation, we can't say, actually, let's just tweak the timings and that'll provide the benefit, because it's already operating Mover, and all the junctions that we've delivered on the 582 on the north-south section also have that modern technology. So they are the most efficient as they can be. But getting back to the question,
Thank you.
improvements will be required, changes will be required.
Yes.
I know as part of the Curdon application,
The what you just...
Curdon,
Oh yes, thank you. Yes.
a level of intervention has been included in the 2035 case. Therefore, when we say including committed, it highlights those changes. And if you were to look at the, I'm not saying we will, but unless you wish to take me there, if we look at the junction modelling itself, it does include the plans where you can see where additional lanes have been provided as
Right.
part of that base case. But on top of that, what it highlights, there is additional intervention required. But if this development was to come forward, let's just say in advance of other development, because of timelines, etc., this is again a location where I would expect to see a level of cost-effective mitigation being proposed.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I mean, as I've said earlier on, we hope to get our planning permissions, but we might not. So we need to just do a reality check of the world without us, and the world without us is something would need to be done to this junction. I think you're saying something is going to be done to this junction. Have I caught that correctly, or not?
As part of the committee development, there
Yes.
is intervention that is
Yes.
proposed, but
Yes.
that also requires that development to come forward. If that development does not come forward,
Right.
there will be intervention that would be required to be funded by somebody.
Yes.
But as I've already highlighted in my experience last night, the network does suffer from a level of delay,
Yes.
and one would expect the authority to undertake some improvement. Whether that is sufficient or when that would take place, I cannot guarantee that. But I think what
that's
you
fine.
can sort of indicate is you have a programme, assuming you get a planning permission, of when your site is likely to come forward. I mean, there is a potential way around this, dare I say.
Go on.
It could be one of, I don't know, I have suggested in planning conditions, but for some reason it was struck out, the use of Grampian conditions.
Oh, we don't like cramping conditions. No, we're not hanging around waiting for heavens knows what. But anyway, just help.
Sorry to interrupt, but that provides the certainty to overcome the issue.
Not to us, it doesn't. Anyway, we can talk about conditions next week. But can we just go back to the what I'm interested in? So, another application is proposing an intervention. You've made your points about that. If that doesn't happen for some reason, back to where we were, something would still need to be done at this junction. If one used this sort of modelling as a guide to, is an intervention required or not, something would have to be done to this junction regardless of us. There isn't at the moment a plan B, I don't think.
No.
No, thank you. And so therefore, if we now plug us into the situation, so imagine we, the inspectors hovering over, recommending approval, the Secretary of State's thinking about approving us, there isn't a cost-effective mitigation that you could point the inspector to for the purposes of our conversations and about conditions next week, is there?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Again, I've had a brief discussion with Mr. Axon,
Yeah.
and his modeller and designer have some thoughts on what could be delivered.
Yes.
But in some ways, I think my point is, in a situation where the county doesn't come forward with a scheme in the timeline required, it's then additional impact on the network not being mitigated against cost effectively.
Yes, but actually, no, I understand, and I've been playing the game of, the cost effective because it comes from 110D, but the other side of the coin is that, but you shouldn't refuse permission unless there's a severe impact. So, let's just remember that there are two aspects to this. So, anyway, I've got my answers about cost effective mitigation. When you refer to, you've had a conversation with Mr. Axon, sorry, that isn't a conversation that's got as far as you saying, yes, those ideas would be satisfactory as far as the County Highway Authority is concerned.
We don't have that level of detail
No,
now.
exactly. All right, thank you very much indeed. Good. Now, can we just go back to table 15, please? So this is Linsig, obviously, this model here. And again, I'm just going to put my instructions to you, and as I did for the other junction, which was using Arcady. So here, if we look at the 2035 situation without us and then with us, let's look at the right-hand side of the table, the PM peak. So we can see the degree of saturations reported. But then in terms of vehicle queues, we're getting vehicle queues which, with our development, trip over 100 on one of the arms, trip over 100. So, very significant queue, if you like. Now, Mr. Axon advises me, instructs me that certainly at above 100%, this model, again, because the algorithms it's used isn't capable of producing a sufficient reliable indication of the queue length that one would actually find in real life. So again, just as with the other model, the inspector should he look at this table and think, well, with the development, I'm suddenly going to find queues of 124 vehicles on one of these arms in the PM peak. We shouldn't do that. It's not sufficiently reliable to allow that to be done, is it?
I think, as I've indicated with the roundabout, it's one of less stable, but going back to the point I previously highlighted, in my journey home last night,
Yes.
it was queuing back from this junction all the way to the M65. In essence, in a case of 2022 rather than 2018,
Yes.
the queuing was several hundred metres on that section. In
Yes.
this model, obviously it's not reporting that. So
No.
it highlights,
So-
whilst these models are not necessarily providing the most, are slightly less stable in the results, but an advantage of a site visit is getting a clear understanding what the starting point is. And obviously, over time, that is only going to get worse. As development, it gets even worse still.
Yes, but that's if you like saying these models are all very interesting. Let's go out and have a look for ourselves. And real well, I understand that. But I'm talking to you about the models because you presented these models as indications of a severe impact from the proposed development. and therefore we should be refused unless we come up with something to resolve the situation, etc., etc. That's why we've got to look at these tables and pay attention to them. And so if we just go back to my point, I think in fact what you've said makes my point for me, because you're telling the inquiry, forgive me, that the model isn't even accurately showing the current situation, let alone come 2035 without our development, let alone with us. So back to my point, the inspector shouldn't rely on this. It's not sufficiently reliable, is it, to draw from the queue length that we are going to end up in the situation with 124 vehicles, etc., 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 as shown in this table. It's not sufficiently, it's not up to the job.
Yeah, as indicated in my proof, I think this model can be used to understand step change and step increases rather than the absolute. For example, 2035 including development and 2035 including committed and development.
Yeah.
You can actually see there is a significant increase in saturation and in the mean max Q. That highlights what your development impacts upon the network, which is significant.
Now, Mr. Stevens, I'm going to have to, probably for the first time this morning, so we've done very well. We've got we've had an hour, so we've done very well. I'm just going to have to bring you back a little bit firmly, if I may, to the question. And the question was that the model isn't sufficiently reliable. It can't sufficiently reliably tell you what the queuing is going to be in the 2035 situation, whether without us or with us, because once it goes above 100%, it struggles to accurately, reliably show queue length. That was the question.
In response, I agree with what you've said. However, taking on my point, what it highlights at the moment, we've got queuing back to the motorway. It's very clear. And with development, is there going to be the increase in traffic, with traffic growth, increase in traffic, including commitments, including changes. All in all, it's going to get worse. And as I've indicated in my proof of evidence, this highlights what that step change is likely to be.
And you know, if we're looking for a step change, we've got a step change between the existing and the 2035 situation without us, etc., etc. So we've been around this need for intervention. You know, is there a plan A? You told us about the other development. Is there a plan B, etc., etc. We've been around all of that. We've done that. Thank you. And then if we turn the page in your proof to page 100, the points that I'm putting to you actually are points that you, to an extent, play back to us. Because if we look at your 5166 on page 100, you say, in an attempt to better model this complex junction, site-based saturation flows have been included rather than the default standard parameter. So in other words, sorry, just translate this to terms that I can understand. The model would have done something, but you've said, well, wait a minute, in real life, we've got some flows, let's use those instead. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The programme has standard numbers that it puts in.
Yeah.
Having regard to site visits, when the when the junction was first delivered, you then undertake surveys to look at the saturation flows in free flow conditions, the amount of traffic that can get through. And with that, looking at the circulation, the saturation flows were increased. But that was back when the junction was first delivered. You need to do that to set up your mover technology anyway.
Sure, okay. So you said, look, I've done something else than the standard in the model. That's the first sentence of your 5166. You then say in 5166, having done that, the model results they suggest limited congestion, but you've seen for yourself that's not the situation on the ground. You then speculate, well, you put forward some reasons as to why that might be, and you set them out in your bullet points. And then in 5167 you say, as a consequence, with the knowledge that the results do estimate, they've limited merit. So, I rest my case, I think, but you have a limited merit. They can be used for the step difference, we've discussed that. The solution, you say, would have been the use of a micro-simulation model. That's, a model like the model that Pramix, that Mr. Axon's used, isn't it? Yeah,
what we would look at that particular location is a very detailed micro-simulation model rather than, I'm not saying something which is more broad brush, but we're looking at information based upon surveys on operations to make sure all the parameters are within it, are accurate, so we can actually replicate
Yep.
that base case. However, that just looking at that one junction is days and days worth of modelling work rather than something which is more of a broad brush in approach. And obviously that would be done when we are looking at solution finding.
Yes. Yeah, the short point is, I appreciate you wouldn't have just done it the way Mr. Axon's firm has done it, etc., but it's the model that they've used would have been the model that you would have wanted to use, albeit with different inputs, etc., and done on a tighter basis, if you like, a geographically tighter basis.
Yeah, and that would also be supported
But it would be
with the
parametrics.
LINSIG.
Yeah, but it would be paramics, and then you'd do a LINSIG, but you would have your paramics micro-simulation model because it actually gives you a better understanding than a standalone junction model.
In this particular scenario where
Yes.
the junction is fairly
Good.
complex,
Yeah.
for the avoidance of doubt, I wouldn't use paramics. The county doesn't have paramics.
No,
We
no,
would
you
use
wouldn't.
an alternative.
Okay.
There are lots of other micro-simulation programs out there.
Other micro-simulation platforms are available, whatever. Okay, jolly good. Fine. Excellent. So we're going to jump over table 16 because that's not a severe one. So we go now finally in this list of these tables to table 17, which is on page 101. That's 101. And 2 points, I think. First of all, we can see for... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah. If I look to the right table, it might help. Page 102. Did I say 101? Page 102, table 17. My apologies to you. If we look at the table, this is LINSIG again, isn't it? So same points as just discussed in relation to there's already some red. There's obviously quite a lot more red in 2035 without us, and then red becomes reddit, if you like, and there's a bit more red with us. Same question and same answers about the ability of the model to accurately, reliably show mean max Qs in the situation once we get over at or over 100%. If I was to repeat all the questions, would you repeat all the answers?
The answers are still the same.
Yeah,
If
thank
you go above 100,
Yeah.
the model becomes less stable,
Yeah.
highlighting the need for intervention to make it stable again.
Well, I don't think one intervenes to make the model stable. I think one intervenes because one thinks one's got a problem that needs to be addressed.
But that's-
I don't think we're doing this for the sake of the modelling.
Sorry, in some ways, to make the model stable, to be able to satisfy the demand that's required of it.
Well, that's if the model was up to the job in the first place, to be
But
honest.
no-
But anyway,
But obviously, we use LINSIG is the standard proprietary software which is used to design signals,
Yeah.
and you design signals to be stable, design
Yes.
signals to be operating within capacity,
no, I understand.
rather than designing a junction to operate above its theoretical capacity. That's why they become less stable. So you need to make sure when intervention is considered,
Yes.
it's about, going back to my point, to make the model stable. Therefore, you know it works. That's why I described it as I did.
All right, no, forgive me. I didn't mean to be facetious. Let's just unpack the points. So yes, if you are thinking to yourself, I want to design an intervention, then you would use for a signalised junction, you'd use LINSIG and run various iterations through until the model was showing a stable situation. In other words, below 100%, presumably.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. But that's when you're designing an intervention. Of course, these tables are being used here not as a means of testing whether an intervention produces stable results of less than 100%. These tables are being deployed to argue that there would be a severe impact from the development. And so that's why one needs to be careful to look at these tables and think, well, are they actually telling me something which I can rely on? And that's why I've asked you the questions about the Q lengths, etc. I won't repeat them. Right. Good. Okay.
But one last point for myself, if that's okay.
Well, there wasn't a question, but go on. And let's
It's-
pretend I asked you a question. So, tell me what question I've asked you that you're answering.
It's just going back to the results. I know we looked at the degree of saturation, we
Yes.
looked at the mean max and the
Yeah.
step increase. But what we also need to look at is, suppose, the overall junction practical reserve capacity. In some ways, whilst I say actually these junctions are less stable, but when we are looking at the operational capabilities and capacities of a junction,
Yes.
looking at the practical reserve capacity gives that very clear indication of the step change in the deterioration of that junction. So it's not just, going back to, I suppose, yesterday's discussion, it's not about looking at one single number, it's about the overall performance.
Yes, all right, Mr. Stevens, if we take all of that on board, I mean, if we were to use the language of step change, there's certainly a step change, isn't there, between 2018 and 2035 without our development? Isn't there?
There is.
Yes.
And what it then highlights is the significance of that step change through those three scenarios.
Right, so let's just stick with the middle scenario, the first and the middle scenario, so as is, sort of, and as it would be, sort of, but without us. We can see a step change, to use your terminology. So just back to that question, which last time I'll ask it though, because this is the last table, about intervention. So that's telling me that intervention would be needed at this junction regardless of our proposed development. Would you agree?
As highlighted in the table, by 2035. But in response, if your development comes forward sooner.
No, did I say anything about that? I've asked you about the situation without. We might be refused. We might never come forward. Do you see? That's so, heaven help us. So in that situation, so without us, please, the step change tells us, doesn't it, that intervention is required at this junction regardless of our development, if one is to use this model in the way in which it's being used. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. So are there any plans for intervention at this junction?
Pardon?
Are there any plans for intervention at this junction regardless of our development?
I'm not aware of any,
Thank you.
but obviously the Highway Authority, obviously we manage all the roads in Lancashire, and we've got a huge network to manage.
Yeah.
So it's when will those interventions be delivered? Under an assumption or a scenario, intervention is provided, fantastic, and we provide by 2035 something to get that round to the zero mark, and then let's just say overnight your full development is then built out.
Yes.
Your development then takes that junction above its theoretical capacity,
Yes.
requiring intervention.
Yes, that wasn't the question I was asking you about. Now, I understand if something happens and then, we come along and therefore you need another intervention, that's fine. But that wasn't what I was asking you about. I was asking you a very simple question. If you use this model in the way in which you've used it, as if something would need to be done to this junction regardless of us. And I was simply asking the question, are there any plans that you're aware of to do anything to this junction? You've given me a clear answer. None that you're aware of. Let's move on. Right. Thank you for that. So now moving on, I now want to put a series of points about what we would see. Well, Mr. Axon is a witness. What Mr. Axon would see is issues around the use of standalone models, because each of these junctions has been modelled in isolation, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
As a standalone junction. So the first of those issues that I'd like to put to you is that by modelling each junction in isolation, that means, for example, that if in a journey in the peak hour, if one's going through more than one junction of these 7 junctions, if the first of the junctions that one encounters has issues of the type that are reported in these tables, so long queues, long delays, you're over the one, whether it's an RFC or a degree of saturation over 100%. The modelling is assuming, because it's been done each junction individually, that there haven't been problems at the other junctions, because it's assuming that one's arrived at whichever junction one's modelled in isolation without having encountered problems which might stop you getting to junction number 2 in the first place, because you're sat in a half-hour queue at junction number 1. Do you see? So that's one of the issues about this, isn't it? By assuming that every junction is looked at individually, you're assuming that all the other junctions are absolutely fine, and because the traffic just arrives as if by magic at the junction you're modelling, not having encountered any issues en route.
The approach which I've used was the approach that is used within the industry.
Well, you keep
and
saying
also is the approach that was used by Croft, which with the previous consultants for the
Yes.
site. We've just followed the same approach. I said it is used in the industry, and we'll look at junctions in isolation to determine what the impacts are
But
in
that is,
isolation.
but that is one of the issues. So you keep saying it's used in the industry. Yes, these models are used in the industry, but paramics and microsimulation is used a great deal in the industry as well, Mr. Stevens, as you well know. So let's just get back to the point, please. By looking at these junctions individually, the results actually aren't giving us. This is another reason why the results aren't realistic, because each junction looked at individually assumes that there haven't been any issues at the other junctions in one's journey. But these models are telling us there will be issues at every junction in the journey. Do you see? So something not right here, something unreliable here. If you look at each junction in this way, and it's unreal. I mean, literally unreal.
I think what we've got...
Is it unreal? Literally unreal? Because one thing that you can say for certain sure, if these models are to be given any credence at all, is that at each junction modelled individually, one wouldn't have the situation which is reported, because one might very well not have made it to junction 2 or junction 3 because one sat in a queue for half an hour at junction 1 or junction 2. Do you see? So whatever these models are telling us, this is another reason why they're not actually telling us what life would be like in the future year on an actual journey that goes through more than one junction. Is that right?
I hear what you say.
Is it right? I know you can hear it, but is it right?
I've got a different opinion.
Right.
I think as part of the modelling approach, we look at individual links, the traffic flows that go into a junction. So yes, they are looked at on an individual basis using very specific data that are the inputs to that junction. So whilst there may be delay at previous junctions, it's having regard to the demand for that junction in particular. So whilst a microsimulation model will look at overall routing, as I've highlighted yesterday, it's not just about journey time, it's not about vehicle speed, it's about what happens in isolated locations rather than all the other items. If you take the A582, there are only a nominal number of points of delay being junctions. That's why it is very important that those points of delay are looked at in isolation.
Yeah. Do you remember my question there, Mr. Stevens? Because you said you disagree with it, and I thought we were going to have some coherent explanations to why the proposition I put to you was wrong. So can we just try again with the proposition? The point I was putting to you is that by modelling each junction in isolation, as if all the traffic arrives at each junction, not having encountered any issues at the other junctions on one's journey, the one thing that's for certain sure is that these individual models are not telling you the situation as it would be in the future year, because whatever would happen, it would not be a situation where one's sailed through all the other junctions and arrived at isolation at one particular junction, not having encountered issues at the others which have held you up. So that's why these models are literally unreal, because a journey doesn't consist in real life of just going through one junction.
No, but you can look at all those components separately.
No, but when you look at them separately, you can, but when you look at them separately, you need to say to yourself, by looking at each junction individually, I'm not actually, in these results here, understanding real life. Because real life, whatever else it would be, would not consist of there being no issues at all at all the other junctions and only issues at the junction which has been modelled. And once one appreciates that the model was saying there would be issues at all of these junctions, the results produced, looked at individually for each junction, are not telling you anything about realistic about real life, are they? Are they?
I think they do give an indication of what will happen in real life. The way you could look at this is look at the sum of the parts. We have modelled all the junctions which are going to be impacted on the A582, and there are a number of them.
Yep.
All of the junctions highlight a level of concern. So you could sum all those issues up. You could look at individual links, and if you so wish to look at that overall corridor performance, you could have an indication of what it would be performing like. But even in a microsimulation, where you can work out your vehicle speed, you can actually look at queue lengths in microsimulation, but I know that's not been presented here. But it is about the sum of the parts and the parts individually, which then affects network performance. And actually, looking at the network itself,
Yeah.
it's one of a person's experience, if you'd say,
Yeah, and now,
going
now
from
we're
A to
drifting
B.
away, Mr. Stevens. Can we just drift back to my question, please? What you're telling me is if you did things a bit differently, you can get an understanding in a different way. That's all very interesting. What I'm interested in the models and the results, the tables that you presented. And it's like a bit of a health warning for the inspector, if you don't mind me putting it like that. Sorry, sir, but if you don't mind me putting it like that. It's a bit of a health warning on these tables that whatever they are showing, they are not showing the situation as it would be in 2035, because in real life in 2035, even without our development, one would not arrive at these junctions in isolation. One would have experienced the congestion, if you like, at the other junctions. And so these results are not fairly or reasonably demonstrating what the situation would be. That's the point. Because in real life, one's journeys aren't just around one junction. They're about a series of junctions on a link.
And it's the impact of those series of junctions, and we've looked at those series of junctions.
But you haven't looked at them together, you've looked at each one individually. So just back to my point, these results are not telling you what the situation would be at any of these junctions, because they are all part of a wider journey where there would have been congestion and delays, etc., etc. But the model is assuming there hasn't been any such delays or congestion, because all the traffic's arrived at each junction as if by magic in isolation.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Except the magic bit.
Except the magic
Yeah,
bit, okay.
but obviously we are looking at
So
these.
yes, except the magic
Yeah.
bit. Okay.
We are looking at these in isolation. I accept that. That's the approach that I've taken forward. But the traffic flows that are associated to these junctions is it an actual demand based upon observation, and the current demand going through the network is what has been recorded, therefore would have regard to any delays upstream or downstream.
Well, we're going to test that out. That isn't right, actually, Mr. Stevens. But we will come back to that in a couple of points' time, actually. So forgive me. I mean, just take that very stark example. I mean, you agreed the model can be relied on in detail, but you know, to get a feel for the idea that at one of those junctions, do you remember you'd spend half the peak hour sitting in a queue? That's without us, you know, without us. And in that world, you would never get to the later junctions in the line because you've spent half the peak hour at one of them. Do you see? So that's the problem with this individual modelling approach. It might be fine for saying, I've got an intervention, can I test it out? But it isn't fine for telling you about real life for a journey which comprises of more than one junction. That's the point. Do you accept the thesis?
I understand what you're saying. However, whilst I may not get to that next junction within the peak because I'm stuck further back in traffic, somebody else has, and that formed part of the demand.
Yeah, but not as in these models, they don't. Anyway, fine, let's move on to the second point. The second issue about using standalone models like this in the way in which they've been used is that the models can't and don't redistribute traffic to reflect conditions. So you know, obviously in a micro-simulation model, traffic is redistributed. You know, there's an issue and the model is a bit like your sat-nav is, you know, you probably don't do this, but it's a bit like your sat-nav takes you on another route to avoid that issue. That's what the models are doing in paramics and micro-simulation, but these individual models can't do that. They just assume that everybody just keeps going and doesn't make any route choice. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The approach that's been taken is one of the current vehicles that currently use this junction are those vehicles in the future that would want to continue to use this junction. In some ways, building upon that and what I highlighted yesterday, it's one of the dangers of a microsimulation, of one of automatically assigning vehicles to the cheapest route. Because modelling is done on cost and the cost to travel.
Yeah.
And it's one of managing the highway hierarchy. The last thing we would want are vehicles to, dare I say it, rat run on roads which aren't appropriate, especially if they are more of a longer distance journey. So in some ways, the correct approach is to maintain the highway hierarchy as most of these junctions are on the A5, A2, maintaining a reliable network on that corridor rather than having vehicles, and obviously I think we had highlighted yesterday, the network itself, and potentially that could support rat running going through some of these more local streets, which I suspect therefore you're promoting that, rather than using a microsimulation to say, what do we do to stop vehicles from rat running? And the microsimulation can be used to determine where traffic management is required on some of these more minor roads.
Yes, all right, this is all very interesting. Let's take a step back. So if we just think about that for a few moments, remember all the time we're trying to work out whether our proposed development would cause a severe impact. And if so, if there isn't a cost-effective mitigation, then, there you are, the framework tells us what to do. So that's why we're having this conversation. So forgive me, this point about not being able to redistribute the traffic, I mean, for example, it assumes that someone's going to sit in that queue for half an hour and not think to themselves, blimey, isn't there another route I can take to avoid sitting in this queue for half an hour? That's what the models are assuming. And your hierarchical point is all very interesting as a philosophy, but it doesn't reflect real life. And if one is to ask oneself what's going to happen in real life, if there are big queues and congestion, and there is a other route that one can take which isn't as congested, etc., one would take it in real life. Unless one is stupid, one would take it. Because motorists don't care about the hierarchy. They're not thinking to themselves, oh, this is in so-and-so level in Mr. Stevens' hierarchy. They're thinking, I can get from A to B quicker if I use that other route. Do you see? So these models are not reflecting real life, are they?
Under that philosophy scenario, why do we have queues? We have queues because a lot of drivers, most drivers, have habits on the routes they use. If there was a case of excessive rat running on inappropriate roads, estate roads, residential roads, the Highway Authority would have to put intervention in to ensure that safety is not compromised and actually deter vehicles from rat running, because we want to keep vehicles on the most appropriate road for their journey.
Well, presumably there are queues because people live with a certain amount of delay, and presumably there comes to a certain point where they think to themselves, well, this is a bit too much for me, I'll look at my sat-nav and I'll go on a different route. But anyway, can I come back to my point, which is this, that again, this is another reason why these models aren't replicating real life, aren't giving us a reliable guide to real life in the future, because they assume that nobody would change their route to avoid the congestion or to go onto a less congested route. That's what they're assuming, isn't it?
That is correct.
Right, all right, thank you. Let's move on to the third point, please. And the third point about these models picks up an observation you made earlier on, that what's been modelled here is all the traffic arriving in the real world, so to speak, in 2018. And can we just test that proposition out? Because we rather thought you might say that, and I said to you earlier on we don't think it's right. So if we go back to table 14, please, on page 97. Table 14, page 97. We can see that we can see the phenomenon here. There's a clue in the 2018 observed year. So 2018 observed is, by that, the data exists, the traffic counts exist, don't they, to show traffic at this junction, the volume of traffic at this junction as at 2018. And if we need to, we can actually turn the data up. We might have to, actually. And so we know, because of the way in which the traffic counts were done, well, just because of the way there was a traffic count at this junction, that in the morning and evening peak hour in 2018, a certain amount of traffic was getting through this junction, if I can just put it in that colloquial terms. And yet when that's modelled, it shows that the traffic which did in real life get through the junction can't get through the junction because there's lots of red in 2018. Do you see? Yeah. So real world, the traffic was counted going through the junction. Modelled world, it can't all get through the junction. See the red. Now, there's a reason for that. Do you know the reason? Or would you like me to tell you it?
I'll let you continue.
But do you know the reason why this isn't replicating the real world?
In some ways, it all depends on where the traffic was actually collected. Does it include the full demand?
Okay,
And
good,
that full demand includes queuing vehicles as well as those getting through.
No, good try, Mr. Stevens. But no, it's because, and we've got all the modelling. It's all been reproduced. It's all been shared, as you know. and we've checked this particular junction. It's because what's been used in the modelling isn't actually what happened in real life. Something called a synthesised profile has been used in the modelling. In my language, a fake profile, whereby and what's happened here is for half of the hour, so this red isn't actually the whole of the peak hour, the red is actually half an hour, 2 15-minute segments within the hour, so none of this red is actually the whole hour, it's a half hour within the hour. And what's actually happened is that inputted into the model, they've used the synthesised profile, which raises the traffic above what actually happened in real life. In fact, we've worked it all out. It's all in your Appendix 17, actually. We've worked it all out. It's raised the traffic going through the junction by at least 10%, depending on which arm and which segment of time we're looking at. And that's what's actually shown in these results. It's not what actually happened at all shown in these results. The synthesised, I call it a Trumpian curve, it's fake. A synthesised profile has been used. And so, whereas the raw data shows there was actually a flat profile, there wasn't this doubling of, there's 10% extra traffic in 1/4 of an hour and 20% in another quarter of an hour. There was a relatively flat, there was a flat profile through the junction. So that's another reason one needs to be very cautious about this, don't you think, Mr. Stephens? Because a modelled curve has been introduced, a curve has been introduced into the model which doesn't actually replicate what happened in real life, even in 2018. That's another reason to be cautious, isn't it, about these results?
I think over time, profiles do change. A synthesised profile was undertaken rather than looking at the profile based upon the traffic data.
Yes.
Profiles do change, and I think that's also got to be accepted, rather than saying it doesn't replicate today, therefore it doesn't replicate tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow it may be more prevalent and may be more reasonable. Only time will tell.
But this is just compounding that effect. By what's done here, you compound taking that synthesised profile, which doesn't represent real life at the outset. You just compound the effect of that by adding more and more traffic in this synthesised profile, making the peak within the peak go higher and higher and higher. I mean, you're just making matters worse in doing this. But anyway, there's the point, Mr. Stephens. Thanks very much indeed. Right, let's move on. What's the time? 11 o'clock. Let's press on. Right, now I want to move on to various of the adjustments and so on, various things which are in contention between you and Mr. Axon. We're doing well time-wise, by the way, I'm pleased to say. So I want to ask you some questions about Tempro growth next. So we're moving to a completely different subject. Thank heavens. For this, I would like you to take to hand Mr. Axon's. You're going to need Mr. Axon's rebuttal proof and his. Let's see if we can just do it from the rebuttal proof, because that's what the inspector's got a hard copy of. So did you manage to find hard copies?
Yes, I've got the appendices and the transport assessment.
That's great. We might need the appendices as well. That's good. So in his rebuttal proof, just to prime us ready for what we need in his rebuttal, if you could go to please to page 15. You went to this in chief yesterday, so it'll be familiar to you. Now we think, Mr. Stephens, as best as we've been able to work it out, that of the differences between you and Mr. Axon, do you remember you said, well, shouldn't have done this, he should have done that, this is not right, that's not right, that's not right. We think that this Tempro growth actually is has the biggest effect in terms of our differences. Does that feel or seem right to you? Have you done the exercise? We have, but have you done the exercise?
I've done an exercise looking at the differences, and there are percentages here and there are percentages there, but we know with Tempro that takes about 11 to 12% difference.
Okay, well we've got 15 to 20% actually, but there you are. But my point is that, or the point I was putting to you is that to the best of the work that Mr. Axon and his colleague has been able to do, we think this is the single biggest difference between the parties. If you've got something else above this in the list, then if you could tell me what it is, I'll remember that when we come to it.
Okay. In some ways, it's the sum of the parts. Obviously, we do have a difference between the peak hours that were, obviously, I'm a 7:30, 8:30, Mr.
Yeah.
Axon is an 8 till 9. That has a difference of 3.5% to 4%.
Yeah, do you remember the question? Sorry, we think Tempro is the biggest reason for the differences. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, good. Excellent. Fine. Thank heavens for that. Right. So if we look at Mr. Axon's rebuttal then, please. You went through this yesterday, and Chief, I just want to stop at a few stopping places, please. So there's an explanation at the bottom of page 15 of what Tempro is for the uninitiated. I mean, I must admit, if I ever knew, I'd forgotten. It's Trip-End Model Presentation Programme, etc. And it uses Department for Transport growth forecasts, as is explained. One turns the page to page 16, and what I want to do is to just start by getting our bearings, please. So at page 16 of Mr. Axon's rebuttal, at paragraph 1.58, in the second sentence, Mr. Axon is seeking to, or is explaining, and in doing so, seeking to understand what you've done, if you like, in your modelling. So he says here, the County Council had 18 to 50% from 2018 to 2035. That's growth. 13.5% of which is related to generic uncertain growth derived from Tempro, and the rest is derived from something else. So now, is his 13.5%, this has all been worked out by Mr. Axon and his colleague, but is that right, or about right, or right enough for us to proceed?
I would say it's right enough.
Good.
For the avoidance of doubt, I've indicated in my proof what the Tempros are for myself, which is 13.14 for the AM and 12.64 for the PM.
Okay, just tell me where that is in your proof. I'm so sorry. My apologies, I'd overlooked that you told us that.
Page 87.
Page 87.
Paragraph 5.1.19.
Just give me one moment. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Give me 1 moment, I'll just find it. Paragraph 5.1, bottom of the page, basically, is it?
Yes.
And what am I looking at?
That is,
South Rebel line, or?
yeah, that's the Tempro, the adjusted Tempro that we've included. Can I just highlight at this point, I know as part of the previous application that was submitted by Vectos, sorry, not by Vectos, by Croft, I do apologise. In their analysis, they included 14.88% for the AM and 12.53 for the PM.
Good for them.
And that was based upon Preston. Obviously, that's by the appellant. So I'm below those levels, and I am aware.
Mr. Stevens, sorry, forgive me. I know you now love Croft. You spent years arguing with them, by the way, which is why there isn't Croft here at this inquiry, because Croft could get nowhere with you, so that's why we've moved on. But anyway, I'm now going to talk about the existing situation. So all I wanted to know was what growth factors you've used. So you've used, what have you used? And so rather than these 13.5%, what do I write down next to it, please, is what you used? AM you've used what, and PM you've used what, please?
So highlighted here, 13.44.
13.44.
The AM and 12.64.
And 12.64. Okay, great. Thank you very much indeed. Good. Right. So he was right, if you like, in relation to the AM, very slightly. It's marginal for the PM, but okay. So 13.44 and 12.64, and that growth has been derived from a version of Tempro, which isn't the current version. It's not the version that's already been issued, but which will come into effect in November this year. So it's one back from the current version, I think, which has been used. Isn't
Yes.
it? Okay. Had you used the current version, or your colleagues used the current version, or whoever did this modelling, as I understand it, the County Council's version of Tempro hasn't been updated. Is that right? I mean, forgive me, I don't.
That is correct.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it's controlled by our IT section.
Your IT section, heaven help us there, right? Okay. So your IT people haven't caught up with the current version of Tempro. But anyway, what do you know what the equivalent would have been if you'd used the current version or not?
Yes, it would have been 12.2 for the AM and 11.1 for the PM.
Okay.
This, I think I indicated this yesterday. It's about 1% difference.
Yeah, I remember the 1%, but I don't remember the 12.2 and 11.1, so that's why I'm interested in the figure. So, okay, current version. All right, and so as you know, as Mr. Axon reports in his rebuttal proof here, the DFT has issued a new version of Tempro. It's got a date. It's got a date early this year, but as you indicated, it's explained that it would come into force in, was it November this year?
That is correct.
That is correct, yes. And you speculated yesterday as to whether or not, you know, there might be some different guidance given between now and then. But basically what's happened is that, you know, on this version of Tempro, which has been issued, already been issued, but which will come into force, so to speak, in November, to cut a long story short, the updated growth has been reduced, and that's even before we had to worry ourselves about, you know, the war in Ukraine and the implications of all of that. So, so that's what's happened in this latest version of Tempro, which will come officially into force in November. The growth rates have come down, haven't they?
I can accept that. I think the
Yes.
words are expected release date is November.
Yes.
There's
yes.
no certainty that it will. I think, as I highlighted
Sure.
yesterday,
Yes.
it may be the case that there are further amendments made. So therefore, you cannot rely upon any growth or potential growth that might come out of it
Well,
at this stage.
you say that, and Mr. Axon has a different point of view, and I don't know, again, whether the world of highway engineering and common sense ever ever come into togetherness at any point in time. But if one thinks about it, if there are to be any adjustments, they ain't going to be for greater growth, Mr. Stevens. Forgive me. I mean, the world is not looking particularly good at the moment for growth, is it? They're not going to go up, Mr. Stevens, these growth estimates from what was released a few months ago to come into force in November.
There's absolutely no certainty of that. I think one thing we've got to bear in mind
Yes.
is what the government is trying to do is promote building, promote business,
Yes.
and that in itself comes with additional traffic on the network. So we can't say it's going to be, we don't know where we're going to be. So in some ways, this is the uncertainty, and that's why it's important
Yes.
that we've got the relevant level of growth factors in. And I've
Anyway.
used that which is what I consider appropriate
What-
and the previous consultants consider
Don't
appropriate.
worry about Croft, God bless them. I'm talking here about you and Mr. Axon. So if we think about the current situation, actually you haven't used even the current version of Tempro, as you was explained. If you'd used the current version, the growth would have been slightly less at 12.2 and 11.1. Now, just think about this November. You're saying, well, look, you know, it might not actually come out in November. When it comes out in November, heavens knows what it will say. Well, this inspector, in terms of this inquiry, won't know unless the inspector indicates to us that he'd like to be told. He would have written his report. He would have gone off to the Secretary of State. But the time that between now and, you know, the Secretary of State's not going to issue his decision before November. That's for certain, sure. So the Secretary of State will know whether or not latest Tempros come out and the growth rates are lower than the ones you've used and are more like the ones that Mr. Axon refers to here. That's something that Secretary of State will be aware of, unless the issue is just cancelled, if you like, or delayed and delayed and delayed for many, many months. Do you see?
There is no certainty, and we're not.
No, I know
well,
there's no
I
certainty,
don't
but
know who's
unless
privy
it's-
to what information either.
Unless it's delayed for several months, the Secretary of State will know, can be told, what has happened vis-a-vis Tempro. You know, we can make a note to ourselves that if we're waiting for the decision, hasn't come out yet from the Secretary of State, whereas Tempro has, you know, we can write to the Secretary of State and we can say, right, remember Mr. Axon's rebuttal said Tempro, blah, 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 it's now been issued, you know, for use, and the growth rate in it is X. You know, that can be done.
Mhm.
So there's no need for us to speculate about all of this because, you know, Secretary of State will probably know the answer. If the answer is anything like the issue that's been put out for, you know, by the department with an expected date of November, as you've explained, then the effect on that on growth would be quite dramatic, wouldn't it, in terms of these rates?
It would have an impact, but as I said, we
Yes.
don't know what that impact is going to
No,
be.
no, forgive me. Remember the beginning of we're beginning to struggle now. I'm sure it's me, not you. Forgive me. If the question began with if, when the document is issued in its version to be used, whether it's November or whether it's some other date, if that document is reporting the growth rates which are in the document which has already been issued with a likely date of November, then we know that the effect of that on growth rates would be, well, I put to you, would be, I think I said, quite dramatic. You know, very real. This isn't just like a 1% change. There are significantly lower growth rates in this latest package, aren't there? Significantly lower.
They are lower, yes.
No. I like the word significantly. We can see it all here reported. If you look at 1.60 of Mr. Axon's rebuttal, and this is without a discretionary change, which we're going to come to in a few moments' time, we can see that in 1.60 that the growth rates would come down if we use the model period that you've used, would come down to 8%. Do you see? And it's a significant change, isn't it?
It is a change.
No, Mr. Stevens, please, let's not dance around.
No,
I'll
I'm
put
not
you a
dancing around.
significant change.
I'm
Is
happy.
it insignificant? It's a change from
It's
a change from 13.4 and 12.6 to 8. Is that a significant or an insignificant change in growth?
It's a change of significance.
All right, I'll take that. Yes. Oh, I'm looking forward to my cup of tea. Only another 14 minutes to go. Right, let's turn the page in Mr. Axon's rebuttal, please, to page 17. Yes, so at the top of page 17, 162, 163, 164, Mr. Axon is explaining in this latest version of Tempro, there is, I think in my language it would be perhaps described as a discretionary rather mandatory approach that one can use, where one can use a behavioural change scenario. So this is where, for the first time ever, the package seeks to reflect the situation in a world where behaviour changes, more people are working from home, people are thinking, well, you know, all the points that Mr. Axon sort of waxes lyrical about this evidence. And that really does produce growth rates which are very, very significantly below the ones that you've used, as you can see at the top of page 17. I mean, if one uses the behavioural change scenario factors, which for the first time ever in this latest version of Tempro, then the growth, well, as he reports, becomes pretty much what Mr. Axon's done, even without taking Tempro into account at all. So at 164, you would get a plus 0.8%, so less than 1% growth, if one builds in behavioural changes resulting from things like working from home, etc., etc. Do you see that?
I see that. I don't think that could ever be achieved in this area when
Why?
regard is had to the availability of the private car and all the sensitive information that has been presented yesterday.
Yeah, but that's, you see, that's, I heard all of that yesterday, and I think if one keeps, improving the junction so that these people can keep using their cars, and, when you were talking about people expecting to be able to drive at the speed limit in the peak hour, and I thought, crikey. But let's just think about that. That's a pretty gloomy prognosis, Mr. Stevens, from you, who apparently are very keen on promoting sustainable transport, that because people in 2022 have got cars, greater propensity to own a car in South Ribble than, I don't know, in some other authority or nationally or whatever it might be, that's going to remain the situation all the way forward to 2035 without people changing their behaviour at all. Because all of your modelling is assuming no change in behaviour, none, zero, isn't it?
That is
What we
correct.
do now, we're going to do in 2035 regardless of what on earth has happened. You know, fuel prices might have gone absolutely through the roof, they already have, etc., etc. None of that's going to make any impact on our behaviour in the work that you present to this inquiry.
I have not.
Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you.
The starting point is what's currently happening and what's the current availability of the
Yes.
car. And don't forget, this is a person's individual decision. We've also got to have regard to this site's location, as highlighted yesterday, so close to 3 motorways. Therefore, for those longer distances, the convenience, word I don't like to use, of the private car to make those journeys is always going to be there. But one thing is also important is about the support for sustainability to limit the impact of the private car. But from a development perspective
Yes.
and from an authority's perspective, we can only do what we can to support those sustainable users without going down a route of making policy decisions to force people out of the car.
Well,
And from a development perspective, I think that's not within your gift.
yeah, forgive me. So let's just take a step back, Mr. Stevens. I mean, is the County Highway Authority in any shape or form seeking to do anything to encourage people to use other modes of transport other than the car?
Of
Is
course
there any
we are.
part? Of course, absolutely, of course. And yet this modelling assumes, the evidence that's been presented assumes that not only won't that work, but it won't work at all. There will be no change at all. What we do now, we will do in 2035, regardless of the fact that, of course, your words not mine, of course, the county is seeking to encourage people to change mode from cars to other more sustainable modes.
It's about having that level of certainty.
No,
And at
it's
the moment,
about-
we don't have that level of certainty.
How about some common
And
sense?
the Highway Authority has invested a significant level of funds county-wide and in South Ribble to support sustainability,
Exactly.
going through Penwitham. But some of the change in supporting sustainability modes doesn't have a huge impact on the use of the private car. It supports
But-
leisure trips. It supports the environment where development is built, rather than reducing the miles people travel in cars.
But Mr. Stevens, forgive me, just back to my point, which is that, you know, all the money the county is spending on encouraging people out of their cars and on in more sustainable modes, whether that's particularly focused on leisure or whatever it might be, all of that money that's being spent, the evidence that's presented to this inquiry by your good self assumes that none of that money has been spent to good effect, because there won't be any change of behaviour. Now, the change might be modest, it might be more than modest, it might be substantial. That's not my point. Even modest changes aren't reflected in your work, are they? Because it's assuming no change at all.
It assumes no change from the present.
Thank you.
Accept that.
Exactly. All right, let's move on. I'm going to, just give me one moment, I'm just going to turn the page. This 22, I mean, there's just one more point, and then perhaps it would be a convenient moment to break, if that's all right. I'm just looking at the time. So let's move on. The next one I want to ask you about is 2018 versus 2021 in terms of background flows, Mr. Stevens. So I got a little bit lost in the explanation yesterday in chief. I'm sure it was me. But you've used the 2018 flows. We know the 2018 was before the pandemic, etc. And you've then had to, is this right? We think it is. Manually adjust those flows to account for those changes in the road network. So that's the Penwortham bypass on the one hand and the Causey link, a chunk of the CBLR on the other. You've had to manually adjust to take account of those physical interventions.
The Crossborough Link Road, that was based on analysis produced by consultants who were promoting the Crossborough Link Road, and that was a manual adjustment.
Thank you.
And that's supported planning applications and has been used by planning applications. So that was a reasonable basis
I'm
to
not challenging,
determine.
I'm just asking you what
No,
had to be done. So Penworth and bypass, did you have to manually adjust for that? So you've told me about Causey Link.
Tell me about the Causey, did you say?
No, you've told me about
Right,
the
the Penworth bypass.
Causey. Did you have to manually adjust? For
Yes.
Good.
With regard to Penwortham,
Right.
and don't forget, Penwortham bypass, the impacts upon the junctions that I have concerns with is negligible. There's a level of...
Mr. Stevens, can I just, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it was a very simple question. You've used 2018 flows,
Yep.
but it's not as if you've just been able to pick them up and drop them into the model. You've had to manually adjust because 2 highway interventions have come along since, the bypass and the Causey Link. That was the only question. Whether it's big deal or not big deal, that I don't mind, to be honest. I'm just starting the questions off. Do you see?
Yeah, okay. The assessment has included at one junction that manual transfer of traffic
For the bypass?
for the bypass, bypassing
Yes.
Penwortham.
Right, thank you. So that's one junction. Well, as you've given that answer, what about for the link, the Causey Link? How many junctions did that affect in terms of the manual adjustment?
That included a number of junctions.
Exactly. Good. All right, thank you. Well, even one's a number, but I assume by that you mean a few
More than one,
yes, okay. All right, let's move on. And then by using 2018 as the base, and then putting growth on top of that, as we know you've done, etc., 2 assumptions are made, one of which we've already discussed, which is that behaviour won't change a jot. And this isn't from now to 2035, it's from 2018 through to 2035, isn't it? So that's one of the assumptions. That what was done in 2018 will just continue to be done through to 2035.
Correct.
And within that, the other assumption is, in fact, that whatever is going on at the moment, and you've told us that even currently we're not, in inverted commas, back to the situation pre-pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
You told us that yesterday. But of course, the assumption that's made in all of this is that we will return to the pre-pandemic world, because you've used 2018 and it's all the behaviour that's involved in that, working from home at whatever it was then, about 5%, and it's 20-25% now, whatever. So, you know, you've used all of that, the world is going to return to. So it won't just continue, life won't continue from now to 2035 unchanged. You know, younger people won't show a greater and greater propensity not to buy cars, which is what we're seeing. Not only that, but we see a situation where actually the behaviour goes back to how it was in 2018. That's the other assumption, isn't it?
That's my assumption, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, the inspector's going to have to take a view as to whether that's reasonable to do. That would be a convenient moment in time to have our break. We're going to come to development trip rates next, so that's going to take more than 2 minutes, I'm afraid. So,
Okay, thank you very much. Well, it's 11:27. If we take a 20-minute break and come back at 10 to
10 to 12.
12.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. It's 11:50. Time to resume.
Thank you,
You
sir.
ready, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, I'm
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kowski.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Stevens, development trip rates next, please. And so, Mr. Axon's rebuttal. Bear with me for one moment. I'll just give you a page number. So, if you go to page 7 of Mr. Axon's rebuttal, please. This is just analysing what you've done. Mr. Axon explains what he's done, etc., etc. But as you're sitting there, I want to ask you questions about what you've done. So, so here in his rebuttal, he explains that the trip rate that you've utilised is at 125. Just to feed in all the things that have gone into this, there was a single survey undertaken in 2013 for a 182 home cul-de-sac in Preston, shown in his figure over the page. There it is, at page 8 of the rebuttal. And he tells us it's a residential cul-de-sac, one access, 4 modes, no bus routes in the cul-de-sac, no school shops, etc., 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 no bike routes, and all that business. And he goes on and on in that vein. So, so first of all, he's correctly identified, has he, where the cul-de-sac is and the nature of it that's been used in your...
Yes, the cul-de-sac is correct.
Yes, thank you. And by way of the point, but the broad point, if you like, which is that by counting cars in that survey in 2013 from that cul-de-sac, there is no possible internalisation effect, is there, in that cul-de-sac? So because there isn't a shop to go to, for example, on foot or otherwise, because there aren't any of these other facilities in that cul-de-sac, then that's potentially telling you something, isn't it, Mr.
I accept there is no shop, but there is
nothing
a...
else.
Pardon?
Nothing else. I mean, it's just homes. So
But
he
it-
lists all the things that are not there.
But what hasn't been highlighted is all the employment that's directly accessible by pedestrians just to the south side of that site. It doesn't also highlight the 4 bus stops that are available in close proximity to the site. Doesn't really highlight
Yes.
that the railway station is only circa 800 metres from that site.
Yes.
The leisure centre within 300 metres of the site, or the
Yes.
provision which are suitable for walking distance within Bamber Bridge, again within circa 800 metres.
I think it's a slightly different point, if I might say, Mr. Stevens. I was asking you about internalisation. So that's to say where, I mean, it's a bit of a Ponzi term for a very simple concept, which is that, you know, if you've got a development which is big enough, chunky enough to have other facilities in it, whereby within the development site itself you needn't use your car because you can walk to the shop on the site, you can cycle to something else on the site, etc., etc. You needn't leave the site by car to do certain things. If you then take a trip rate from a residential cul-de-sac which hasn't got any facilities within it, it's just got homes, you're not in any way capturing any internalisation in those numbers, because there is no possible internalisation. That was the point.
But
And that's right, isn't it? It's got to be right.
it's correct from the point of the development red boundary, but in reality, having regard to wider influences, it's very clear that employment is available. Whilst it's not forming part of the application, there is the opportunities, reliably so, in this case, to be able to walk to that employment, which will be
Yeah.
quicker than actually getting in your car.
Yes, but there's an element that may or may not be true, but there's an element of speculation in that, because as he tells us at 125, the survey data is for car movements only, and so we don't know. I mean, the survey doesn't tell us whether at that point or other points where you can get out of, well, it is only that point where you can get out of this cul-de-sac, we had people on foot or cycling. It's just reporting car movements.
I accept it's only for car movements.
All right.
However, it doesn't indicate the level of sustainable movement which will take place.
yes, Mr. Stevens, that might or might not be a good point. Mr. Axon can comment on it, but I was talking about internalisation. We've been round the internalisation point just now together, so just thank you. Because we can all see on the figure what the cul-de-sac is. And then Mr. Axon, in his rebuttal, moves on to talk about the two other surveys you've done more recently, and they're at the top of page 9 of his rebuttal. So in March and June of this year, you've looked at the 75 and 143 home cul-de-sac. And if we just pause there, sorry if I ask my internalisation point again. I mean, those two cul-de-sacs don't have facilities within them that would work to change the likelihood of you using your car, do they?
I can accept as part of those applications no provision provided, but yet again there will be provision that is available
outside the site. So I'm talking about internalisation, forgive me, thank you. All right, so then let's move on. And 132, Mr. Axon reports in his rebuttal, you've measured one site twice, 75 home cul-de-sac. The variance between the two surveys, 28% in the PM peak. So again, I mean, perhaps indicating that one needs to be cautious about using these as any form of cross-check, if you like, on the very small cul-de-sac that's the basis of your trip rate, because you know where you went twice to one of these sites, you find quite a variance in the figures.
I can accept that, but what is also, it's got to be noted, in my table 4, I'm also highlighting the differences when they're brought down to trip rate. And in my surveys that have been undertaken, it's table 4, which is on page 38. It highlights in all situations the trip rates that I've observed are higher than what's been proposed by Vectos.
Yes.
Even having regard to the 2 days at the one location.
Yes, but the problem with that is that you're applying rates taken on, I mean, 2 occasions in one instance, 1 occasion in another instance, and an occasion in 2013 in the actual one that you've used. So what's that, 9 years ago? From cul-de-sacs where there's no chance of internalisation, so they're going to be raw gross figures because you can't. There's nothing you can do in the cul-de-sacs apart from live. So in your house, you know. So that's the point. But anyway, can we just see where all this goes to? Because if you actually then go to his rebuttal at page 11, we can see what this all works through. He's got a figure, MA rebuttal 1-4, have you got that on page 11
Yep.
of his rebuttal? And what he's done here for the vector trip rate, peak hour total trip rate, so that's the line on the graph. He has bundled together his internal and external trip rates. In other words, this is adding together vehicles that leave the site with trip rates within the site, the internalisation. And so we can see that actually, if we then put that against the trip rates that you've used on the one hand, and remember National Highways, this is one area where they didn't agree with you, they've got lower trip rates as we can see from the graph. So we can see actually that he's, by adding the internal and external, he's not that far off. Do you see the trip rate that you've used? And he's actually significant ways actually above the trip rate that National Highways has used. Do you see that on the graph, Mr. Stevens?
I do see that.
Good.
However, I must go back to that internalisation. In reality, having regard to the example I've given, sustainable movements will take place to the employment area.
Yeah.
Whilst that has not been recorded,
Yeah.
it will take place. And a resident will not think, well, actually, I'm only going to go to this place of employment because it's internal within the site. You've got to consider what happens in reality. And in reality, if you've got these opportunities where there is employment close by in walking distance, and in my
Yes.
example, you certainly have,
Yes.
they will walk to that. So therefore, they will not be replicated on the surrounding highway network.
Yes, Mr. Stevens, but that doesn't help us with the trip rate from the site itself, these cul-de-sacs that you use, because there's no internalisation for those trip rates. So, so just help us, please. If we then look at the graph, we can see, can't we, that if Mr. Axon has added together his internal and external trip rates, they're not actually that different from yours. So it's the internalisation effect which makes the difference, if you like, and his rates are actually higher than the ones that have been used by National Highways for good measure. So can we just then think about this internalisation, because I heard you say yes, and I wrote it down because it I must admit it struck me as a remarkable answer, as in, did he really just say that? Because in your evidence in chief yesterday, you said that the internalisation in relation to our site, which remember has a local centre, other facilities, etc., etc., that's before one even gets anywhere near, micro consolidate hubs and heavens knows what else, but just with good old-fashioned shops and things, local centre. You said in your evidence in chief that you would say the internalisation would be 0%. I mean, were you feeling all right when you said that yesterday, Mr. Stevens?
I was
I know you're in fine.
I
I'm
was in
teasing
good health
you.
yesterday. I'm in good health
I'm
today.
very glad to hear it. But I mean, that is one thing that's for certain sure is that simply can't be right. Because whatever happens in the real world, one thing that will happen is there will be some degree of internalisation. Whether Mr. Axon's percentages are right or wrong, that's another point. But there will be some. It won't be zero, Mr. Stevens.
We've also got to...
No, it won't be zero, will it, Mr. Stevens?
It'll be very close to zero.
Very close. What would it be then,
don't
do you
forget,
think?
don't forget, we are looking at the peak hours.
Yeah, what do you think it would be, Mr. Stevens? Be very close to zero. Suggest you've got something in mind. So we budged you away from zero, so that's a significant achievement, or not? What was it?
It's going to be
Not
so
a
insignificant.
change,
I'll still stick by saying that zero mark.
You still stick by zero.
0.1, 0.2. It's going to be so insignificant within the modelling.
Right, thank you.
Because regards has got to be had
Thank you.
of the peak hours.
Yeah.
And on a point that you did say before, if I can just correct you, if you don't mind.
Yes, you can. But I write down it's 0.1, 0.2%.
It's going to be
right. Okay.
not significant.
Thank you. Right. Well, we take a different view, Mr. Axon, and explain this for you in due course. At least I've got something from you to go on now. So you wanted to correct something I said earlier on. So
You
go on.
highlighted that National Highways didn't support my trip rate.
Right.
However, when regard is had to the National Highways response,
Yeah.
it was they, in their own assessment, they determined different trip rates, but in bold, National Highways therefore accepts the trip rates used by Lancashire County Council as appropriate for the development proposals. That doesn't highlight disagreement.
They've used different trip rates, as is replicated in Mr. Axon's table. I mean, if you want to make this point, just give me one moment. Sorry. No, I'm not going to waste my time with it. He's put on his table the trip rates they've used. Right.
Whilst they've got trip rates indicated in the letter,
Yes.
National Highways accepts the trip rates used by the County Council.
I'm not going to waste the inspector's time having a spat about this. He's got the letter and he's got the table of trip rates they've referred to. Right, let's move on to distribution, please. Thank you very much indeed. And again, you've criticised the distribution that Mr. Axon set about, and you've got your own distribution, and it's your own distribution I want to ask you about. Okay, because remember, this all feeds into the models, trip rates feed into the models, distribution feeds into the models, of course. So if I can go, please, in your proof, when I just retrieve your proof. Where's it gone? There it is. I'm just going to check my reference before I waste your time with the wrong reference. Yes, page 89 of your proof. If you've got it there, page 89, there's a paragraph 5.1.29 distribution assignment. So 5.1.30, The approach to development, distribution and assignment of traffic is in line with previous agreement with Croft. Development traffic has been assigned to local highway in line with the travel to work census data from 2011, represents the site and the local area, etc., etc. So now, to the uninitiated, I don't know, I mean, someone like me who knows nothing about this subject might have thought differently, but what that actually means is that you have therefore assumed that every trip in the peak hours is to or from work, haven't you?
That is correct.
Yes.
That is a proxy that is used within the industry.
Well, it may or may not be, but I don't know what this industry is, but you might be in a different industry from others. But anyway, it may or may not be used, but let's just think about the implications of that. So in a situation where one's trying to demonstrate as the county council that there would be a severe adverse impact such that permission should be refused, etc., etc. So if we just think about that, every trip in the morning and evening peak is to work. Now the implication of that is you have put traffic through more junctions, haven't you? That's the necessary implication, because leisure trips tend to be shorter trips to work trips. That's the implication of this, isn't it?
Yes, in this particular case, we've also got to bear in mind where those leisure facilities are for this site, and those sites are not local to the site. A lot of those sites, they would be using their private car,
Yeah,
using the A582. So
yeah,
the approach is more than reasonable.
No, that's not the point. Forgive me, because by using work, you said yes to me at the beginning of your answer. By using the assumption that all trips are to work, that works through to, sorry, I didn't mean to have two works there, that washes through to a situation where people are driving through more junctions and therefore they're picked up and going through more junctions in the modelling. So that's the point. Now, Mr. Stevens, one thing that we can be certain sure of is that in the real world, not every trip in the morning and peak hour is to work. Is it to or from work? That's one thing for certain sure. People do other things in the peak hours other than go backwards and forwards to work.
I can accept.
Good. All right. Thank you. Right. Excellent. Now, in any event, if we take Mr. Axon's rebuttal, please, and for this we will need his rebuttal appendix number 1, I think it is, and he very helpfully has numbered his pages consecutively, thank heavens. So if you go to page 27, please, of his rebuttal appendices.
Bear with me a moment.
That's
I've got
right, sir. I'm sorry.
Appendices for his
Might
proof, but
Yet the rebuttal.
not the rebuttal.
Oh, how strange. They're not bounded. No, they shouldn't be. Are they bounded?
Let me just try going on onto the computer.
I would say you could just take a note, but I think you best actually have a look at the
Yeah.
particular pages. So.
Rebuttal appendices. Okay, thank you. I think I've got that now.
All right. Good. So it's page. Sorry, I haven't got it in PDF form. I can't give it. So it's page 27 in the original. It's a paragraph 130 should be on the page. Is on the page. Wherever that is in PDF 29. PDF 29. So thank you. PDF page 29. So Mr. Stevens, you've got the page open now. The inspector's got it. So you'll see in paragraph 129 that in this modelling response, Straxon's colleague here reports that there are these three other tests, and it's test 2 and test 3. I just want to take your eye to and the inspector's eye to. So test 2 is development sensitivity reference case versus development case inclusive of uplifted development trip generation. So slightly jargonistic, but if we go please to page 30, which I assume is page 31 in the PDF, once you find a table number 12, and at table number 12 we can see the county's trip rates on the left-hand side of the table, the original trip rates used by Vectos in the middle of the table, and then the sensitivity test as it's described on the right-hand side of the table. And we can see the
I seem to be lost now.
Rebuttal appendix, page 30 in the original, 32 PDF, 30 in the original, 32 PDF.
Was that table 12, did you indicate?
I did, yes.
Yes, thank you.
You're right there. So left-hand side, counties trip rates, middle, Vectus' trip rates, right-hand side, sensitivity tests, the uplift, if you like. Do you see that there?
Mm-hmm.
And so the uplift is, I mean, it's there or thereabouts, the trip rates that you use, because it's a bit more in the morning peak, and it's a bit less, not much, in the evening peak. So, it's a proxy, if you like. So you can see that there, and then I'll come to a question in a few moments' time, but if you then turn the page, you'll see there are familiar graphs reporting journey times, which go on to over a couple of pages, and then that's all summarised in 136, 137, paragraphs 136 and 137. Mm-hmm. Now, in short, if you just bear with me, Mr. Stevens, so in short, the way it's reported here, there is no difference of substance to the phenomenon that we were discussing yesterday, which is in journey times, if you use higher trip rates, you don't actually get a difference of substance in the phenomenon. That is to say that the changes in journey times don't suddenly become, I don't know, exponentially much greater or whatever it is. That's what's reported here. Now, if I was to ask you all of those questions about whether that's showing a severe impact or not a severe impact from the development, you would say, as you said
yesterday,
and as the inspector clarified with you first thing this morning. All right, so that's the answer for that. Thank you. And then if we go back to page 27, which is PDF page 29, test number 3. Test number 3 is to lift the base traffic, the background traffic, by 10%. Do you see?
Yep.
So that's 2021. Let's not do that. Let's add 10% to it. So that's then washed through, and just for the inspector's reference. So original page 33 is where that's all reported. Presumably that's page 35 in the PDF, I suppose. I don't know. It's test 3 begins at paragraph 139.
Yeah.
And similar graphs, on figures on the next 2 pages, and similar conclusions at paragraphs 146 through to 148. So again, it's being reported that if you lift the background flows by 10%, there's no difference of substance, the phenomenon. Same point, Mr. Stevens, if I was to say to you, is that showing a severe or not severe adverse impact from the development traffic? Be the same answer, I imagine, as you gave the inspector this morning. Thank you. Good. That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Righty-ho. We'll go on now to something completely different, please. We can put away the rebuttal appendices. I don't know whether we'll be coming back to them, but anyway, pop them away for now. And I want to move on to the dualling application that's been made for the A582, referred to on a number of occasions already, and the work in support of that application. So for this, we will need Mr. Axon's proof of evidence, his proof of evidence. And within his proof, we will need to go to page, well, it starts at page 69 in the proof at paragraph 7.42, and then over the page at page 70 is what I really want, the scenarios. The scenarios.
What paragraph did you say? You see in his proof?
Yes, in his
Sorry, I do
proof. No,
apologise.
that's absolutely fine. Don't worry. Page, pardon me if I can get my words out. Page 70, 70 in his proof.
Right.
Paragraph 7.43 on page 70 of his proof. All right. Thank you. And so he's mapped out here the scenarios that have been used in the County Council's work in support of the application. And I said earlier on, this is not you, it's colleagues of yours. Are these colleagues of yours in the highway, is the word department these days at the county, or whatever your section is called?
They are employees of the County Council.
Right.
More of a forward planning team rather than the Highway Authority side, which I represent.
Right. Okay.
So they're totally different teams.
Different
In some ways,
teams.
what's important is to be impartial when considering all applications, including our own.
Excellent.
So
Jolly
they
good.
all go through that same level of rigour.
I'm sure that your colleagues in the other team look forward to the receipt of your consultation response, which they've been waiting for some time. But anyway, there you go. I won't tease you. Well, I have just teased you, but I won't anymore. 7.43, the scenarios in that modelling that's been done by your colleagues in that other team. And the scenarios that I just want to draw the inquiry's attention to are 3, 4 and 5, just to have a look at what they are, and then we're going to follow them through in a few moments. So scenario 3, Mr. Axon, reports this as being 2037, so that's the future year, including committed development and additional other traffic growth, so that's the temporary factor. And he says he thought at that time doesn't specifically include Pickerings Farm, but there's a general uplift. And you've explained this morning, haven't you, that in fact it does include a number for Pickerings Farm, which is a bit less than the allocation, but a bit more than the applications, just for good measure. So that's helpful. And you'd actually, in your proof, in fairness to you, in your proof, you'd explained your understanding that the modelling includes an allowance for Pickerings Farm. So thank you. So 2037 with committed development, with other traffic growth, including Pickerings Farm, a bit more than the applications, a bit less than the allocation, but without the dualling. So that's scenario 3, without the dualling, without the application that's been made, so to speak. Then scenario 4 is the same, but with the dualling, and also with the full CBLR, so by full it means across the allocated site as well, Pickerings Farm. And then scenario 5 is all of the above, but without the complete CBLR, so it's dualling only, if you like, but not the completion of the CBLR. Those are scenarios, so it takes a bit of a moment or two to get one's head around these scenarios. So now, the people in the other team have reported, haven't they, in support of the application, the effect of, in all these scenarios, the implications in journey times, haven't they? Yes?
Yep.
And the model they've used is a strategic model, Saturn.
Yep.
Yes, there you are. Remember that from the good old days as well. They've used Saturn.
Yeah.
Yes,
We're still using it.
Still using it, absolutely. Still using it. There you are. They can borrow our ceramics. I'm sure Mr. Axon won't mind. So they've used the strategic model Saturn, and that produces results in terms of journey times. And Mr. Axon, is then over the page, at page 71, shown in graphic in the form of a series of graphs and figures for the four routes. What's shown in the morning peak and the evening peak from that modelling that's been done by your colleagues in the other team in support of the application. And so if we just do this in two steps. First of all, by comparing scenarios 3 and 5. So scenario 3 is, future year with all of this growth, etc., committed development, including Pickerings Farm, but without the dualling and without the CBLR being completed, compared to scenario 5, which is all of the above, but now with the dualling, but still without the CBLR being completed across the allocated side. Do you see? That's the scenarios we're comparing. And in journey times, in other words, we're looking at the effect of the dualling on journey times, and by comparing the columns for scenario 3 and scenario 5, so that's the middle column and the right-hand column in all those graphs on page 71, we can see, these are reported in minutes, we can see, to cut a long story short, there's no tangible difference between the scenarios, nothing of any great moment. In fact, it's very hard to see anything of, it's a change of a minute here and no change or precious little change. Do you see? So nothing particularly tangible shown by those graphs. Do you see, Mr. Stevens?
I can see the results, yes.
Yes, thank you. And then similarly, if we bring in the effect of completing the CBLR, so that's now comparing scenarios 4 and 5, because scenario 4 has got the dualling but hasn't got the full CBLR, but scenario 5 has got the dualling and the full CBLR. So if we compare the two right-hand columns in all of those graphs, again we can see, bringing the CBLR into the equation. Interesting. Actually, some of the journey times go up. But there you are. So we can see that. If you wanted to say there's no difference of any great moment between those in journey times, you can see that from the graphs, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
With regard to these graphs
Yeah.
and the assessment, it's yet to go through my teams at Rigor,
Yes.
where any journey times will be scrutinised,
I'm sure.
as your approach, again with this application supported by Junction modelling, etc., etc.
Yes.
Very consistent in my approach.
Yeah.
Whilst they highlight numbers, I cannot verify whether these numbers are reasonable or not.
Yeah, we haven't been through that process yet, so we've got what we've got, and all Mr. Axton is doing is reporting the material, the work that's gone in support of the dualling application. He's just faithfully, showing it in some easy to understand graphs, if you like. So that's that. All right, thank you very much indeed. And you're yet to get to grips with, whether that's
Putting that level of rigour.
okay. Well, there you are. Fine. Good. We are where we are. Fine. Let's move on, please. So I want to move now to safety. So we're moving away from severe presence or absence of severe adverse impacts in traffic terms to safety. So we just need to get our bearings, please. Just need to get our bearings by retrieving paragraph 111 of the NPPF. And paragraph 111, in relation to safety, we're told one should only refuse on highway grounds if there would be, quote unquote, an unacceptable impact on highway safety. So we're looking for an impact, and there's a judgment call as to, if there is an impact, whether it's unacceptable in safety terms. That's what we're looking for. So first tranche of questions I want to ask you about is B-Lane Bridge. And if we can go, please, to your proof. starts at page 48 in your proof, please, your proof. We can see in your proof at page 48, at paragraph 4.2.5, you report the current situation, if you like, currently very likely used, the bridge by pedestrians and cyclists, mainly for recreation purposes, low levels of traffic, serving approximately 45 properties and businesses, two-way flow across B-Lane Bridge in 2018, morning peak 29 vehicles, evening peak 54 vehicles, current bridge no separation, the inspector's seen it probably a few times now, not resulting in any recorded injury accidents last 5 years. This suggests current provision is acceptable for the existing level of use. So as we stand at the moment, an acceptable situation.
There is no safety issue.
Exactly, no safety issue. So in order for the judgment call to be made that we've moved with our development from a situation where there's no safety issue, it's acceptable in safety terms, to the framework's unacceptable impact on highway safety, one would need a situation where either individually or cumulatively additional vehicular trips across the bridge and or additional pedestrian and cycling trips across the bridge have changed a currently acceptable situation into one which is unacceptable in safety terms. That's what we're looking for, to see whether that's right or not. So on the vehicular side of the equation, in your proof at page 48, bottom of the page, sorry, if we turn the page to page 49, I'm so sorry, page 49, you indicate on the vehicular side the end of paragraph 4.2.7 from the 40 units, the top north-east corner of our proposals, one would get some 23 in the morning and 23 in the evening peaks. And you say it's the proposed substantial increase in sustainable users that now requires infrastructure, etc., etc. So now I take from that what you're saying is the change from very light uses of 29 in the morning peak, 54 in the evening peak, adding 23 to each of those with our development isn't, if you like, the nub of the issue as you see it. It's the change in pedestrian and cyclists. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Good.
But I think what's also important to highlight is whilst these numbers are relating to the 40, regard has also got to be had. Obviously we're looking at 40 units, limited number of vehicles. What hasn't been considered are the impact, obviously the greater number of service deliveries, HGVs, etc. Therefore the composition will change, but also regard's got to be had to, if there is an issue, let's just say on the A582, how will people access their site? Therefore one would have assume that they would use B-Lane Bridge or Flag Lane, and this hasn't been picked up at all.
Mr. Stevens, sorry.
So
again,
regarding to the 40, I don't have an issue, but it's then the subsequent issues.
Okay, well, fine. So regarding the 40, it's not the cars, so to speak, from the 40 which are the issue. Can we just pick up those other points? I mean, all I want, I don't mind what the answer is, and so often I just want to understand what the position is, largely so that Mr. Axons can then say whatever he wants to say in response, and we can deal with it in our case in closing. So I don't mind what the answer is. I'd thought the position is, the reality is, on this bridge, your real cause for concern is the increase in people walking and cycling across the bridge rather than vehicular traffic. If I've got that wrong,
that's correct on a day-to-day basis.
That's fine.
But therefore we cannot ignore if there's issues on the A582, and that needs to be picked up.
I'm sure I would stand no chance of getting you to ignore anything at all, Mr. Stevens. But I'm just looking at the picture broadly, so the inspector's got his bearings. So on the pedestrians and cyclists side, I don't think, unless I've missed it, you don't in your proof, do you, sort of have a stab at the increase in pedestrians and cyclists from the proposed development, do you? In numerical terms?
I do indicate, I haven't put it
Oh, do
down
you?
explicitly. I think I've highlighted,
You've got the whole site, so that's the top
and that's
of the page.
highlighting it's going to be a proportion of the whole site from a ped and cycle.
Exactly, but we haven't got across the bridge.
I wouldn't know. I would be guessing as much as Mr. Axon, but what we do know.
I'm not sure whether Mr. Axon's going to accept guessing, to be honest. But anyway, Mr. Axon has had a go at this, as you know, and in his we're going to need, forgive me, we're going to need his proof of evidence, Mr. Axon's proof of evidence. These documents are getting me down now. In his proof at page 84, my note tells me, yes, here we are. Mr. Axon on page 84 has got the current use, so to speak, of B Lane Bridge, which he reports in his 8.32. Pardon me, which way he says, where he says about 10 pedestrians and 5 cyclists per hour in the current situation. And then he's got 8.33. He's saying, I mean, he'd like it to be a lot higher than this, don't get us wrong. He obviously bikes and so on, but he's got 15 pedestrians and 10 cyclists coming from the development across the bridge, is how he reports it. Now, he can explain how he's got to those figures, but you don't have any sort of counter figures, do you?
No, I thought it would be quite difficult to determine that based on the information being presented.
Right. Okay.
I think it would be interesting, obviously, through a cross-examination, examination chief, is to get the basis of those figures when we've got a site that reportedly within the transport assessment highlights quite large numbers of pedestrians and cyclists.
Absolutely. You can explain
And this
all
is
of that.
this is one of the
Yep.
this is the gateway junction to the site with very few peds and cyclists using it. Therefore, one's got to question the reliability of that figure.
Mr. Stevens, I understand that you think he's pitched it too low here. Explain how he's got to these numbers. Don't get us wrong. Mr. Axon would be first in the queue to want these numbers to be a lot higher because he's very keen on people walking and cycling. Now, if we move on, because we're just trying to see, he's got some figures, you haven't got any figures, fine, let's move on. So, as you know, Mr. Axon's position is that, and he reports this in his proof and his rebuttal, that as far as he's concerned, the bridge conditions, can't think of a better way of putting it, would not be unacceptable in safety terms with the additional vehicular traffic and pedestrians and cyclists that we would bring about, even if there are a lot more pedestrians and cyclists than the numbers he's given. That's his position, and I know you disagree with that, so there you are. Though, if we then move on, Mr. Axon, as you know, has put forward over time various ways in which the bridge, I say various, 2 ways in which the bridge could be altered in order to provide a safer situation. Now, the most recent of those is reported in Mr. Axon's proof at page 28, my note is telling me. Let's just see if that's right. Yes, it is, page 28. And to summarise this briefly and probably inelegantly, the idea which underpins this latest variant or variation of ideas is that one would have on one side of the bridge segregated routes for people to walk, for pedestrians. In this picture that would be, no, forget the picture. That would be on the northern side of the bridge, top side of the bridge, and on the southern side of the bridge one would have a standoff from the bridge not, although people could walk on there if they wanted to, but not for people to walk there, but rather to have a standoff from the bridge itself in terms of potential damage to the bridge. So we would have shared surface shared for cars and cycles and segregation for pedestrians. That's what's shown here. Now that arrangement is similar to the arrangement which is seen on the bridge at Coot Lane, isn't it? Where I think the wands are plastic as well, by the way, but it's a similar arrangement to the arrangement at Coot Lane.
The rural location of Coop Lane, yes.
Yes. Well, the rural location at Coot Lane that has, I think, a good deal more traffic than this road. But anyway, there you are. So that's that, and you'll know that there's been an independent safety risk assessment of this proposition, hasn't there?
Yes, there has.
There has, and you'll know, because we provided it to you, that you've raised some queries. I think in your rebuttal, it might, whether it's in your proof or your rebuttal, but in one or other of your documents, you've raised some queries as to whether the arrangement that's put forward by Mr. Axon as an option for changing the bridge, whether that had actually been looked at specifically by the safety risk assessor. Do you remember you raised this query? And we've provided to you I hope this has now made the core documents. We copied this over to you. We provided to you, the gentleman's name is Pike, as in Dad's Army, Mr. Pike's email of the 24th of August, in which he explains in terms that yes, he looked at the proposals of the bridge and he found them to be low risk, which in the safety risk assessment world means acceptable, because there's a code which they apply. So you've seen all of that, haven't you, Mr.
I've seen that, but
Yes.
it must be a highlight that Mr. Pike was not the safety auditor.
No, he's reporting the safety risk assessment that's been done. And we mustn't confuse the inspector, because there are two different types of audit, and what I'm asking about is the safety risk assessment, not the road safety audit, which is a different assessment. So the safety risk assessment, which is looking to see what's the risk and is it an acceptable risk, has concluded the risk involved in these ideas for the bridge is low, and that translates to acceptable. That's what's shown.
From his perspective, but not from my perspective, as I highlighted in evidence in chief yesterday.
Yeah, no, I understand. You know, all we can do is, you know, play the points in. So someone independent has looked at this and they formed the view they formed. It's all been reported to you and to the inquiry. I will just make a note, sir, to ensure that we give you the core document number, because I've asked for that email to be the one that we've supplied to Mr. Stevens to be added to the core document library, and I genuinely don't know whether that's been done yet or not, so it doesn't seem to be. So we'll make sure it is done, because if, as and when you check your notes of that last exchange, it would be helpful for you to actually have Mr. Pike's email so you can read it in its full terms. You know. Anyway, right. So that's where we are now. In your proof, you know, as you've explained, you don't think that changing the bridge in the way in which Mr. Axon has suggested would be would pass muster, if you like. Mr. Axon thinks differently, but there you are. And so in your proof, at page 58 of your proof, you say at paragraph 4.2.46, you've offered a potential solution to the issues raised, but it's not been taken up by us, the appellants. And you say, I consider the potential solutions to the issues raised are a separate bridge to accommodate sustainable users, so people walking and cycling, or a new bridge entirely. Now, again, if we need to burden the inquiry with another document, we can, but in fairness to you and to us, there's been explicit email correspondence about this issue between your good self and us, and I can give you the reference if you want to check it, but in an email to the appellants of, well, then applicants, the 22nd of January 2021, or you indicated that a new lightweight pedestrian cycle bridge, either to the north or south, whichever best fits in with the cycle measures, would work, would suffice in this location. So, and I assume, because of the way in which you put it in your 4.2.46, that's still the case, because you say either a separate bridge or a new bridge entirely. So a separate bridge across the railway for pedestrians and cyclists would still be sufficient to resolve this issue as far as you're concerned.
Yes.
Yes, good, okay. Right, so we now just need to understand what that means. I understand what it means, but what it means in terms of the evidence that's before this inquiry. And for this, you might need some help for this. You will need Mr. Lloyd's appendices. Mr. Lloyd is another witness for the South Ribble Council. And in his appendices, we looked at all this the other day. If you've got them there.
I don't have those to
Go
hand.
on. 10.16 is the core document, 10.16. You're not using a machine, that's fine. Someone will help you. Someone will help. You will need this in front of you, so we'll wait. I'd lend you mine, but it's got so many scribbles on it, some of which I don't think
It may be helpful.
Yes, some of which I don't think I'd like to share. We'll just wait for a few moments. So when you found the document electronically, it's Appendix 7. We were there the other day.
Page 15.
1.5 in the PDF. Yep. The question would take a lot less time than finding the document, but we'll get there. We got a clean version? Okay, we can lend you a clean version. Oh no, here it comes, Look at that, look at that. Excellent. Well done. I can tell you how long you're taking to get from A to B, but I can't tell you your speed, whoever this gentleman is. Right. Excellent. Well, that looks very slim. Is that Appendix 7 to his proof? Does it say WSP B-Lane Bridge, or Bride even, B-Lane Bride improvements?
No, financial viability and planning proof.
Okay.
Appendices.
Right.
Appendices at the back of it.
Okay, yes, Appendix 7.
Excellent. I noticed the other day this is the improving the bride at B-Lane, but that's what the cover sheet says, but I'm sure she'll be very happy with that. Okay, so within this report, if you go, now that we've got it, to internal page 3, there's an overstamp page 17. It's got a picture of the B-Lane Bridge looking west, figure 4, and it's got some options underneath it. Do you have that page?
Yep.
Okay, and option number 1 is the new pedestrian cycle bridge, probable location south of existing bridge, and it's all explained what that comprises. Then the other options are option 2 is a new road cycling pedestrian bridge. Over the page we've got option 3 is knock down the existing bridge and install a new superstructure, new bridge. And then option 4 is to do a new bridge but for road traffic only and retaining the existing structure for. So I think of the options, the one that represents what you've referred to as option 1, isn't it?
Yeah, also highlighted or a new bridge, which would be the...
Yes, or, and I've asked you in terms whether having a bridge for pedestrians and cyclists would suffice, and you've answered me yes. So, great. And then if we go, please, to internal page 7, overstamp page 21, there's an indicative cost estimate for that, and the option 1 is the cheapest of the options. It's the £2 to £3 million. That excludes all sorts of things which are set out below the page, but if to get a starting point, the costs which they have been able to have a go at, if you like, are some £2 to £3 million. So that's the one that would fit the bill as far as you're concerned. We can take forward the implications of that at a later stage in the inquiry. Good, thanks very much indeed. I want to move on now to something completely different, which is the lanes and the use of the lanes by traffic toing and froing the development sites as opposed to existing users of the lanes. And I just want to understand this. Now, you know that as far as we're concerned, I'm only looking at my phone because I just want to need to check an email on this subject. Forgive me. I just want to make sure here we go, find the right thing. So you know that as far as we're concerned, we, the appellants, have said, well, first of all, we don't want our residents to be driving on the lanes. We're very happy for them to walk and cycle, but we don't want them driving on the lanes. And it's been suggested by us that there are two types of things that can be done, perhaps in conjunction, to inhibit indeed, or prohibit that. So on the inhibition side, to make it, there are physical measures that can be adopted to make it either impossible or very difficult, or quite something to to be very determined, if you like, to use the lanes in your car. And then there's a suggestion of criminalising the use of the lanes, if you like, by if I call them our people. Now, as to those, if we can work backwards, in relation to the criminalisation, you said in your evidence in chief yesterday that the council doesn't have powers to, which I think you meant your council doesn't have the power to enforce any such order. It's a matter for the police. Do you recall?
At the moment, yes.
At the moment. Well, I don't know what the moment means, because the email I was looking for, we did a bit of research on this, and from the 31st of May this year, so in other words a few months ago, local authorities in England outside of London have been given the ability to apply to the Secretary of State for the power to enforce moving traffic offences, which is what we're talking about here. So they've now got the ability to acquire these powers if they want them in the first place, haven't they? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
You were? Okay, all right. I didn't understand that from your evidence in chief yesterday, I must admit. There must have been a subtlety I missed.
But I think the point is, we don't have the powers at the moment.
No, fine, but I mean,
and as you indicated,
yes.
we have to apply, and the question is, does the authority want to apply?
Sure. And the situation here would be, were these developments to be permitted, 1,100 homes, etc., with, you see, the risk of people using the lanes in their cars, something that one doesn't want to happen. One does all sorts of things to try to make it jolly hard for it to happen. And then one has the ability to acquire the powers to criminalise the action in question. So it's not as if the council is
Willing?
doesn't have any weapons, if you like. It can actually acquire the power to enforce these orders.
If the authority wishes to go down that route.
Sure.
However, I think we've also got to bear in mind, going down that route is always going to be a last resort. Going down that route is always got to be based upon clear evidence of abuse.
Of a problem, yeah.
So therefore, it's not one of matter of course that as part of this development they will automatically be delivered.
I'm not suggesting that they would
So
be.
therefore, there is a risk that even if we do apply, we may not necessarily get the support to get these things delivered, to enforce. Therefore, it goes back to enforcing by Lancashire Constabulary, and it's always going to be a low priority.
Let's take a few steps back, Mr. Stevens. First of all, as you know, we envisage various physical measures to inhibit, make it jolly difficult to make these manoeuvres. We think they'd be good enough. If they're not good enough, then from now, if the development's on the ground now, currently, so therefore in the future as well, the council has the ability to ask the Secretary of State for the power to enforce relevant orders. So that's another weapon in their armoury, if you like. So there you go. So what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Stevens, is this: are you saying that this phenomenon of cars that one vehicles that one doesn't want to use the lanes from the proposed development is incapable of resolution? Are you saying it's just impossible, it can't be done?
That's a very good question.
Well,
And
you
it's-
say a very good
it's a
question.
very
I'd
good
like to
question,
ask
and it's
one
one
once a year,
that
so
is
that's
very-
actually done now for the rest of the year, but yeah, go on.
And it's not one that is straightforward to respond to. There's
Well,
always
I
a
would never have
solution.
guessed, Mr. Stephens.
There's always a solution to every problem.
Right,
And that always comes at a cost and at a consequence to somebody else,
right.
whether it's to existing users, the existing lanes, how your network
Yes.
is laid out. None of that information is really being presented in the master plan, not excluding, let's just say, we do go down this approach, which could be an example of the county council applying
Yes.
these powers. Then how would they be taken forward? Actually, it would have to be through CCTV. We know, for example, where we do have the powers for
Yeah.
bus lanes,
Yes.
each location costs £30,000.
So, Mr. Stephens,
So,
can
in
we
some
just-
ways, last point,
Go on, just
is-
go back to my question.
if there is a solution, and I think at the moment it's always going to be through engineering rather than through wielding a big stick,
Right.
there's also that cost implication.
Fine, okay.
And how's that going to be picked up? But
Fine.
that's always going to be a last resort, and at the moment I
Okay.
don't see, I have a master plan that shows
Okay.
the approach that can, in engineering terms, overcome the
Yeah.
issue.
Right, okay. Now, you understand we have our view, you have a different view. When we come to conditions, I mean, I literally don't know what any of the conditions or 106 planning obligation clauses say on this point, if they say anything at all. So I'm going to make myself a note because, you know, a condition could be drafted wide enough to include, you know, sufficient details to achieve an outcome without specifying the outcome, you know, without specifying the means at this stage. So I'm just going to check in due course between now and the condition session. I'm going to check this point out. But do you understand, obviously, a condition can be imposed on a planning permission if there's some prospect of the condition being discharged, being satisfied. So, as I understand it, you're not saying to the inspector that this problem or potential problem is incapable of resolution.
I think the concern I have is the lack of detail within the master plan to indicate
Mr.
there is
Stephens,
a
that's
solution there
not an
and how it
answer,
would work.
Not an answer to my question, Mr. Stephens. We put some ideas forward. You don't think much of them. Fine. That's not my question at all. My question is a much more basic question, which is, you're not saying, are you, this issue can't be resolved, it's incapable of resolution. You're not saying that, are you?
There is some sort of solution there.
Thank you very much indeed. Great. Fine. We can look at the wording of the conditions. Right. Thank you. Then just moving on, but still talking about the lanes, and I might have completely misunderstood what you said in your evidence in chief yesterday. It wouldn't be the first time I've made such a mistake, but you talked separately yesterday about the use of the lanes by pedestrians and cyclists from the development. Now, I hope to heavens I've misunderstood this, but you weren't seeking to imply, are you, that the use of the lanes by pedestrians and cyclists from the development, or for that matter from the allocation, which is even bigger than the proposed development, would be in some way unacceptable? You're not suggesting that, or were you suggesting that?
The concern I have,
Yeah, now, were you suggesting it would be unacceptable? But you can explain the concern after you've answered the question, please. We're almost there, Mr. Stevens, so just do me a favour towards the end, please, if you wouldn't mind, you know.
it could be made acceptable.
Right,
However,
thank you.
as presented, we don't have the detail. Whilst I'm aware there are funds available to upgrade the public
Right.
rights of way,
Okay.
however, I think it might have been a point I highlighted yesterday.
Yeah.
Those lanes at the moment they are suitable for their current purpose. They are old drove roads, old lanes, very straight, very narrow, can't really support a significant increase as presented. That's where funding's being provided.
Exactly.
But at the end of the day, I've got the question I think I posed to myself, and I highlighted yesterday, would I let my child walk there?
Yeah,
And the answer is no, I wouldn't,
Sure.
because we haven't seen the detail, how to keep the speeds down of those vehicles that are able to use it,
Yeah.
notwithstanding the abuse of those vehicles who are able to negotiate from your internal road network
Mr. Stevens,
onto
forgive
these
me.
lanes. So that these are the concerns which have not been overcome.
Yes, but Mr. Stevens, the world in which we live is that if there's a potential, solution to these issues, then one can think about conditions or planning obligations. You're right, there's a fund for this. And in fact, there are a whole bunch of works that your colleagues in the Public Rights of Way, whatever it's called, department, section, team, have been in negotiation with us about, as is all set out in the evidence. So, I mean, that's something which can be captured by either I genuinely don't know whether it's captured in the planning obligation or the conditions, but it can be captured in one or other way, can't it?
It can, but we've got
Yes.
to make sure there is sufficient flexibility
But
to
that-
overcome the issues. Whilst there is a level of funding there,
Yeah.
the concern is what happens if that isn't sufficient to satisfy the issues that are caused by this development on those lanes.
I'm sorry to turn my back on you.
That's okay.
Please give me 1 moment. Exactly, sorry, forgive me. I thought so. The figure has actually come from your colleagues in the Public Rights of Way team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I know you like arguing with us, but I mean, that this is your own Public Rights of Way team who have been put forward this figure, which we've said, fine, there you go. That's what we're having.
But
Yeah.
if I can just,
Go on.
the Public Rights of Way team have come up with a sum of money to improve those lanes.
Yes.
The Public Rights of Way team will not necessarily have, obviously they are that team, they're not represented here, that is my job. I've still got residual concerns,
Yeah, I know
and
you've
if
got
those
residual
funds
concerns.
aren't sufficient,
Yeah.
those concerns will then come on to the
Mr.
Highway
Stevens.
Authority.
Mr. Stevens, what do you expect us to do? We've got an issue, potential issue. I'm not sure we actually think much at this point, but anyway, this issue's been raised. Heaven help us, people will be walking and cycling on these lanes. My word, what a terrible thing. Your Public Rights of Way colleagues say there are various things which we envisage could be, should be done, etc., etc. Cost of 700 and whatever the sum was, 3, was it? 786. 786,000. Oh, someone give me that money, I'll spend it well. £786,000. So we say, fine, okay, yeah, we're not going to argue with you. Here, I'll put that in the figure. So we do all of that. You come along and say, well, that might not be enough. What are we supposed to do about that, Mr. Stevens? Have you got an alternative figure that is costed out?
No,
Some other works?
I think
No?
from my perspective,
No, you haven't got any alternative
no, I
figure?
haven't. I don't have any detailed designs either.
Right, good.
I think what is important that is something that is captured, that on the Public Rights Way or the adopted highways,
Yeah.
if additional matters are required to be overcome, that's picked up within a planning condition and funded
Alright,
through a section
okay.
278 as a suggestion.
Okay, fine, thank you very much indeed. So let's have a look. I'll check this. Which one is its conditions, etc. Right, okay, thank you very much indeed. And then finally, look at that, 2 minutes to 1 o'clock, gosh. Finally, public transport. And you make various comments in your proof and indeed your rebuttal that you haven't seen a proposal from this operator, a proposal from that operator. Mr. Axon reports the position that has arisen in discussions with the operators, and you respond to that. Now, actually, in relation to public transport, the way this public transport would be controlled and delivered, so to speak, would be via the Section 106 planning obligation, wouldn't it? And do you know that we would be committing ourselves to a certain level of service and funding for not 5 or 10, but actually 15 years in the Section 106? So you're aware of that.
I have read and made comments on the Section 106, yes.
Well, I don't know whether those comments have come to us or whether they're being
No,
filtered
they
through
were
the
sent
sub-
to your side within 3 hours of this draft Section 106 came through, so
Okay.
they're over 2 weeks old.
Okay, jolly good. They're over 2 weeks old. Excellent, fine. So when we have our Section 106 discussion next week, we can discuss the public transport clause, but the covenants. But that's how it's proposed to be controlled. In other words, as Mr. Axon says in his evidence, we're taking upon ourselves the burden, so to speak, of ensuring this will be delivered. So it's not one of those cases where we're saying, well, we've got someone here who said, well, put an extra bus on or something. We're actually taking the obligation upon ourselves. That's the way the 106 works. You understand that?
I fully appreciate
Good.
that, but I think whilst I've highlighted comments on the 106, it's about satisfying the user's needs from within the site. I think I gave
Sure.
evidence in chief having regard to, let's just say, for example, the first 50 units when there is no service
Well, that's
on the western side of the development.
that's a different
What
point, Mr.
happens?
Stevens.
What happens after the 15 years when that funding is gone?
Mr.
We then have a
Stevens,
service that's going to be subsidised by somebody else.
Mr. Stevens, these are different points. The only point I was seeking to make to you is that it's all very well saying, well, you know, you haven't seen a piece of paper from Arriva or, you know, Stagecoach or whatever it might be. But the way the situation works in this case is that we are taking upon ourselves obligations to ensure that this happens, and that's the point. And we can pick up everything else about should it start at 50, should it start at some other point, we can pick that up when we have our discussion next week about the 106.
But
Thank you,
in
Mr.
some ways,
Stevens.
as part of this cross-examination, it's about being able to satisfy the demand from the site.
Yeah, well,
Well, in some ways, which goes more than is the detail beyond the 106.
No, Mr. Stevens, forgive me. I appreciate that your position is that one has to have every detail nailed down before you can move forward to the next set of details that have to be nailed down. Our position is a bit different, but if you set yourself obligations to do something, then there you are. So we're just poles apart on approach, Mr. Stevens. So,
From my perspective, it's about certainty, and I don't
Yeah.
have that certainty.
Mr. Stevens, I don't think you're ever going to get the certainty that you request, that you seek for, to be honest, you know, because there are no certainties. But anyway, there you are. Thank you for your help, Mr. Stevens. Those are my questions and cross-examination of you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kowalski. Right, just bear with me for a few moments while I check through my notes before we move to re-examination. Right, Mr. Stevens, the letter from National Highways, that did get touched on briefly, but can you perhaps just take me through that letter and give me your view on that, please?
Obviously, this is a letter from National Highways dated the 28th of
28th
July.
of July, yep. Mm-hmm.
And it goes through some of the background history on the first page about National Highways engaging the planning process. On the second page, it highlights the development in case or in question, and that they provided comments on the transport assessment and travel applied to the planning committee, and no agreement had been reached on the suitability of the evidence provided. The next paragraph down, the last sentence, the outcome of the discussions to date is that National Highways has been unable to form a view on the proposal based on the evidence that is acceptable. Against this background, National Highways has undertaken their own analysis in conjunction with colleagues at the County Council. And then it highlights the company, National Highways, wished to put on record its disappointment at the need to resort to investing in its own resource in completing the work that should have been undertaken adequately by the applicant. As part of the appeal process that's been undertaken, a revised generation exercise for the proposed development, which we have reviewed, and where it's relevant to our original response. And then it highlights the information that was provided to them from the County Council. Having a look at that next page, it's
I
about...
think Mr. Stevens, what I'm really looking for is your view on that, rather than just
the key,
what
the
it
key
says.
points, in essence, National Highways support the Highway Authority's approach, or the local Highway Authority's approach, in all aspects, with no area of disagreement. Whilst they may have highlighted slightly different trip rates, but they still support those that have been proposed by the local Highway Authority. And they conclude that on their own network, the impact is not a concern, based upon the County Council's analysis. and it's in its conclusion, I agree from their perspective. So they're satisfied with the analysis, and on their network is unlikely to be classed as severe.
Okay. Right. Okay, thank you. I would also be interested to hear a little bit of history about the CBLR and the fact that you identified that Link Road was first proposed in the 1970s. So really my question is about the world we lived in the 1970s was one thing, the world we live in now is a different thing. How has the vision for the CBLR changed to reflect changing needs, if it needs to?
I don't think the overall vision has changed at all. The Crossborough Link Road, as its name indicates, is about linking that aspect of the borough to provide local access for that local community to access other corridors and to traverse through the built environment rather than on other inappropriate roads. It supports the connectivity for other modes, supports, I would say, greater use for pedestrians and cyclists, let's just say on B lane, where if it's something that is traversed by motorists, it's got a sense of life, then pedestrians and cyclists will be more willing to use it rather than using a lane which has very little life and vehicles on it. So I think it has many purposes, but its predominant purpose, as it was originally envisaged back in the 70s, is about connecting the built environment, make it more cohesive. The last thing we'd want is separate developments or separate areas where you don't have those very strong links. And the Crossborough Link Road will provide that. Unfortunately, having the West Coast Main Line is a boundary. I think the Crossborough Link Road overcomes that boundary exceptionally well for all modes. And don't forget, it then also supports servicing and deliveries and access to the site from the built environment. Without it, all servicing and deliveries, and you've got to think what guidance says about servicing and delivery, it's got to be undertaken efficiently. And servicing and deliveries of this site is totally remote from the existing built environment.
Okay, thank you. One thing that hasn't been touched on, and it might be because this needs to come later when we're looking at the planning evidence, and I can't remember whether it was Mr. Axon that provided the Hertford appeal decision or not. It was yes. Have you seen that Hertford appeal decision at all?
Is that in the rebuttal?
You comment on it in your rebuttal, actually.
Can you just run me through your view on that once? I'm afraid I don't have the reference for where it is. I should have noted that down. But
Where's it gone? It actually refers to this in the rebuttal. Yes, so Mr. Axon's evidence, it's page 21, but it's where Mr. Stevens comments, I think, that I know he does somewhere.
Do you want the appeal decision itself, so because it's a core document?
I don't need to see that at the moment. It's really just to hear Mr. Stevens' response
CD
to it.
1044 is the core document.
Yes, so it's not paginated. It would have been page 12 if you paginated your rebuttal. It's paragraph 6.37 of Mr. Stevens' rebuttal. where he refers to the sentence from your colleague inspector's report. So
Sorry, did you say 6.37
in Mr. Stevens' rebuttal,
Yep, okay.
and Mr. Stevens' comment comes under the heading of rebuttal of paragraph 6.37. I hope I found the right page for you, Mr. Stevens, anyway.
The obviously 637 is about the convenience of the commuter. That is correct.
That's
Yes, that quote,
Yep.
not the aim of planning policy to protect convenience of the car commuter. That's a quote from another
okay,
inspector
right, that's
in
from
the
Hartford,
report,
right,
which
okay,
the
yep,
Secretary of
yep,
State then
mhm,
agreed
mhm.
with. So Mr. Axon
Yep.
is relying on this. This is all in the Hertford case, and so there you are. That's where we start. Yeah.
So with regards to that and the convenience of the commuter, in some ways it's more from the county's perspective, it's about having reliability of the highway network. And in some ways the word convenience, from my perspective, is, I understand the point being made, it's about having something that is reliable for all modes, all purposes, rather than saying there's a little bit of extra delay. What's important is to ensure that development can have satisfactory routing that is available and is suitable for their purpose. Otherwise, will be a deterrent to development. And in some ways, we've then got to have regard for the, I think I've highlighted and referenced Appendix 1, the 2004 Traffic Management Act, which highlights what the Highway Authority's duty is, and we've got to have regard to that for the whole network and not just supporting levels of development. And with regard to the Traffic Management Act, it's about securing the expeditious movement of traffic on the network, i.e. what we're trying to deliver on the 582. Again, the next paragraph down, the more efficient of the road network and the avoidance, elimination or reduction of traffic congestion. What we're trying to do is to support the use of the network, support development, but at the same time also promoting sustainable users. In the county's application, for example, for the dualling, we are providing cycle and ped provision down the A582 to support. So it's not about over-providing, it's not necessarily about providing convenience, it's having that well-balanced approach to movement for all.
Okay, thank you. And just bear with me one moment, I'll just go back through my other notes. Yeah, and there may be an obvious answer to this, just that I'm not aware of, but when we were talking about the modelling that's been done for the dualling application and the County Council using journey times in their modelling, I suppose it comes back a little bit to what we were hearing yesterday, but why the difference in that? If the appellants are using journey times, the County Council are using journey times, then what's...
But it goes back to yesterday's discussion, that's only part of the modelling. What they're providing are, in what was being presented, are the journey time savings rather than reductions. I would need to go through that and highlight, okay, what does that mean in real terms? Because as I highlighted yesterday, with a change in journey time, without having understanding the full boundaries, the word I used yesterday, maybe not correctly, was the word meaningless, but you need to have boundaries to it. What does that mean in reality?
But why have LCC used that then in their application?
It's forms part of their supporting evidence, but not wholly. They've also done modelling of the key junctions to support their strategic model. I said all that information still needs to be reviewed, but it is about having the package. It's about the sum of the parts, and the sum of the parts does include what are the impacts at junctions. And on the 582 dualling, there's, let's just say, circa half a dozen junctions. It's how well do they perform, and how well does that influence the corridor as a whole, whether that's from a vehicle speed perspective, which can be calculated, or from a journey time perspective. You cannot consider just one component in isolation.
Okay, thank you. Just a very quick point about internalisation, and we were talking about the site just north of what looked like an industrial estate.
Yes.
Just wanted to ask, don't really need to get the plan out unless it's necessary to do that. Is there actually a route over? Is it a railway, and is there a route over that railway to get to
yes,
to
otherwise
there?
I wouldn't have said that would be misleading.
So, right.
Yeah,
so,
there's
so it's not a case of having to go
No.
round the
No.
site. Right.
There's
Okay.
a bridle way, which then links to the internal road network of that industrial estate.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Right, and one final point, I think. I've got a note here that car ownership in South Ribble is 1.36 cars per dwelling, and there was, in your evidence, you said that's very high compared to Lancashire, the wider area, and nationally. I'm just wondering, can you point me to the figures for those other areas?
All the information is presented in Appendix 18. The ones that I very simply calculated out were for South Ribble. I said that's 1.36.
Yep.
Lancashire as a whole is 1.21.
Mm-hmm.
The Northwest is 1.09.
Mm-hmm.
And England is 1.16.
1.16. Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Any questions in?
Yes,
the
so I
examination?
should be able to complete them in 15 minutes. We could just continue for that purpose.
If everyone is happy to do that, so that we can then
Right,
release
just
Mr.
before the
Stevens.
examination starts, by the way, Mr. Stevens did say dwellings yesterday, so you're right to play back dwellings. I don't know whether it matters at all for the point, but it's actually households rather than dwellings.
Okay.
So
Right.
just to be accurate about it. Sorry, Mr.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stevens, let's wind back to yesterday afternoon. I'm sure that will please everybody. Your proof, page 44, do you remember we spent a bit of time on your paragraph 4.1.83 where you look at one of the routes addressed in the transport assessment. There are 7 routes assessed in the transport assessment in terms of journey times, a slightly different approach taken in Mr. Axon's proof where he looks at fewer routes, and then in his rebuttal proof fewer routes still. So the picture changes slightly, but you're looking at a particular route in the transport assessment, which is what you had at the time of writing this proof. You don't have Mr. Axon's proof when you wrote this proof, that came later. And the point that we spent a bit of time on was the observation that you make that there will be a reduction in average speed along that particular route. And I think it's route 2 from the TA, isn't it? We don't need to turn it
Yeah.
on. A reduction in average speed across that route from 7.6 miles an hour without development to 6.5 with.
That's correct.
And I think it was put to you that that reduction of 1 mile an hour, you'll remember this, would not be perceptible to the driver. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would that reduction in speed be experienced as a constant over the whole route, or would it be experienced variably?
Oh, it is variably, and the closer you get to the junctions, that's when that vehicle speed would go even lower. It is an average for that whole section of corridor. And don't forget, that starting point is already incredibly low, and I think how I described it yesterday.
I understand that.
Okay.
So, how is the delay therefore experienced, whether it be the 2-minute delay or just under 3-minute delay, or whatever it is? How is that experienced by the driver? Is it by reducing speed by 1 mile an hour over the 15-minute journey time, or is it something else?
Can you repeat the question?
How is that delay experienced?
Well, it's certainly going to create a level of frustration to the drivers and impact upon the quality of their journey.
All right. Thank you. Next, please, some questions about your modelling. It's agreed, whether the term unstable or the term less stable be used, that when a model exceeds its theoretical capacity in respect of a junction, whether that be signalised or roundabout, whatever it is, priority, a degree of instability, whether unstable or less stable, is introduced. You call that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, what the inspector and ultimately the Secretary of State needs to decide is what reliance can be placed on your modelling exercise in coming to a view about the severity of effect of this development. Okay?
Yep.
Given that a level of instability is introduced to the modelling exercise when it exceeds capacity, what do you say is the reliance that the inspector or the Secretary of State can place on your modelling exercise to indicate how severe impact is?
I'd say you should be able to give 100% confidence. What it's highlighting is the junctions don't operate. They are well beyond their theoretical capacities, as highlighted in all the tables.
And in terms of the effect of the introduction of development traffic, what reliance can be placed upon your analysis given that those junctions are exceeding their capacity?
100% reliance.
Why do you say that?
Again, all that we're making is a situation that the network can't cope with, much worse. If it doesn't work, can't work, it doesn't work when you add more development to it. Even in a situation where prior to 2035, with development in place, this development has a very clear impact on the network, which hasn't been mitigated against, and it also highlights that the junction individually and the corridor as a whole won't operate as it should, in line with what the local highway authority need to do. And what's important is this development needs to overcome these issues or shouldn't be supported from the local highway authority's perspective.
In respect of one of the junctions, and it's your table 15, in respect of one of the junctions on the A582 corridor, you've commented at paragraph 5167 that some uncertainties in the operation of the model would be resolved potentially by the use of a microsimulation model. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Penultimate sentence of paragraph 5167. Just let's be clear about this. Why do you say, in respect of that particular junction, the use of a microsimulation model would be helpful?
In this particular case, the junction is a signalised roundabout, which is also very compact. And the modelling software, whilst it highlights impacts, those impacts aren't as currently observed, never mind what happens in the future. It's as a consequence of the half a dozen and more bullet points. And in some ways, what needs to be happen, I think, as cross-examination, it's about having that greater level of understanding of how that model will work and what the solutions are to overcome the issues. But in some ways, what we also need to have regard to, going back to one of your previous questions, which you asked, it's about how this influences driver behaviour at the junction. And I think in this particular junction, I've sort of highlighted it whilst we get lane starvation as a consequence of driver behaviour, and that can compound in additional level of risk to incidents occurring. But I think what's important is to have that really strong base point, which I'm using the standard proprietary software. Vectos have used microsimulation, but as that model has been presented in that microsimulation, it would not be to that level of detail to overcome the issues accurately. So I'm still satisfied with the modelling approach that the county's taken, but in moving matters forward, it is appropriate then to use a combination of of two packages, being the microsimulation and the LINSIG.
All right. I think my point was probably I thought it was a simple one. Does your acceptance in 5167 in respect of that junction where you say microsimulation modelling would be helpful support generally the appellant's approach to the use of microsimulation in the assessment of its development's effects?
No, we're using it in two different ways. I'm looking at this in an isolated location with fixed demand in and out. The Vectos approach uses the microsimulation with support to redistribute traffic elsewhere, and is very broad brush.
All right. A couple of other points about your exercise of assessment, Mr. Stevens. It was suggested that it was unrealistic because, amongst other things, it doesn't take account of what has happened in the network elsewhere. So, for example, approaching the junction you're assessing, there might be another junction nearby that is congested and is somehow throttling flows to the junction that you're attempting to assess, and you don't take account of them. I think in response to that point, at least on one occasion, you said that the traffic flows at the junctions you've assessed have been based on observation and therefore has regard to what has happened upstream and downstream.
That is correct.
Can you just explain to the inspector precisely what you've done in trying to establish the flows going into these junctions to ensure that they are realistic?
What would happen is we'd undertake a survey. There are different types of surveys that can be undertaken, whether it's a video survey, whether it's using historic tubes on the road, or whether it's using electronic devices which is able to count vehicles, get the vehicle speed as it passes over, as well as the vehicle classification. And this is done on approaches to the junctions rather than at the stop line, because if it's undertaken at the stop line, it's then excluded. What it indicates, the traffic that gets through, it then forgets to include the traffic that is approaching or already in the queue.
Can I just interrupt just for 1 second? I'm really, really sorry. I think the question was, what's the witness done or the county council done to make sure the model is reliable? And I'm genuinely, forgive the interruption, not sure whether the witness is explaining what was done or what could have been done or might have been done or whatever. So So, ever so sorry to interrupt, but the question was what was actually done by the county council.
I
So-
was describing what has been done in collecting data.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What the base data here is as you've just described.
Um,
Sorry to interrupt, but
I'm happy to go through by that traffic count data.
perhaps if I might, so I'm really sorry to interrupt, but perhaps if not now, but maybe if Mr. Stevens after this is finished could just double check, because I'm really not sure that's right what's been said. But anyway, that's I'll leave it there.
I'm happy to
If you double check.
provide that
later.
raw data.
Well, we've got the raw data.
You've got the site.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to interrupt even more than I already have. But anyway, sorry. I'll leave it. If you could just check afterwards, if you'd be so.
So it's describing the approach, how data is collected and how it's being collected. So I'll provide a further note on this point.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, right. I'm happy for that to be done, sir, if it will assist you. I think my point to Mr. Stevens was to explain what had been done in order to ensure that the traffic flows at these junctions were based upon observation. Now, if you'd be assisted by, I think that's what he was trying to explain, but if you'd be assisted by that being committed to writing by Mr. Stevens, and I'm happy for that to take place.
I probably don't need to see that in writing, but if
I'll ask
if
Mr.
you are
Anderson
going to have the
I'll ask Mr. Anderson to
discussion
double check.
offline, then yeah.
Right. Maybe I've misunderstood. But my understanding wasn't the same as was described. It doesn't matter. We'll double check.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
Then I think my last point in respect of your modelling junction assessment exercise in particular was that it was put to you, and I think you agreed, that your model doesn't seek to reroute traffic. The microsimulation model allows traffic to turn off a particular route and find another route, and you explained that that's done on a sort of cost decision basis.
Mm-hmm.
Your model doesn't allow that to happen.
No, it doesn't.
Just explain why that means, in your view, your junction analyses can still be relied upon as the basis for forming a view about severity of effect, notwithstanding the fact that you're not, in effect, allowing traffic to turn off onto other roads on the network hierarchy or whatever they are in order to get away from a congested junction.
No, the approach I've taken is one that having true regard to the existing network and how it is used, and that is maintained, having regard to the highway hierarchy rather than promoting an element of running through the built environment. And the knock-on consequences of that.
Okay. Next, please. Traffic growth. I'm not going to ask you about the various Tempro database figures and whether we should be using one that's not yet been formally released for use and it's coming in November potentially, or we've had enough evidence about that. But you were asked about behavioural change and the degree to which that might affect the levels of growth going forward through to your design year, say, of 2035. Just want to know what evidence there is before that you've seen that suggests that behavioural change is going to lead to a reduction in traffic growth by the design year. What evidence have you seen that that's a likelihood?
I haven't seen any.
Just a couple of points on trip generation, I think. And that probably, a couple of points on trip generation. You've got your 3 surveyed sites that are in the locality on which you've based your trip generation for the appeal schemes. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the point is made that, well, they're residential only sites. They don't contain facilities within them such as a shop or a vet's or anyway, they don't contain other facilities within them. And therefore there is no scope for internalisation, to use that phrase. What's the relevance of there being facilities close by to those sites in terms of the levels of trips generated by them, notwithstanding the fact that there isn't a shop on site?
In some ways, they've got to have an impact during the peak, and in some ways, I think the example that I've given on the data that was used for the trip rates that I've used, there is that strong level of connection which will make a real impact. Whilst there may be
would or wouldn't make a real
would.
impact. Would. Thank you. Sorry.
Having regard to what's been proposed with this site, it's about what is that provision, what is that level of impact going to have.
I'm going to come to this. I'm going to come to this site in a moment or two. But just looking at the 3 sites you looked at, Mr. Stevens, the fact that, for example, I can't go to work on my site, but I can go to work across a railway line 400 yards away. How relevant is that to the establishment of trip generation?
Well, it is going to have an impact because it's one way it's more convenient to walk than get in your car.
Okay. My second point on internalisation does concern this site. And you suggested that the level of internalisation of trips, peak hour trips, would not be significant. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you note in particular peak hour trips?
In the assessment process, we consider when the network is at its busiest, and that's why we consider the peak hour. The facilities that may be available, the question is how well will they be used during that peak hour when you are potentially wishing to go to your place of employment. You will not use those facilities in isolation. It may be the case, so in essence it won't actually remove trips because you're already on your journey to work trip. So that
just trying to understand.
So that vehicle will already be on the network.
Just trying to understand your point. Why do you say there may be less scope for internalisation during the peak hour, as opposed to, say, midway through the day?
Because quite often people are going to work or coming back rather than going to that provision that is within the site, then going back home, removing that trip. That trip will still be on the network.
Right. Penultimate point, I think. Let's turn to the B Lane Bridge. Mr. Axon's main proof at page 84 refers to, well, he says we expect movement to increase in terms of pedestrians and cyclists, vehicles across the B Lane Bridge. It's paragraph 833 on page 84. I assume that means he expects it is evidence. In terms of those pedestrian and cycle movements, 15 and 10 respectively, what explanation have you seen for those figures?
I've seen no evidence to support what those numbers are or how they've been generated in the first place. The only thing we have in front of us is the overall ped and cycle demand for the whole site, which is significantly higher than what's been presented.
Okay. And obviously the 15, I think the 15 vehicles referred to in that paragraph must refer to the 40 dwellings to be accessed from B Lane. Do you know how many dwellings the 15 pedestrians and 10 cyclists out of the 1,100 dwellings that
No,
refers to? No.
there's no evidence to support those numbers.
All right. Thank you. Access to the lanes. I think one point to ask you about there. I think you got to the point whereby you said that there would be a solution, an engineering solution, to ensure that development traffic associated with the allocated site could not access the lanes. You recall that?
Yeah.
We've got a master plan here that is part and parcel of the proposals before this inquiry. What's your view about whether or not an engineering solution can be devised that will sort out that issue within the context of this master plan?
I haven't seen it, and that's the point I did highlight. We don't have the detail.
Now, I know we don't have the detail, but what's your view about whether or not it's likely that a solution can be devised within the context of the master plan that we have?
No certainty.
Right. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Stevens. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ponter, and thank you very much indeed, Mr. Stevens, for your contributions. Much appreciated. All right, it is now 20 to 2. Gosh, a late lunch today. Do we know whether we have Councillor Foster coming?
He's on the premises.
Yeah, right. Okay, so you're just going to page him. Is it right? Okay, so I think we all need an hour's break for lunch. So if we come back at 20 to 3, presumably we can then hear from Mr. Foster at that point before we move on to the next round of evidence.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Super, thanks, sir.
Okay, good afternoon everybody. It's 2:40 and time to resume. Just to say, over lunch, a letter of support was sent to the Inspectorate. I've not seen it yet, but I have asked for the case officer to share that with the parties. I'm inclined to accept it, but Mr. Ponter, I'd be grateful for your observations before I do, in case you do have any particular concerns.
No.
You've seen it, have you?
If it's from Mr. Hugh Turner,
Okay, yes, right. Okay,
resident
good.
of the Isle of Man
Right, okay.
and landowner,
Right.
then it's the same letter that I've seen, and I don't object to you having that.
Okay, good, thank you. As I say, I haven't seen it yet, but I'll ask for it to be forwarded to me. Right, okay, so this afternoon we'll be hearing a statement from the Leader of the Council, Councillor Foster, and then the Council's planning evidence from Mr. Wood. Is it Councillor Foster? Hello there. If you'd like to take a seat, make yourself comfortable. And before you start, Councillor Foster, would you be able to provide a copy of your statement in writing, either now or later on today or tomorrow, just simply so that your representations can be most accurately conveyed to the Secretary of State, who's ultimately making the decision on this proposal?
Yes, I can, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. Right. Please go ahead, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me time to speak to the inquiry today. My name is Councillor Paul Foster. I'm the leader of the council here at South Ribble. I'm also the leader of the Labour Group. I'd like to start by informing the inquiry that South Ribble Borough Council supports growth. As with many other areas, we need new homes, especially affordable ones. However, this is not at any cost. We expect developments to be in the right locations, sustainable, and of the highest standard. What you see before this inquiry does not meet these expectations. It's fair to say that Pickerings farm site is one of the biggest issues the council and local residents are facing, with the prospect of over 1,000 homes being developed on the site. Whilst the site is allocated in the local plan, it appears increasingly more difficult for it to come forward in a sustainable manner. This is to the extent I would question its deliverability as a site now at all. The whole approach of the appellants in developing a master plan for the site has not met with the council's expectations. Whilst there has been engagement with local residents in the lead up to the first master plan, their requests have not been accommodated within the submitted master plan. For example, placing tall housing units immediately adjacent to their properties shows no sensitivity to the character of the site and the impact on local residents. This council has consistently said to the developer it is disappointed now that on 2 occasions the master plan has been submitted alongside planning applications. Submitting the master plan with the application shows that the developer has no intention of dealing with the issues facing the site and the comments from local residents and this local authority. The approach should be sequential. An application is not submitted until we have an agreed master plan. It is only right for a site of this significance to have a proper, well thought through, approved, detailed master plan. Quite rightly, the planning committee of the council originally refused the submitted master plan for the site, to which the council sent very detailed feedback on the areas of deficiency. While some of these issues had been dealt with, others have not, and it appears the developers were in a rush to submit the new master plan alongside the applications, as no further consultation was undertaken prior to its submission. It is these applications which are now before the inquiry. South Ribble's local plan is clear that the site must deliver on its infrastructure asks. The submitted planning applications pay little regard to this, and there is no clarity or certainty on how the infrastructure will come forward. For instance, the applicants suggest they are providing the Crossborough Link Road. They are not. That is just not true. All we have is a long cul-de-sac serving a development over 1,000 properties. Such an estate road would be required for a development of this size, whether there is a requirement for a cross-borough link road or not. The previously withdrawn planning applications at least included a detailed scheme for the delivery of this cross-borough link road that genuinely led from one side of the site to the other, rather than this fragmented approach. For some reason, however, that approach has not been followed up in this application, in these applications before the inquiry. Indeed, their answer to this infrastructure ask is that the council should do it. I wholeheartedly support the concerns being expressed by Lancashire County Council Highways regarding the impact on our highway infrastructure. The Highways Authority are clearly concerned about the modelling used by the applicants and that the consequential impacts would have a significant impact on the local highways. Furthermore, we know that the impacts on air quality are inherently linked to traffic generation. There is very little thought in access strategy as to how this large development will integrate within the local community. All we will have is a single cul-de-sac pumping over 1,000 homes worth of traffic onto an already over-congested A582. That is not well-planned, sustainable development, in my view. Local residents have provided significant information to the council and this inquiry regarding on-site circumstances. One area I am particularly concerned with is that of flooding. This part of South Ribble is very flat and therefore flooding is a key issue in the area. Local residents have shown us photos of large-scale flooding events on the site. We note that the submitted master plan has had to show significant areas for holding surface water way beyond anything else we have seen on sites in this area. As a councillor, I've had to deal with serious flooding issues elsewhere within the borough, where all the technical evidence suggested there was no issue, and now we have new homes being flooded regularly, which has required further mitigation works to resolve. And in some instances, we can't resolve it, and these properties are still flooding. In conclusion, South Ribble Borough Council supports well-planned, high-quality, sustainable developments. What is before this inquiry does not meet these standards. I wholeheartedly support the decision of the Planning Committee in refusing these applications and the master plan, and would respectfully request that this inquiry agrees with the Planning Committee and dismisses these appeals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Foster. I should have asked at the beginning, are you happy to answer questions on your statement?
Yeah.
I just have one, but perhaps Mr. Getkowski might do afterwards. I'll leave that for him. But sure. Just you raised the issue of flooding. That's not something that forms the council's reasons for refusal. Mm-hmm. So is that something that you're introducing as leader of the council? Or is that something that you're introducing as a member of the public, effectively, that you have concerns representing your community about that issue, or is it a new issue that's being introduced?
As leader of the council, I have been to numerous new properties in the last 3 years that have been subjected to significant flooding, and I think it is a very, very valid reason, having seen and visited the Pickerings farm site in the last 12 months, that flooding is a problem on that site as well, and I do believe it is a material consideration.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Getkowski?
Yes, I've got a few questions for Councillor Foster, if I may. Good afternoon, Councillor Foster.
Good afternoon.
Hello. So I really just want to pick up on that, first of all, on that point the inspectors asked you about. So, because you said at the end of your presentation that you wholeheartedly support the decision of the Planning Committee to refuse, mm-hmm. and you'll know that they've refused, perhaps you'll know they've refused for 11 reasons.
Yeah.
Councillor.
Yeah.
And amongst those 11 reasons, we don't find flooding as one of those reasons for refusal. So perhaps if I can just carry that point a bit further forward from the answers you gave the inspector. You said you were raising the point as leader of the council. You're not raising the point on behalf of the council, though, are you? Because the council speaks through its reasons for refusal, which were carried at the Planning Committee.
I accept that.
Thank you, good. And in similar vein, you said earlier on in your presentation that the approach should not be sequential. That's the master plan and the application. That the applications should not be submitted until there's an approved master plan. I don't know the extent to which you've been able to follow or have reports back as to what's been going on at the inquiry, but it's been agreed by the council at this inquiry, that in fact you can submit the master plan alongside planning applications, and now the Secretary of State, the inspector recommending to the Secretary of State, will decide whether the master plan passes muster and whether the application should be approved. Were you aware of that?
I've been given that feedback. I wholly disagree with it, though.
Yes. Okay. So again, your whole disagreement with that, or your complete disagreement with it, is not representing the council. That's your own personal view.
No, I'm leader of the council and I disagree with that statement. Every other serious major application in this borough is subject to a master plan being approved, and all the other developers have had a master plan approved, and your developer themselves agreed with that policy on the original applications. They changed their mind on these applications.
Yes, forgive me, that's just go back to the point now. Sorry, when you say I understand you disagree with the position that's been expressed by the council at this inquiry and by us at this, because we agree with each other on this. And you said, well, you wholly disagree with that, fine. As leader of the council, my question was, you're not expressing the council's view, though, are you? Because that's been expressed at this inquiry by those who are duly authorised to speak for the council. You're not speaking for the council.
If that's a legal position, so that's a legal position, but as the leader of the council, I disagree with you both.
Right. Okay, wait, disagree with the council.
I do.
In other words, yeah. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now, the other point I wanted to ask you about is, that tells me, I think, that you are saying, yes, we've got the 11 reasons for refusal, and in addition to those, you consider that the appeal application should be refused for flooding reasons, and because the master plan has come alongside the applications rather than before them. So in effect, you've got 13 reasons for refusal rather than the 11 that we have to continue.
No, I said before, sir, didn't say that the flooding issue is an issue that I'm raising personally.
Okay.
I'm not introducing it into the
Okay.
appeal, but I do think it is a very relevant issue that may have been missed.
Fine, okay. But that's not the same for the point about the master plan and the
No.
application. Okay. So, right, fine. I think I understand. The other question I wanted to ask you is this. I mean, I've been, reading your manifesto and the statements you made to the press and so on and so forth. I mean, it would be fair to say that when you said to the inspector earlier on, you recognise the site is allocated, the whole site is allocated, this is you speaking, I would question its deliverability as a site now at all. I mean, it's fair to say that it isn't simply these applications that you oppose. You certainly do oppose them, we know that. But is this fair? I mean, you would consider personally and or as leader of the council that the allocation itself should no longer be supported. Is that a fair summary?
It's not a completely fair summary, sir. I work and I'm on the board of the City Deal that's charged with delivering the infrastructure and the improvements to the A582, which are critical for the delivery of this scheme. And being on that board, I understand first-hand, as does the council and many others, that the delivery of the 582 just isn't going to happen in the medium or long term. Therefore, if that infrastructure is not delivered, I can't see how this site is sustainable.
Right, let's take a step back. So when you say the A582, you're talking about the dualling of the
Yes, sir, I am, yeah.
section of the A52. And we've heard quite a lot about that over the last, particularly yesterday and today, about that. So you'll know that the county council has made a planning application for that dualling.
Yes.
You'll understand that?
Yes.
So you're in effect saying that's a complete waste of time because it's not going to happen?
Well, they might have made the application, sir, but they haven't got the £100 million plus funding for it.
Sure, because they need to make a business case, and
Correct.
if the business case is satisfactory, then the funding follows. So
the funding doesn't follow, sir, because the funding is supposed to be through the City Deal, and the City Deal has not got the available funding at all for that road.
Okay. So if we rewind to my question, because it's interesting given what we've heard over the last little while, particularly today, from the County Council's witness. So for those reasons, are you saying in effect the application for the dualling is pretty much beside the point because the funding isn't going to come along?
I'm not commenting on the application
Right.
at all.
No, I'm not asking
I'm
to comment.
I'm commentating on the funding that's available
Yes.
for the sustainability of this site, which isn't available.
Yes, forgive me, but insofar as it's been said, we don't agree with this, but others are saying, well, the dualling is relevant to this debate about the appeal applications. And we've heard about the dualling at some length from the County Highway Authority. And I'm simply asking you to be clear in what you're saying to the inspector. Are you saying, in effect, that there isn't really a reasonable prospect, if you like, of that actually happening in the real world?
The dualling of the 582 all the way back to the Bamber Bridge roundabout, where the M65 junction is, which is required for this site,
Yes.
in our view and on the view of the City Deal Board, who've been working on this for 4 years, is many, many, many years from fruition if it ever happens.
Right, so if you remember my question, that there isn't really a reasonable prospect of that happening?
Not in my view, no.
Right, okay, that's a clear answer, thank you. Bear with me for one moment. Thank you, Councillor. And then all of this started by me putting to you that just as you oppose the planning applications, and we know you do, of course, you're also, you would also consider that the allocation itself, which, as you know, is for more homes than we're proposing, it's for a bigger site than we're proposing, that the allocation itself should no longer be supported, and that led you to talk about this point about the A582 and the infrastructure. So can we just go back to the question that started this line running? You've explained your views about the A582 dualling and its likelihood of happening. Does that mean, therefore, that your position is that the allocation itself should no longer be supported?
I haven't got a view on that yet. I'm
You
waiting.
haven't?
No, I haven't.
Okay, all right. Good. Well, you'll know you're being live broadcasted, so and you'll know the things that you've said. So
Yeah.
okay, all right.
I use evidence when there's evidence
fine.
presented to me
Fine,
that the site is sustainable.
fine.
Then the site is sustainable. If the site isn't sustainable, and in my view as a leader of the council,
Okay.
there is very little chance of that 8582 dualling ever taking place, then that is a view that others, I don't decide what goes on the local plan, the officers do.
Well, not quite, but anyway, because the council decides on its local plan. But
Based
there
on
you
our officers' recommendations, yeah.
go. Okay, fair enough. But anyway, let's just go back to it. So you haven't got a view, I think you said. I might have misheard you, but so let's just understand this. So you're not saying that you oppose the allocation of the site. We've got that much. You're not saying, though, are you, that you support the allocation? You're, if you like, neutral, if you like. Is that fair on the point? You're not
No, I will
supporting-
support the as it stands now. The allocation of that site with the current infrastructure isn't sustainable, and I don't support it.
Exactly. So that's where I was a little while ago. So you do not support the continued allocation of the site.
But not without the infrastructure in place, no.
And you've told me,
And I think infrastructure has to come first.
and you've told us that there's little likelihood of that happening, and so therefore, just to be clear, you no longer support, you don't support the continued allocation of this overall site.
Until when the infrastructure comes first, then the site would be able sustainable. As it stands now, it is unsustainable, and I will not. It's not just this site, sir. I will not support the development of any site that is unsustainable.
Yes, you'll know that obviously I'm interested in this particular site, which is why I'm asking you these questions. So just help me. What I don't understand at the moment, genuinely, it's my fault, I'm sure, is how one adds these bits of logic, if you like, together. So on the one hand, you've said, well, I would only support the site if as and when it becomes sustainable, and to be sustainable, the A582 needs to be dualled. And on the other hand, you've told us in terms there isn't a reasonable prospect of the A582 being dualled for all the reasons you've explained. If you add those together, it seems to me that the logical consequence of that is that you're not sitting on the fence about the allocation. You positively are against the continued allocation of the site.
That's your view.
Well,
I've made my
I'm
views
putting it to
clear.
you.
You know,
Well,
it's
I'm wondering what the clarity is. I mean, you either support the continued allocation of the site, or you object to the continued allocation of the site, or you sit on the fence and don't have a view one way or the other. I can't think of any other options. Those are the three. Which of those three is it?
I support any allocation within this borough that is
this
sustainable.
This allocation, in the circumstances that we
As
have
I
today,
said earlier, sir, that site is unsustainable
Yes.
without the infrastructure.
that's your view, and so
Yeah.
therefore, do you support it, oppose it, or you have no view? You're sitting on the fence. in
I
relation
never
to
sit
this?
on the fence. I oppose it.
You oppose it. Thank you very much indeed. Now, you understand, of course, that that is not the council's position. I know you're the leader of the council, but that is not the council's position, because none of its reasons for refusal are that the allocation is wrong as a matter of principle. In fact, its objections are, by and large, that the policies that relate to the allocation, the council says, haven't been met, not that the allocation itself should be set to one side. Do you understand? There's a difference between you and the council on this, isn't there?
No, I think that entire authority always supports sustainable developments and will push back on sustainable developments.
No, councillor. Well, I suspect you do know that you're not engaging with my question, but let me try again. I'll work on the basis that it's my fault, not yours. The council's got 11 reasons for refusal. None of those reasons for refusal are in any way based on saying the allocation itself is objectionable. You consider the allocation itself is objectionable. Your position is not the council's position, is it?
I would agree with that, because it's in the local plan and it's allocated.
Right, good. Thank you very much indeed. Those are the few questions I had for you. Thank you, councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Foster. That's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Time to move on to the planning evidence from Mr. Wood for the council.
Thank you, sir.
If you'd like to take the seat. And
get some water.
yeah, sure. Yeah. Take your time. Take your time.
Mind filling it up that way. Very helpful, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So you've settled
That
in.
was
I
very,
think I've
very
settled.
swiftly done. Well done.
Hopefully I've
you.
got everything in the right place.
Yeah, well, yeah, good.
That's the issue
I'm
at the
almost
moment.
certain I've not got everything in the right
We'll
place.
find that out, no doubt.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wood.
Good afternoon.
Let's turn up your proof of evidence, please. You produced a proof and you've also produced a summary proof, haven't you?
That's correct.
In the main proof at page 1, you tell us who you are. You set out your qualifications at paragraph 1.1, is that correct?
They are correct. It's paragraph
And,
1.1.
Indeed, your current position, which is as Director of your firm of planning consultants called Richard Wood Associates Limited.
That's correct.
You were working as an independent planning consultant. Paragraph 1.2, you tell us a little about what you were doing before that in the private sector and indeed in the public sector. I think you were at York and before that at the regional Yorkshire and Humber Assembly.
Yes, that's correct, and I could go further back, but I didn't feel
No,
it was
that's probably
particularly helpful to do that.
Sufficient for our purposes.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you just explain a little about when you became involved in these appeal sites and their proposed development at the hands of the appellants?
Yes, I was had some initial discussions, sort of autumn 2021, and then I was at some point during October 2021, I was asked to be involved in just really providing an additional planning perspective, and I just gave an initial review of the first draft of the committee report. So it was a fairly limited involvement at that stage. Clearly then sort of the appeals were then the applications were then determined by the committee, and the main focus of my involvement has been to act as planning witness for the authority.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not going to get you to read out any of your proof of evidence. I just want to note some points that you deal with as we go through various sections. And I'd like to start with section 3, if we may, on page 5, where you're dealing with the history of the site in the development plan, current development plan, indeed its predecessor being a local plan that dates from 2000, is that right?
Yes, I felt that was an appropriate point in terms of to look at the development plan history and also to understand the basis on which the allocation was made.
I think if we go back, if we go back as far as that previous local plan from 2000, the site was identified as an area of safeguarded land under a policy in that plan, wasn't it? You tell us that at paragraph 3.2.
That's 3.2, looking at my evidence.
And we note you refer to a particular that early local plan is one of the core documents. I don't think we need to turn it up for these purposes, but we note what you say about one of the transport policies there in paragraph 3.3. What reference is made in the supporting text to that policy T3, which is a transport policy, to an east-west link road in the borough, which I think probably is a reference to what we're now referring to as a cross-borough link road? Was there reference to that link road in that early plan?
There was, and I've again, for ease, without having to turn to the document, under paragraph 3.3 of my proof, I've included that paragraph from the plan which makes such reference.
Okay. All right. We then move to a component of the current development plan, which is the core strategy, adopted in July 2012. And we know in that part of the development plan, land to the south of Penwortham is identified as a strategic location for growth. Is that right?
That's correct. That's then set out in policy 1, and I've explained that under paragraph 3.4 of my evidence.
Yes. I think you refer to policy 1 in the first bullet point that's set out in that paragraph. In addition, you note that within the core strategy there is reference to an infrastructure delivery schedule, and if we turn over the page, you refer to that at your paragraph 3.8 on the top of page 8. Is that right?
That's correct. That's referenced as I put referenced in the core strategy at paragraph 5.28. So as set out under at 3.8 of my proof, just to make sure it's clear where the cross references.
And within that infrastructure delivery schedule, again, I don't think we need to turn it up, that effectively accompanied the core strategy. Did the cross-borough link road feature?
Yes, it's set out in the infrastructure delivery schedule for the South Ribble area.
We're going through this at reasonable pace. I want to come to the the local plan component of the development plan, the 2015 South Ribble local plan. We'll come to the terms of its policies and supporting text in a moment or two, but before we do that, I think you refer to the findings of the inspector who, amongst other things, the inspector who examined that plan, your paragraph 3.12. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's, as I understand it, an extract from her conclusions about the proposed allocation of the Pickerings farm site. Is that right?
That's correct. There's a section in the inspector's report which is about the justification of major sites and commentary on whether they're capable of effective and timely delivery. And there are 3 paragraphs, 64 to 67, in the inspector's report that relates to the Pickerings farm major site.
You've picked out a bit from paragraph 65. Why have you picked out this bit?
I've picked it out because I think it really gets to the sort of nub really of the basis of the allocation and the thinking behind it. So sort of elements of that are, as I say, are set out very clearly in paragraph 65, that significant infrastructure improvements will be required to support the development of the site. And amongst other infrastructure, this would include the Crossborough Link Road. There's reference to the delivery of the scheme through an agreed master plan phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule, and it also gives insight into the way in which this would come forward, that landowners, including as it was at the time then, the Homes and Communities Agency and developers, have come together as a consortium to take the development of the site forward and to address the infrastructure requirements of the site.
That was the approach recorded by the local plan inspector. Mr. Lloyd, I think, has a bit more background in terms of the way in which the site was promoted through that local plan process by, amongst others, these appellants. Is that approach set out in the extract from paragraph 65 of the local plan inspector as to how the Crossborough Link Road would be delivered in conjunction with the Pickerings farm site? Is that approach that was reflected in the way the appellants promoted this site through the local plan process, or did they take a different approach?
No, that is the approach that was taken, and I have summarised extracts of Mr. Lloyd's proof, but I didn't feel it was helpful to repeat the more detailed commentary that's set out in Mr. Lloyd's proof.
Okay. That takes us then to the terms of the local plan itself. CD 5.2, it'd be helpful if we did turn this up. Let's start with policy A2, take them in the order in which they come. Page 17 of the local plan.
I've got that. Sorry, I know. Appreciate it. Sorry.
Yep, I've got it.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was presuming you'd got it already as well. Sorry.
Policy A2 is headed Crossborough Link Road, brackets development link road, and as we know, it protects land from physical development for the delivery of the Crossborough Link Road. Is that right?
That's correct.
It says. And we're told what the Crossborough Link Road comprises then, and it's a road to be constructed from Carwood Road to the Causey. Well, that bit's been done, as I understand it.
Yes, yeah.
And then a road to be constructed through the major development site at Pickerings Farm, as shown diagrammatically on the policies map. Do you see that?
That's correct. And I think we'll also get helpful commentary at paragraphs 4.17 and 4.18 preceding the policy A2 in terms of what those 2 key pieces of infrastructure, one of them being the Crossborough Link Road, and the role that they should play in terms of ensuring development across the borough can be delivered sustainably. Just reading out the first sentence of 4.17 and then at 4.18 giving an insight into what the sort of route of the Crossborough Link Road, what its purpose, what purpose the Link Road serves in terms of this highway infrastructure approach.
Yes. Yeah, well, in terms of the purpose served by the cross-borough link road, I think we're told a little bit more about that in paragraph 420, the first paragraph of supporting text that follows the policy over the page, aren't we?
We are, yes.
And we're told that the link road, I'm looking towards the end of that paragraph, the link road will improve accessibility in an east-west direction through the borough, increase community access to the range of services within the borough and help traffic flow on existing roads.
Yes, I'd agree that penultimate sentence summarises the purpose of the cross-borough link road.
Okay. And then if you cast your eye down to the next paragraph, it says that the section of link road through the major development site of Pickerings Farm, and then there's a cross-reference to policy C1, will be implemented in accordance with an agreed phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule, provided through developer contributions and completed within an agreed time scale. What do you understand the agreed phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule to be referring to in respect of what?
I see that for the whole allocation, and I really see that paragraph as a linking paragraph to policy C1, which sets out the approach for the Pickerings Farm allocation, and that really tells you more about the schedule, for example.
Let's move forward then to that part of the plan. Can you find page 24, where we have a heading residential-led sites? And we know there are 3 of these major sites, residential-led sites for development identified in the plan, and Pickerings Farm is one of them, and it's, I think, the largest one of them, isn't it?
Yes, I've accepted that, and in my evidence I cover that point. So paragraph 6.3 sets out that, and there's further information in my proof as to the extent of the allocation in terms of the proportion of the borough's housing supply.
And then just as a matter of general approach to all of those 3 sites, what paragraph 6.4 tells us is that due to their size and importance, a comprehensive approach will be adopted that sets out the infrastructure needs and delivery mechanisms for the whole site and considers the relationship to existing communities. Do you see that?
I do, yes. Okay. I think that just really setting out the, as it says, a comprehensive approach reflecting the strategic importance of these 3 major sites.
Cast your eye over to the terms of the policy itself, top of page 25. Planning permission will only be granted for the development of the Pickerings Farm site subject to the submission of, and then there are three things there set out. So requirements to be satisfied in order to allow the grant of permission to take place. The first of those is an agreed master plan for the comprehensive development of the site. We looked at this in part with Dr. Price last week. And then we're told what that master plan must include. And we're told that it should include the wider area of the Pickerings Farm site, including the safeguarded land running down to Coot Lane, and make provision for a range of land uses, including residential, employment, commercial, and so on. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
If the suggestion is made that as long as you satisfy those 2 things as to what should be included, running down to Coot Lane and a range of land uses, if it's suggested that if you do those 2 things, you should have a master plan that should be agreed, is that a proposition with which you agree or not?
No, I wouldn't agree with that proposition. I think there are, as a decision maker, there are other factors that you would take into account. I think the design evidence on both sides for this inquiry demonstrates that there's a range of considerations of the development plan. Considerations I'm saying that you wouldn't have to, but as a decision maker you might look at other development plan provisions. There's the MPPF, there's the National Design Code that's been referred to, and both witnesses have used Building for a Healthy Life. So I think there are other factors that a decision maker would take into account and form a view as to whether they agreed with the master plan.
Okay. Now, Council's evidence with regard to what it considers to be deficiencies in the master plan were given by Dr. Price and Mr. Stevens. Does your evidence rely upon?
I rely on their evidence
theirs,
as to why they, in the council's view, the master plan is not agreed.
Okay. All right. The next requirement in the policy for the grant of planning permission is the submission of a phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule. That's at B. Do you see that?
I do, thank you.
Just so we're clear about our position, given the requirement for comprehensive development of the site, which is obvious, is it your view that the phasing and delivery infrastructure schedule should address all of the allocation site, or just a bit of it that is the subject of a planning application?
I think it's inherent to a comprehensive approach that it would address the whole of the allocation, and particularly given that this policy criterion sits within a policy approach that is for the whole of the allocation.
And if we just cast our eye down to paragraph 6.10, part of the supporting text to the policy, that starts by saying that the comprehensive development of the site is dependent on the provision of infrastructure to ensure a sustainable development. An infrastructure delivery schedule linked to the phases of development on the site will be required. Do those two sentences cast any light on whether or not the phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule should cover the whole site, or just a bit of it that happens to be part of a planning application?
Well, the fact that the two sentences sit alongside each other, and the first sentence includes the words comprehensive development, and then the fact that both sentences refer to the site, which in this case is the allocation site, as it's part of the justification to the policy for the allocation site.
Okay. That paragraph, which is addressing phasing and infrastructure delivery, relevant to Part B of the policy, concludes by saying this will be secured through a legal agreement between the developer and the council to ensure that the development proceeds only when the necessary infrastructure is in place. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Accordingly, if the phasing and infrastructure delivery information is not agreed, and it doesn't form part of an agreed planning obligation, is it your understanding that the terms of the policy would be met or not met?
That they would not be met because it's not forming part of the legal agreement as set out at paragraph 610.
Now, just cast your eye back up to the terms of the policy, and we're at B still. Does the policy tell the reader what the phasing of development should be across the site?
No, it doesn't. It's relying on then the schedule in due course setting that out.
Similarly, Mr. Wood, does the policy tell you what the infrastructure to be delivered in association with development of the allocated site should be?
No, the policy requirement as set out there is for a phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule. It doesn't expand on that at that place.
What indication is given in the supporting text to the policy as to what is included within infrastructure to be delivered in accordance with a phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule? What indication in the supporting text?
It's set out at paragraph 6.11. So there are there's reference to the Crossborough Link Road as a key piece of infrastructure that will need to be delivered, and there's also reference to other elements of infrastructure and improvements that would need to feature within that approach to infrastructure.
Right. I think 6.11 talks about the key piece of infrastructure that will need to be delivered is the section of the Crossbarrow Link Road which will link the A582 Penwortham Way with the B5254 Leyland Road. It could include a new bridge across the West Coast Main Line or improvements to the existing. That's one. The upgrading of the A582 South Ribble Western Distributor to improve capacity on the existing A582. That's referred to, isn't it?
Yes.
Traffic management measures on Leyland Road and within Tardygate District Centre.
Yes, it's quite clearly set out what should be included.
Right. I'm not sure if I think the suggestion is made by Mr. Alsbury that insofar as we're saying that the local plan requires the Crossbarrow Link Road, the completion of the Crossbarrow Link Road to be developed in conjunction with the development of the allocated site, we're in effect imposing a requirement that doesn't appear in policy. We're elevating supporting text to the status of policy. Is that how you read policy C1 and in the context of its supporting text?
I read policy C1 that the requirement is for a phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule to be submitted, focusing on criterion B as well as the agreed master plan, which we've already covered. So that's the requirement. The supporting text then provides explanation as to how the policy should be interpreted and gives a clear steer on what should be included within that schedule.
Okay, thank you very much. And to complete the point, does the phasing and infrastructure delivery information that's submitted by the appellants, and I think that the latest iteration of that is Mr. Alsbury's Appendix 2, does it meet the requirements of the local plan in that regard?
Well, it doesn't include the Crossbarrow Link Road beyond the application sites, and as referenced in 611, including the new or improved bridge across the West Coast Main Line. So it doesn't include that information. Mr. Stevens also makes some reference to other elements of infrastructure that he would expect to see reflected, but I appreciate that's based on that evidence, and also Dr. Price referred to issues around sequencing of development, but that's picked up under his evidence. But it's clearly that these not all these key requirements, key elements of infrastructure at 6 to 11 are reflected in that phasing and infrastructure plan that was submitted in June.
Okay. Now the appellant makes no bones about it that their phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule doesn't include completion of the Crossbarrow Link Road between Penwortham Way and Leyland Road, and part of the response to that is to say, well, if the council wants to see that completed, for example by the construction of a new bridge across the West Coast Main Line, the council can do it. And but what I'd like initially is your view as to whether or not that response complies with, accords with the local plan, and in particular policy C1.
Well, I think the inspector's report is helpful. I appreciate it's not the plan and it's not the policy, but I think the inspector's report paragraph on the local plan that we referenced earlier and the policy approach set out policy C1 makes it very clear that the onus is on the whoever is bringing forward the allocation site at Pickerings Farm. The onus is on them is to deliver the whole of the allocation site and to demonstrate how the necessary infrastructure is brought forward for that. That's the basis of the allocation and the approach, and in effect the onus is on the promoter and developers of the site to do that, not on the council.
Just pursuing the point for a moment, even if the approach of saying, well, if the council wants it, the council can provide it, did accord with policy C1, and assuming that compulsory purchase powers were exercised if they had to be successfully. Do you know if there are community infrastructure levy funds available for the provision of this particular item of infrastructure, the completion of the cross-borough link road, including a bridge across the railway?
My understanding is that in terms of SIL funding, that's been allocated to other pressing transport improvements, and that there isn't SIL funding available for these improvements.
I think in that regard, the appellant says that, well, it will be making a contribution pursuant to SIL of about £7 million or so. And if the council wants, they can apply that to the completion of the cross-borough link road. Again, assume that's right. That would an approach that would accord with policy. Do you know with any degree of certainty whether that sum of money would be sufficient to complete the job?
No, I've not seen evidence that would give me a clear understanding of whether that is sufficient funds to do the job.
Do you know if there might be other calls on that £7 million or so?
Well, there are, for example, the A582 dualling and other pressing transport improvements that are included as part of the city deal.
Briefly turn to some other matters that you raise in your proof of evidence. For the most part, you summarise the evidence of others and rely upon that, Mr. Wood, but just in terms of the planning balance, we just turn up page 37 of your proof. You have a little section headed Material Considerations. Well, I think it's fair to say that you address benefits that will be delivered or are likely to be delivered by the scheme. Is that right?
It is, yes.
And that includes the delivery of obviously a substantial quantity of market and affordable housing.
Yes, and I think that's a significant benefit. I think particularly the provision of affordable housing is a significant benefit. Clearly, I accept that there are pressing national and local needs for affordable housing. Equally, I recognise that there's an important imperative on providing market housing, and that's important for a number of different reasons. But I have set out section 6 in my proof a little summary around the sort of housing land supply, and I think I would just sort of temper that comment by the fact that the borough does have a very healthy 13-year plus supply of housing at the moment, and this site doesn't, for example, or these appeal proposals on the site do not feature as part of the 5-year land supply. So I think in terms of the sort of pressingness of that need, unlike most instances where I'm involved, that's not the case here.
So I think, is it fair to say you've summarised what you've just said, you've tempered potentially the weight given to the benefit of the provision of market housing?
I have, but I'm trying to look at these as a group of considerations, and I feel that looking at market and affordable housing in terms of the delivery of housing, that's a significant benefit. But you're right, I'd sort of elevate the affordable housing and slightly give a sort of slightly lesser weight, if I'm not going to get myself tied up too much in levels of weight, to the market housing for those reasons we've just discussed.
And then I think you've taken on board other social and economic benefits. You've looked at green infrastructure, biodiversity gain and so on, and factored those into your equation. The outcome of the equation, though, balancing those benefits against what you consider to be conflict with policy and associated harm, is what?
I don't think those benefits do outweigh the conflict. I think there's important and significant conflict with the approach and the policies of the development plan, and that's the view that I've come to in my balance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Right. Move to cross-examination, Mr.
Yes,
Pickerings.
thank you very much indeed, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Wood.
Good afternoon, sir.
Very much indeed. Right, let's try and get this wrapped up today. You're the sort of filling in between the highways people.
Oh, that's,
so you're our light entertainment, Mr. Wood.
I don't think I've ever been referred to as
There you
light
are.
entertainment, but when I go home, I might have to relay that comment when my daughter says my jokes aren't very funny or something like that. So,
Pop it on your website.
yeah, thank you.
Mr. Katkowski, QC, light entertainment. Anyway, right. I just want to start with a couple of introductory points, and then I'm going to plod my way through the reasons for refusal
Yeah.
with you, if I may. As you're the council's last witness, bringing all the points together, etc. So, a couple of introductory points. I just wanted to go, please, to page 36 of your proof.
Yep.
And it's. I don't think you were in the room when Dr. Price gave his evidence, but you may well have watched it on YouTube or whatever. Or
I have watched them back. Whether
Right.
whether I quite took in when you're not in the room, it doesn't quite go in the same as watching the video
agree,
replay.
I agree.
So,
No, I'm a huge fan of everything being done in person.
but an honest response is I did watch them back.
Indeed, that's lovely.
So-
So, okay, you might recall then, if you look at your paragraph 8.9, you say here the master plan, fifth line, doesn't include the safeguarded land, it doesn't address the whole allocation. And you'll recall that Dr. Price had sort of said something similar, and I took him to task about this, and he agreed, as is a simple, straightforward fact, that the master plan that we've put in alongside our applications does include the safeguarded land as required by the policy down to Coot Lane, and it does address the whole allocation. And I don't know whether you remember that exchange. with Dr.
I do,
Price.
and
Yes.
I can agree
Yeah.
with you on that
Good.
point, and I'm not going to battle my way on
We're
that
off to a
sentence.
great start, Mr.
So,
Wood.
yeah.
We're off to a great start. And then at 8.10 on the same page, and this is a different point now. 8.10, you say in the second sentence, second line, significant risk of delay. By leaving issues to reserve matters and conditions, a materially different scheme could be brought forward. You mean different from whatever it is that is in the master plan, should the Secretary of State agree our master plan is up to scratch.
Yes, I was sorry.
And so the question that I wanted to put to you is a simple one. I mean, that point can be addressed by a condition, can't it? That any reserved matters and discharge of condition should accord with the master plan, should be in, substantial accordance with the various terms of phrase that are used for those sorts of conditions. That can be addressed, can't it?
It can be. The point I was making there was linking into the comments that were made by Dr. Price about
Yes.
how he would like to see further levels of detail. I won't go back through
No,
those
let's not do that.
issues, but that's
Yeah.
where what that comment links to,
That's
and
fine.
by the delay would come from that
Okay.
approach of having to sort all those matters that Dr.
Okay.
Price has identified.
But the idea of saying, should the Secretary of State, in the event that the Secretary of State considers the master plan to be, fit for purpose, etc., does whatever's, it's meant to do, there isn't really a risk of subsequent applications for reserved matters and discharge of conditions departing from that agreed, in that circumstance, agreed master plan, if conditions imposed saying you should be in substantial accordance with the master plan or whatever it might be.
I'd have to agree, though.
Good.
But the key point clearly that I'm making is and that we are making as the council's case, that the level of detail isn't sufficient.
And
But
we've-
I appreciate that's a separate point that the inspector will be
Exactly.
will
we've been
be
sort of-
considering. But on our case, then there would be the points I've outlined. There would be
And
the
that's
situation.
relying on Dr. Price, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we've lived through Dr. Price once. I don't want to relive it now with you, Mr. Wood. Thank you. All right. Can we now plot our way through the reasons for refusal? So, I don't know whether you've got them easily to hand.
Well, they're in my proof of evidence.
Fine,
So,
you use that. I've got them on a
can,
separate sheet. Whatever you want to use is fine by me. So, reasons for refusal 1 and 2 relate to whether or not there would be a severe adverse impact on the highway network, and that's patently, on your side of the room, so to speak, patently a matter for Mr. Stevens, isn't it? And you don't add to that debate, do you?
No, I've tried to,
Indeed.
I've tried to give an overview and tried to
Yeah.
draw the overall case together, but the substantive evidence is
Exactly.
provided by Mr. Stevens.
Exactly. So, to test it in an easy fashion, in the event the Inspector of the Secretary of State considers that Mr. Stevens hasn't demonstrated that there would be a severe adverse impact from the development traffic, I mean, you're not going to make any difference to that conclusion, are you? There's nothing you bring to the party. So
No,
to
I'm
speak.
completely
Yeah.
reliant on Mr.
Good.
Stevens' evidence.
Thank you very much indeed. And the same goes for reason for refusal 3, but this now is about safety, and again, that's for Mr. Stevens, isn't it, on your side of the room?
Yes, that
Yeah.
was covered through his evidence.
Indeed, thank you very much indeed. Then we get to reason for refusal number 4, where in your evidence we can check it if we need to, but if we look at reason for refusal number 4, application fails to provide adequate certainty that the section of the cross-borough link road within the site, together with the necessary physical upgrading works to the B Lane Bridge, will be delivered, therefore contrary to A2 of the plan. That's the reason for refusal. Now obviously, I say obviously, in order for the entirety of the link road to be laid at the door of these applications, in other words, in order for it to be said that these applications should only be granted consent if they secure the delivery of the entirety of the link road, including quote-unquote upgrading works to the B Lane Bridge, the Inspector and the Secretary of State will need to make a judgment, won't they, as to whether that satisfies the requirements of Civil Regulation 122. In other words, is that necessary in the sense that without it permission should be refused? Is it proportionate? Is it reasonable, etc.? That would have to be applied, wouldn't it, to this issue?
It would be,
Yes,
as well as the interpretation of the policy approach.
Yes, but it's almost, we're going to look at the policy, but in a few moments' time, policy A2 that's referred to in the reason for refusal, but in a way, whatever the situation might be in a policy, one would always have to ask that Regulation 122 question, wouldn't one? Because as we know, if one doesn't meet the 3 tests in Regulation 122, then the decision maker cannot rely on the provision in the 106 as a reason for granting permission. So, for example, if we said we're paying for the whole bridge, we're doing a new bridge, we're paying for the whole road, we're paying for a new bridge over the railway line, one would still need to ask the Reg 122 questions, because if we don't meet those tests, the Inspector and the Secretary of State would not have been able to rely on those payments as a reason for giving us planning permission. Do you see the point?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, and that's right, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, exactly. So, and so as to whether there's a necessity for us to pay for the entirety of the road under Reg 122 and meets all the other the two other tests in Reg 122 and the new bridge over the railway line, that really in technical terms is all for Mr. Stevens, isn't it? I mean, you're not addressing that.
Well, the point I'm making, you're making about the necessity of
Yeah.
these appeal proposals to pay for the whole of the Crossborough Link Road. The points that I am making is that it's for the allocation as a whole to demonstrate how the whole of the Crossborough Link Road is being delivered and funding, and it's for them, all the landowners as part of that wider allocation, that's where the funding in its entirety would lie.
Okay, I hadn't understood that from what you said earlier on in your opening, Mr. Chief. I'm going to tackle that in a few moments' time. But let me just return to the question I put to you. We've got 2 applications in front of the Inspector, and the Inspector knows now what we're doing vis-à-vis the link road and what we're not doing vis-à-vis the link road, obviously. And to the extent that it's argued that, well, wait a minute, it's an issue, it's a problem vis-à-vis these appeal applications, that they don't secure the delivery of the entirety of the link road, plus whatever's required at B Lane Bridge, and whether that's improving the existing bridge, whether it's putting a new bridge in alongside it, or whatever, to the extent it's argued, well, it's a problem for these applications that they don't do that, one would need to pass those Civil Reg 122 tests. And the technical case for all of that can only be a matter for Mr. Stevens, can't it? I mean, you're not making any case that...
I'm not setting out a technical case. No, I'm
Exactly.
setting out a policy-based approach.
Exactly, but that was the point from earlier on that you agreed with me about, even if, and we're going to see that, you know, we don't have a policy that says in terms, you know, a developer bringing forward part of the allocation has to secure the delivery of the entirety of the link road and a new bridge over the railway line. But even if you had a policy that said that, you would still have to apply the civil reg test, wouldn't you? Because otherwise you wouldn't be given any benefit in the planning decision for having signed up to paying all this money. Because it would have to be necessary in the sense that without it you should be refused, but beyond that it would also have to be reasonable in all other regards and proportionate, etc. Do you see?
I do, yes.
Yeah.
So
So
I guess my point is proportionate of what?
okay, all right. Well, we're looking at that proportionate point in a few moments' time. Now, the reason for refusal refers to policy A2 of the plan. It said that the proposal is contrary to A2 of the plan. That's the assertion for reason for refusal number 4. Or the contention. And, you know, we were looking at A2 earlier on, and policy A2 the inspector has there, and it simply says that land will be protected from physical development, and in these applications from physical development for delivery of the borough link road. In other words, you mustn't build, I don't know, houses on the route of the link road, because that would get in the way of the link road. And in the appeal applications in front of the inspector, in front of the inquiry, I mean, that's been secured, hasn't it?
Yeah. If it
Is that
helps,
right?
my professional opinion is that in terms of reason for refusal 4,
Yes.
it should relate to policy C1.
Okay,
That's my
okay.
professional opinion that I would give,
That's
which
fine.
ties into what I said.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. So first of all then, when the reason for refusal says the proposal is contrary to A2, therefore contrary to A2, that's plain wrong.
Well, I accept that policy A2 is about protecting land from
Yeah.
development, and I accept that that is the wrong, that it should be policy C1.
Exactly,
and
so
not
the reason for refusal is wrong in relation to saying...
well,
breach
I'd agree with you. If I could change the word A, the letters A2 to C1,
You can change...
I would agree with the rest of the wording of that reason for
Exactly, but that's-
refusal.
Yes, exactly, but that's not what the reason for refusal says. So just humour me for a moment or two
Well, I think
longer.
hopefully so you get my point in terms of the
Okay, so
intent
it's
behind the
all
reason.
right,
for
so we're
refusal.
not contrary to A2 is the short point.
Yes.
Good, well done. Thank you very much indeed. That's a nice, clear answer. So you say it should instead be a reference to C1. So we'll go to C1 as you did in your evidence in chief. And remember, this is the reason for refusal is adequate certainty. We haven't got adequate certainty that the section of the cross-borough link road within the site, together with the necessary physical upgrading works to the B-Lane Bridge, will be delivered. So let's take the cross-borough link road first of all, within the site. Now I must admit, in reading a reason for refusal which is about an application site, remember this reason appears on both applications for the bigger amount and the smaller amount, this exactly the same reason for refusal arises. I must admit that the natural reading of within the site is the application site that this decision notice refuses. Would you agree?
No, well, I've read that as when I saw the word site as the allocation
Yeah, well, exactly
site,
that.
because
Well,
what we're dealing with, the site in my head is the Pickerings farm.
Well, that might be where the
Allocation.
rot sets in, if you like, because that's not what the reason for refusal says. It says the section of the borough link road within the site. But anyway, you've read that to mean not the site. You've read that to mean the allocated area.
Or the allocated site.
Okay, the wider Pickerings farm site. And with that in mind, that then takes you in your mind to policy C1. So let's just go back to C1. We know there's to be an agreed master plan, comprehensive development of the site, etc. Phasing infrastructure delivery schedule, agreed programme of implementation. Now obviously, in relation to a claim of breach, as it now is being said, you know, that by not providing adequate certainty about the section of the borough link road across the allocation in these applications, that's contrary, it's now being said, to policy C1. I mean, there is nothing in policy C1 itself that requires the developer of part of the overall application to provides certainty that the whole link road would be provided, is it?
Well, as I've outlined,
Yes.
the approach I take, which I feel is the right one, is to look at the policy C1, which has the requirement for a phrasing and infrastructure delivery schedule. So that's the policy requirement.
Yes.
Then in terms of my interpretation then of that policy requirement and what is required, that is then set out in the supporting
Yes.
text below.
So recall what I put to you. There's nothing in the policy itself that requires an applicant who brings forward part, in our case it's a large part of the overall allocation, to demonstrate, quote unquote, from the reason for refusal, certainty that the whole link road, is how you're reading it, across the whole allocation would be delivered. There's nothing in the policy that requires
I
that.
can accept that.
Yeah,
Clearly,
thank
that's the policy wording in the policy
Exactly.
box. I won't repeat my points again because I've probably
Well,
made it twice now in terms of
I'm going to come to the
policy
supporting
text.
text. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because we need to be careful about this. What's the policy require? What's the supporting text say? And en route to the supporting text, reference the history of the matter, previous local plans, reference to what the local plan inspector concluded in her report, is all very interesting, I'm sure. But in terms of working out whether the application proposals accord with or do not accord with the development plan, it's the development plan itself which matters, isn't it?
that's the fundamental test.
Yes.
But I do think the that background history, as we all set out, and both sides have set that out in their evidence, provides helpful insight as to the basis and actually, in effect, almost further explanation of the supporting text. But I accept the point you're making, but I think it is still relevant information.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk
No
across
problem.
you. Do you accept it? Because I put to you that in addressing, it's a very basic point, it's kind of CPD stuff, in addressing whether or not the determination, which determination would be in accordance with the development plan, you look at the development plan.
I accept it's the development plan and other
Exactly.
material considerations.
Exactly.
I accept that point.
Right, good, thanks very much indeed. And then when we look at the supporting text, so in relation to the cross-borough link road, we find that that is mentioned, I think, in the supporting text in 6.11. I don't think it's mentioned before then. No, it's not. So 6.11, a number of issues in the area relating to traffic congestion, etc., etc. To address these issues, a key piece of infrastructure that will need to be delivered is the section of the cross-borough link road, as required in policy A1. We've looked at policy A1 a little while ago, which will link, A to B. We're going to come to the bridge in a few moments' time. Now, the supporting text, subject to legal submissions I've already made and will make again in closing about the role of supporting text, but leaving all that to one side, even the supporting text does not require the applicant who brings forward part of the allocation to take it upon themselves to deliver the entirety of the link road, does it?
No, it doesn't, but it does set out an approach whereby in bringing forward the allocation site that there's a requirement for a phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule, and that schedule should include those reference parts of the cross-borough link road.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure, by the way, that you're going to have to help me with that. So, does it even say that? I mean, we know it doesn't say anything about if you bring forward part of the site in the allocation in an application, you're to secure the delivery of the entirety of the link road. Does it even say if you're bringing forward all of the allocation, you've got to secure the delivery of the whole link road? I'm not sure it does, to be honest.
Well, I think to me it's the whole emphasis on through the policy approach and through the supporting text is for the comprehensive development and provision of essential infrastructure for the allocated site. That's inherent through the different paragraphs in the policy approach here, rather than a piecemeal approach. So sort of that comprehensive approach then provides the basis for bringing forward the allocation as a whole, and paragraphs 611 is clear that what a key piece of infrastructure that needs to be delivered for the allocation.
Okay, when you were watching back, watching back the questioning and so on of Dr. Price, you might remember I tackled this point explicitly with him, and he agreed that there is no requirement in the plan for a single application to be brought forward for the entire allocation, and there isn't. So necessarily then one is allowed, if you like, and certainly not precluded from bringing forward what we've done here, which is part of, it happens to be a large part of the allocation in our applications. So it's nothing to stop us doing that, and nothing in the plan that says you've got to do the whole lot. And so on that basis, we then bump up against this conundrum, which is you can bring forward an application for part of the allocation. You haven't got it within your control to deliver, for example, the whole of the link road, because you haven't got the land for the missing link, for example, in our case, between our two bits of the allocation that we're bringing forward. What's that got to do with the applicants for part of the site? That's the conundrum which arises.
Well, I think that's...
Just give me one moment.
Sorry,
and there's
apologies.
nothing here. No, my fault, not yours. Seriously, on this occasion, genuinely. There's nothing here in the supporting text which tells you what to do in those circumstances, is there?
Well, the policy sets out is the requirement for that schedule and the requirement for the cross-borough link road to be brought forward. And the onus, there's nothing to preclude anybody, whether it's for 50 homes or 1,100 homes, there's nothing to stop people bringing forward applications on different parts of the site, but there's clearly a requirement in doing so to be able to demonstrate how policy C1 would be met, how that comprehensive approach would be taken forward, and how the cross-borough link road would be required. So that would need to, I appreciate that probably in the commercial realities of things there's a need to work with the other landowners to do that, but there seems to be a missing piece of that approach to show how the whole of the allocation will come forward.
But you see, this is where we go around, and I think we're going to go around in the committees and come back to Regulation 122, because if you have a situation like ours, I'm only really interested in our situation because that's what I'm here for, but we've got our two applications in front of the inspector, in front of the inquiry, and we've got some supporting text that says a key piece of infrastructure that would need to be delivered as the CBLR. We know that these applications... I'm so sorry, Mr. You're right, Mr. Woodward.
So now I'm fine, just
water and everything.
too much talking probably.
Too much talking. I'll do the
not
talking.
now, maybe.
I'll do the talking.
I'm going to say earlier in the day, not now.
I like talking, so I'll do the talking. I'll give your answers for you as well if you like. So that's
You're just required to nod.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. You don't
Perhaps
need
not
to
enough
speak.
talking, then my throat would have been
Exactly.
clearer.
Just go, yeah. That's
Okay.
right. And I'll say that's a yes, and the inspector can write it down.
And then I get home early. Is that that's the
Absolutely.
one?
You've
Okay.
got it. We're on a roll now.
I have said I'd be late home, so...
Oh dear. Oh, my reputation. Anyway. I'm losing interest in this now, but never fear. Let's carry on for a few more moments.
My role as light entertainment maybe isn't working well enough then.
It worked really well. I like you, Mr. Wood. We're having good fun here. But right, let's carry on. So we've got a situation where you bring forward applications, not the entirety of the allocated site. We can't deliver the entirety of the link road. That poses a conundrum. You say, well, wait a minute, you're reading all the supporting text, etc., and indeed the policy is requiring something in those applications to show how the whole link road would be delivered. We don't agree with that reading, but let's assume you're right. That would still bring us back to Reg 122, wouldn't it? You would still need to ask yourself the question, in order for these applications to be approved, is it necessary, and the other two tests as well, for the entirety of the link road to be secured? It would still bring you back to that, wouldn't it?
Okay, yeah, I accept that
You
point.
accept
I'm
that,
making
right, okay,
a
good.
policy.
Okay. Thank you. And then vis-a-vis the improvements, the existing bridge. This is paragraph 6.11. 6.11 of the supporting text in the plan. After the bit about the cross-borough link road, it says, and could include a new bridge crossing the West Coast Main Line or improvements to the existing bridge. And so certainly supporting text itself doesn't require a new bridge, does it? To the extent it can require anything at all. It doesn't explain that it has to be a new bridge. It's giving two options.
Well, yeah, it's one or the other.
One
It's saying
or
you could have a new
exactly.
bridge or you could make improvements.
Exactly.
But it's
Yeah.
I guess in my head it's improvement to the bridge, whether that's through a new
When
new
it says-
infrastructure or improving what you've already got. But it's,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's either a new bridge or improving what
Yes.
you've already got. So, and as for which, if either of those is necessary here, again, that's all for Mr. Stevens.
It's
Great,
beyond
okay.
my expertise
Okay.
to comment on that.
That's all fine and dandy. Thanks very much indeed. And let's just race on now to reasons for refusal number 5. Agreed master plan and design code version doesn't meet the policy requirements. Now, as for whether or not the agreed master, I wish it was agreed. As to whether or not the master plan and design code that we've submitted meets the policy requirements and passes muster in relation to whatever a master plan and a design code should address, that's all for Dr. Price, isn't it?
Yes, he
Yeah.
has
Exactly.
dealt with those matters as to whether there is,
Yeah.
whether in the council's view that
Exactly.
the master plan is agreed.
Exactly. And you don't seek to depart from the point that was agreed right at the outset of the inquiry that if the Secretary of State agrees our master plan, then that's sufficient for the policy.
No, well, I would agree. I would
Good.
agree with that point that it's for the
Good.
decision maker at the time to
Indeed.
form that view.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, then we've got reason for refusal number 6. We're on a roll now. The end is in sight. We've passed the we're at the halfway mark, I think. Reason for refusal 6. Policy C1, we've been talking about that, requires submission of a phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule agreed programme implementation. Sufficient submitted documentation doesn't provide enough detail, etc., etc. So, and again, we've discussed the CBLR. We've touched on B Lane Bridge. We're going to come back to the bridge in a few moments' time. Now, otherwise, as for whether our infrastructure delivery schedule, etc., is sufficient, if I can just summarise it in that way, and our phasing is sufficient, that comes, for any other points, comes back to Dr. Price, doesn't it?
It does. Well,
Yes.
I think Dr. Price and Mr. Stevens. So there's concerns set out by Dr. Price in terms of detail, and
Yeah.
I think he references sequencing, and then there's also concerns that Mr. Stevens outlines
Yes.
in terms of the cross-borough link road, but other elements of highway and public transport
Yes.
infrastructure and all those sorts of other
But there's nothing that
infrastructure
you're
issues.
bringing that we haven't
No,
already heard
that's
about.
their
Okay. So
view.
whatever-
But clearly I'm of the view on the policy basis, and in the policy clearly with the approach that I've outlined, that there isn't the inclusion of the cross-borough link road. Clearly that's my view as well as the view of the other council witnesses.
Yes, but forgive me, if sorry, if the conclusion is reached that the entirety of the link road, with or without a new crossing over the railway line, is not necessary and doesn't meet the SIL tests, then that's the end of the matter, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah,
following
exactly.
that line of
Exactly.
approach.
Yeah, well, I'm just applying the law, but there you are. Okay, jolly good. So really all I was trying to explore, I was trying to help us to move along, Mr. Wood. So, all I was trying to explore was that in relation to the contentions made in reason for refusal 6, you're not bringing anything additional.
No, I'm relying on
Exactly,
the evidence and applying,
Exactly.
using their evidence in applying that to the as the basis of as the evidence for the policy approach.
Exactly. Thank you very much indeed. And then we go to reason for refusal number 7, which is back to the cross-borough link road, which we've been discussing, which we've discussed sort of extensively earlier on. Now, there are just a couple of other points I want to tackle you on, though, if I may, in relation to reason for refusal 7. It's a convenient peg for this, really. Now, we've discussed, what we can and can't do, etc., etc. I just want to ask you now about the SIL monies. So, because you talked about this in your evidence in chief, and you told us, I think, that you've taken, if I'd understood it correctly, you've taken instructions in relation to SIL money as it stands at the moment in wherever this bank account is where this money is held. That's all earmarked. That's all earmarked for certain uses and so on. And is this right that none of it's in any way thought as being potentially available for the completion?
That's my understanding. I appreciate it, and I make clear things. I haven't set this out in my evidence. I'm just obviously picked up on this as an issue through the inquiry, so I've clearly had discussions on this matter, and that's the understanding I have, that the SIL money is not available. It has been allocated for other transport improvements.
I'm sure we all
that's the level of understanding I could
been told. Yeah, that's
offer
fine.
to you.
That's fine. And but of course, if these applications are approved, etc., then we've calculated the potential SIL payment at some £7.6 million. And you said in relation to that in your evidence in chief that you've seen no evidence to substantiate that money would be sufficient to pay for, and it's two things. It's the missing link of the link road, so the bit between 100 metres or whatever it is, between 130 metres between the parts of the link road that we would build, nor to fund whatever's required at the bridge. Do you recall?
At the two,
That's
yes.
what you said. So you'll know that we're doing, on the site itself, on the application site itself, you'll know that we're building 1.08 kilometres of, under the 106 would be obliged to do that to a standard that would enable that road to work as part of the link road. You'll know that we're doing over a kilometre, yes, at a cost to us which we've estimated at just over £5 million. We had all this the other day with Dr. Price. So 130 metres, the missing link, we can get some understanding, can't we, of the cost implications. It's a bit over a tenth.
I think you can on a what I'd call a technical basis, on a cost per metre of road. But what I wouldn't know in terms of looking at all of this is what the commercial relationship is between different landowners on the different stretches, which clearly can have a very significant bearing on costs of infrastructure. So that's again reinforces in my head why I have no certainty of the cost, and I wouldn't be just sort of taking a cost per metre of tarmac as an extreme, as an indication of what it is going to cost, because there's clearly a lot of other cost factors that need to be taken on board.
Yeah, one's got to start somewhere. There's a start,
Yeah, what I'm saying is as you start, but there's a lot of lights to then add in coming to that view on cost.
Fine, we can only do what we can do. But then in relation to the bridge over the railway line, I don't know whether you listened to Mr. Lloyd, but you see he rather hospital passed all these points about SIL, etc., to you, Mr. Wood.
I did suddenly sit up when I heard my name mentioned whilst watching YouTube.
Sure.
So,
but when he was here the other day, you might recall in Mr. Lloyd's evidence he has an appendix number 7, the WSP report. Do you remember this, which has various options for a new bridge?
I can broadly picture the you took him to when he went there this morning as well. So
I did, and if you need to see the piece of paper, I'm going to read out the relevant bits.
I'm quite happy for you to read those out.
Thank you, that's great. So,
is it the page with the numbers on?
Yes, page 7 of the original, page 21 of.
Just borrow mine for the moment.
Here it is.
Well, I was going to wait and see if I.
That's all right. No
if we go into detail, I wasn't sure about. I wasn't going to ask to look at it.
So you might or might not have heard on the tape that the inspector asked Mr. Lloyd of these options, were they all acceptable to the county council, the highway authority, or not? And Mr. Lloyd said to the inspector, wrongly as it now turns out, God bless him, that the only option that was acceptable to the county was the full new bridge, which is option number 2, which is the most expensive one. I'm sure there was no relationship between the answer and the fact that it's the most expensive option, of course. When in fact we've heard this morning from Mr. Stevens that he himself, not only in his proof but also in correspondence with us, has indicated that a new separate bridge for pedestrians and cyclists would be sufficient. And that actually turns out to be, there are lots of exclusions, but that turns out to be the cheapest of the options, do you see? completely opposite to what Mr. Lloyd said the other day.
I do, and
Yeah.
I would just in my head, I'm just
Yeah.
noting that these are our options, and
Yes.
also noting the title indicative
Absolutely.
cost estimate. So particularly with anything involving a bridge going over
Sure.
a rail line such as the West Coast
Yeah.
Main Line, I'm just making the point that
Yeah, yeah.
in my head I'm thinking there's a large amount of
Yeah.
further work that needs to be done to come to
Surely,
the
yeah.
appropriate solution and understand the
Absolutely.
cost, but I'm not disputing the
Absolutely.
point you make about who said
Yes.
what. So,
Yes, I mean this is the council's evidence that we're looking at here. By the way, this is evidence which has been put in by the council. So the council's evidence indicates this. I'm just at the moment correcting the record because we had from Mr. Lloyd that it's only the most expensive option which is acceptable to the county, and in fact we've heard this morning it's the cheapest option which is acceptable to the council.
Sorry to interject.
To the county council.
I think when Mr. Stevens was being asked about options in respect of bridges, it was to deal with the conflict between pedestrians and cyclists and vehicles that he perceived as unacceptable in respect of the schemes, the appeal scheme. So the 40-odd dwellings being served across B Lane and from that part of the site, and the pedestrians and cyclists that might be using the bridge, as opposed to that being the option for the cross-borough link road. That's what he was being asked about at the time, certainly, is my note.
Well, okay, we can. Thanks for the interruption, although no thanks. I mean, there's no evidence from Mr. Stevens that you need to do a full bridge over the railway line for the link road. Forgive me. I mean, where's that evidence? But anyway, let's leave the point there. So, in relation to that option that we heard about from Mr. Stevens earlier on, whatever basis it was put on, I don't mind for the sake of this question. We know that these are costs put forward on behalf of the council which don't include various items which are listed on that page, as we can see. But my point's a very short point. Both in relation to the missing link of the link road and the bridge over the railway line, whether it's just for cyclists and pedestrians, or whether even taking my own friend's point, it's a bridge for everything, cars as well. I mean, no effort has been made by the council, has it, to actually work out whether the SIL money it would get from these appeal applications being allowed would either be sufficient to pay for the missing link and the bridge over the railway line, or if not sufficient, would go towards it to a very substantial extent, or not. No effort's been made to try to do that work, has it?
Well, I think a couple of points I'd make on it. Firstly, in terms of the notion of the SIL payments and future SIL payments, that they are going into towards funding the other transport improvements that have been identified for the city deal, and that's going into that.
Well, let me just.
Part. That's my
I'm
understanding.
going to interrupt you there because we take them one by one. So forgive me, I hadn't understood that from your evidence in chief, and I think this is where I'd need more than your understanding. I'd need some evidence of this, and I don't mean that rudely, but that future SIL payments are already committed to other things. So even though we're told in the plan that you've got to have this link road to support the allocation, one brings forward most of the allocation. One pays £7.6 million of SIL, and none of that can go towards the link road, which a local plan says is required for the allocation. I mean, that seems crazy to me. It can't
Well,
be right.
I think,
Can't
and
be
again,
right.
I'm dealing with a broad understanding, so I appreciate the point that some further clarification might be helpful here. But my understanding is that, in terms of bringing forward the Crossborough link road, that's associated with bringing forward the Pickerings farm allocation, and then there are other pressing transport improvements across the area, including the A58 to dualling, and that SIL funding is going towards the funding of those other transport improvements.
You see, even on the basis of the local plan, that doesn't make sense. If you just go back to 6.11 of the local plan, 6.11, do you remember? We've looked at this earlier on. There are currently a number of issues in the area relating to traffic congestion, accessibility, public realm, local. To address these issues, a key piece of infrastructure need to be delivered is the Crossborough link road. So even the local plan supporting text is saying the link road is there to deal with issues that are current. We've heard that the link road has been in existence as a concept for 50 years. I mean, longer than many of the people in this room have been alive. Not me, but many others. And that's way before Pickerings Farm was ever allocated, way before it was even safeguarded. The link road has been, council's been banging on about a link road for 50 years. So it's not, forgive me, even the local plan isn't portraying the link road as being something which all of a sudden is needed because of the allocation coming forward. It's said in the plan itself, it's to address current issues. So with that in mind, Mr. Wood, just help me with this. An application comes forward, it pays a huge amount of money, £7.6 million into SIL funds. And are you seriously saying to the inspector that as far as the council is concerned, none of that money can be used towards providing the link road?
Well, I'm saying there's clearly a range of pressing transport issues. We've heard about the A582 dualling, and my understanding is that SIL money is going towards that. Other improvements, because there was seen through the local plan approach and through the allocation approach and the envisaged delivery approach for the Pickerings farm allocation and for the provision of essential infrastructure and the basis of the allocation, that was the route that's been seen for the funding of the Crossborough Link Road.
Okay, well, let's just see whether we can take this on the basis of you reporting your understanding, but let's just check that understanding. So our SIL money, assuming we get permission, if we do, £7.6 million, your understanding is that that's going towards the dualling of the A5?
Well, I understand it's going to other, my level of understanding is that it's going to other transport improvements.
Because it would seem, to me it seems weird that they're going to other things which aren't even mentioned in the local plan, but not to the thing that is mentioned in the local plan. That seems positively bizarre, I have to say.
Well, not when there's set out in the plan a mechanism for providing for the delivery of that.
We've been round all of that several times
that's
over.
my position on that matter.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking you about these SIL monies. So, sorry, is there anything written down anywhere that we can look at to deal with this? Because I'm genuinely perplexed, I have to say. I'm not playing acting. I'm seriously
wondering whether we just make it's not included in my evidence.
Yeah.
I accept that. Whether we need to
provide
a note or something to. I'm not doing. It's not. I'm straying beyond my job remit.
You can talk outside once the inquiry session's finished as to what, if anything, the council thinks it should do about this. That's up to the council. But I've trailed my coat. It just seems very odd that the scheme, which is explicitly mentioned in relation to this allocation in the supporting text, is a scheme to which you can't apparently use any of our SIL money, even though £7.6 million would. It's a lot of money. Anyway, there you are. So is that money, as far as your understanding, going towards, at least in part, the dualling of the A582?
That's on a broad level.
On a broad level. Okay. So how do you square that with what the leader of the council has told us earlier on, which is that the dualling is there's what was his exact language? No reasonable, no realistic prospect, whatever I put to him. No realistic prospect of the link of the dualling actually happening. And because he apparently has insight into whatever it is, the city deal monies and so on. How do you square that?
Well, I don't have that insight. No. I'm not involved with the city deal or the schemes. All I can see though from what I picked up from the council's evidence and from what Mr. Stevens contributed to the inquiry, that a planning application is being brought forward and a business case is being brought forward to do that. I accept for any major transport schemes there's probably a level of uncertainty around that in terms of will your business case be successful, but as far as I can see, there are as you would say, the steps in place to in terms of what you're doing now, bringing forward the application, and what you do next, setting out the business case. That's what you would go through.
And if the leader of the council was right, he might be, if the leader of the council was right, if he was, then the obvious conclusion would be, well, why waste SIL money from this scheme on a dualling which there's no reasonable prospect of it happening because it's so expensive, there isn't the money there for it, etc., etc. Why waste our money on that? Why not put it towards CBLR?
Well,
there you are.
If you go to that extreme, I accept your point, but my point would be that there's a. Well, my view is that given the evidence set out by Mr. Stevens, that there is a reasonable prospect of that proceeding. The funding needs to be put in place, but beyond that, I can only deal with it in broad stages, and the broad stages you need to take that forward for me to form a view that there is a reasonable prospect would be a planning application coming forward, because clearly a significant amount of work will have been done to get to that point, and then a significant amount of work would have been done to develop a business case. I imagine an outline business case will have already been done. So again, you know, there's a lot of significant steps already been undertaken, but I guess none of us can predict what the exact outcome of that will be. But all the measures are in place to to provide me with a basis to say, no, I think there's a reasonable prospect.
So on behalf of the council then, your understanding as best as you can put the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together is a different one from that portrayed to us by the leader of the council.
Well, my understanding clearly is that there will be funding challenges, as there would be with any transport schemes, but the position would be that at the moment there is that prospect of the scheme fund. But I do accept that I do not have the breadth and insight and knowledge others do, including the leader of the council, on this matter.
You can't both be right. So your understanding is that the leader of the council is wrong. That's fine by me.
Well, I can't say that he's wrong with his views. I'm not saying he's wrong with his views. I'm saying that from the evidence that I've seen from Mr. Stevens, and understand that the steps are in place to bring forward the duelling.
All right, jolly good. Thank you very much.
Trying to be as helpful as I.
No. I mean, it's extraordinarily helpful.
Position.
Thank you so much indeed. That's more help than I usually get from asking questions, but there you are. Thank you. Let's press on. So we've all had enough, I think. I have certainly, of the Link Road and reason for refusal number 7. Number 8 is air quality. That's been resolved by whatever's going to be in the 106. Reason for refusal 9 is sporting provision. That's been withdrawn, I think, as reason for refusal, hasn't it, Mr. Wood?
Yes, that is the situation.
Good. So we've got number 10, reason for refusal 10. Due to the lack of an agreed master plan commitment to providing the crossbar link road, don't follow the proper planning approach. It's a new concept, the proper planning approach, or represent good planning, blah. So in substance, number 10 doesn't add anything to the points raised in the previous reasons for refusal, which tackle the master plan and the crossbar link.
Well, I looked closely at the provisions around 126 and 132, and they are around well-designed, good design, placemaking issues. So I'd take, in terms of the good planning of the area, yes, that is about well-designed placemaking, which are the issues covered by Dr. Price. So the short answer, yes, they do relate to the previous. There's a strong link to the other reasons for it.
So it's not introducing a new point, it's in effect
it's reinforcing
a summation of previous points.
Well, I think it's making a the previous reason for refusal that it closely links to is point 5, which is specifically on the master plan. I think what 10 is trying to do is just go a little bit broader in its view, but it's still about well-designed places.
Well, it's two things, number 10, isn't it? One is the master plan, which is the subject of several previous reasons for refusal, and the other is the crossbar link road, which also is the subject of several previous reasons for refusal. So, I mean, to put it, you don't have to hang on to every word in these reasons for refusal, Mr. Wood. I mean, number 10 doesn't add anything of substance to the previous reasons for refusal, does it?
No, it reinforces.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. That's fine. And then number 11, last one of the reasons for refusal, there's one other subject after this. So number 11, no viability evidence has been submitted to enable an assessment of whether necessary infrastructure can be provided to support this important housing land allocation. So you'll remember we heard some evidence on viability, such like from Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd, it's only last week, I've already forgotten, from Mr. Lloyd, and I asked him, well, where's the policy that requires us, applicants for part of the overall allocation, to demonstrate that others who have land, who might or might not want to bring it forward in the rest of the allocation, could viably pay for necessary infrastructure? Where's there any policy requirement on us to do that wider job? And he said, ask Mr. Wood.
Right.
So here you are, Mr. Wood. Where's the policy requirement on the applicant?
I have no one left to ask now, do I? So,
you can pass it.
To pass it to.
Pass it back to.
No,
Mr.
it's a
Lloyd.
fair point. It's a policy issue. I think this relates to the situation that approach that I've set out through policy C1, that it needs to be demonstrated how the cross-borough link road will be brought forward and ensured, the delivery of it ensured. And the point being made here is that it's not being, you don't need to show that their individual developments are viable, but applications coming forward on part of the allocation need to demonstrate how the delivery of the essential infrastructure of the cross-borough link road will be provided. And really the point was being made that around the viability, that given the purport, I know you went through all this, the proportion of homes on east, that it was in effect a burden on the remaining part of the allocation that it wouldn't be able to stand, which I appreciate was the evidence, but that's the point on this, rather than you having to demonstrate specific viability of other people's proposals. It's about ensuring deliverability of the whole allocation and essential infrastructure.
Sorry, I thought you'd finished my thought. Which then led us to Sill, and of course in that situation, if anyone does bring forward any other parts of the allocation, they'd have to be, say, at Sill as well. So, you know, it's not just our Sill, not just our 7.6 million, it would be whatever anyone else on the wider allocation stumps up for Sill, so we mustn't forget that. But anyway, reason for refusal number 11 is no viability evidence, ... and there isn't a requirement in either of those policies for viability evidence to be submitted, is there? Or even in the supporting text, for that matter?
No, but there's a requirement to demonstrate that the necessary infrastructure can be brought forward.
Which is really a point picked up in the earlier reasons for refusal and our discussion of the earlier reasons for refusal, isn't it?
I accept that, but clearly, as I've just said, there's an important point about the burden and the prospects of...
But that's all wrapped up. If you're right, and we don't think you are, as you know, but if you're right that there is some form of, you know, we're meant to demonstrate how the entirety of the link road is going to be brought forward, even if that's right, it's a point which arises under the earlier reasons for refusal, isn't it? Because they say you haven't shown how, you know, and you read this in reason for refusal number 4 as being the entirety of the cross-borough link road. You haven't shown how that's going to be delivered. That's number 4. You haven't... number 7, ensure delivery of the whole link road. You know, that's how you're reading it. So to be honest about this, number 11 isn't actually adding anything to the party, is it?
No, it's a sort of a sub. It's almost a sub reason for refusal, which I appreciate isn't a specific thing, but it clearly expands on those reasons for refusal.
Yeah, I think someone just got themselves a bit too carried away when they were writing. You know, the expression kitchen sink comes into mind, but there you go. Right, can we move on, please? I want to ask you now about two other matters. First of all, a point about the framework, and then finally a point about benefits, material considerations. First of all, a point about the framework. I wonder if you go, please, to your proof, page 38. Page 38. And paragraph 8.17 when you're there, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, I'll just read it if that's okay.
Of course, please do. You're 8.17.
Thank you, yes.
All right. So at the beginning of the paragraph, you refer to paragraph 7 of the framework. Do you see the purpose of the planning system to contribute to the achievement of sustainable development? And
yes.
We go over to paragraph 7 in the framework on page 5, which has also got the other paragraphs that we need, and you then refer on to paragraph 8 and sections 8 and 9, forgive me. I just want to get my bearings on this. I may have misunderstood what you're saying here, so I'll just be honest about that. If you've got page 5 of the framework, Mr.
I've got that in front of me, thank you.
Thank you. So paragraph 7 gives us the purpose of the planning system, contributes to achievement of sustainable development. Paragraph 8 tells us that achieving sustainable development means, and we then refer to the 3 objectives. And we know, don't we, from paragraph 9, that those objectives are not to be used to judge planning applications per se, That's what we're told, not criteria against which every decision can or should be judged, you see.
I do. Yeah.
Okay. And you're not suggesting otherwise here, are
No,
you?
it's clear.
Okay. I think I'd misread your 817. That's my fault. Thank you. Finally, the subject of benefits. From the proposals, can you just take to hand our planning evidence, Mr. Orsby's planning evidence, please? It's a very big book, page 35, section 7 of Mr. Orsby's proof, please. Page 35, section 7. And you'll know that in this section, it starts at page 35 and runs through to page 38, he sets out various benefits, pardon me, as he sees them under those three headings of economic, social and environmental. Now, can we just go back to some basics? Obviously the first, one has to decide in working out whether to allow these appeals. The Secretary of State Inspector is going to have to grapple with this question, what determination would be in accordance with the development plan when read as a whole. Yes, Mr. Wood, thank you. And if the conclusion is reached that the determination which would accord with the development plan would be to allow the appeals, if that is which is the conclusion that we invite, I don't think the Council is saying that there are material considerations which even so should lead to the appeals being dismissed.
It's a conflict with the development plan policy that is the fundamental basis of the Council's case.
Exactly. So basically, in relation to the Council's case, one has to work out, well, is the development plan accorded with or not? And if it is accorded with, then that's the end of the Council's case.
I mean, it's not to say that there are, clearly, in terms of Mr. Stevens'
Yes.
evidence, there's a lot of transport-related issues that relate to provisions of the MPPF, which would need to be considered. But I'll remake my point. It's the fundamental policy of the development plan.
It's the policy point. Okay. And I want to be fair to you, Mr. Wood, because to be quite frank, whatever the case is, I'd just like to understand it, and then we can grapple with it. So we'll try to grapple with it. So, and I don't want to be unfair to you. So we know under the relevant provision, the Inspector Secretary of State is going to have to work out what determination would be in accordance with the development plan. You, on behalf of the Council, say that should be to dismiss the appeals because we don't accord with the plan, and we on this side of the room say it should be to allow the appeals because we do accord with the plan. So there's that dilemma, if you like, that has to be resolved. If it's resolved in our favour, I then want to understand, because I asked you, well, is the Council then saying there are material considerations which should lead to the dismissal of the appeal, even if the conclusion is reached that we accord with the development plan? And you said no, and then you refer to Mr. Stevens. I want to be fair to you, so just think about the point, and then give me your considered view, please. Whatever it is, I don't mind, but your considered view.
No, my response would be that it's that conflict with the development plan that's fundamental.
Thank you very much indeed. That's very clear. Now, obviously, if the conclusion is reached siding with the Council and disagreeing with the appellants, that the determination which would be in accordance with the plan would be to dismiss the appeals, so what you're advocating, you and your colleagues for the Council are advocating, then in those circumstances one would need to ask oneself the question, what do material considerations indicate otherwise? And here those material considerations would be the various benefits in particular, wouldn't they?
Yes, there are benefits, but there's also there's the counter side to the benefits on those different issues that would also be there's positive and negative material considerations.
Yes, but on the positive side, the key positives would be the benefits arising from the development if it's allowed to go ahead.
Yes,
that would be the key material
on the positive side. But I'm making
side.
The point that when you're looking at these issues, there are negative material
Well, the
considerations.
first negative is that it's been decided we don't accord with the development plan. So that's the first negative in this scenario. Do you see?
Well, I do. I guess the example I'm thinking of is sort of, the fact that, in terms of, that there's various economic benefits set out here, but the provision of essential infrastructure is also important for economic growth. So in terms of thinking about the overall net benefit from the approach, there are other there's negative considerations.
Okay. Well, I won't spend long on that point, but I'll spend the next few moments on it. Mr. Wood, you've made that point, so logically one would need to ask oneself the question, if you're going to pick that point up and run with it, to what extent are these points you've just raised addressed by the development plan policies that in this scenario it would have been concluded we do not accord with? Do you see? So, for example, if one of the points is, well, we haven't delivered the link road, which has wider benefits than just dealing with our development traffic or whatever it might be, one would need to think, well, is that a point which is actually a material consideration, another material consideration, or is that...
Okay, I accept that is inherent in the development
exactly.
plan policy. That's the rationale for the policy.
Exactly. All right, let's move on. So on the benefit side, the plus side, Mr. Alsbury in his section 7 goes through various benefits as he puts them forward. And I think in fairness, but I want to check, I mean, you don't contest the presence of any of these items. I haven't asked you about weight yet. You don't contest the presence of any of these items, do you?
No.
So we've got an agreed list, if you like. When we then come to weight, in his 7.1, he's used a semantic, as I would call it, a semantic scale. Bottom is limited, middle is moderate, and top is significant, do you see? Now, in your proof of evidence, your written proof, I'm going to need some water now. You don't have a similar process, do you, of saying there are various benefits which would arise. I'm now going to weight each of these benefits individually and then cumulatively.
No, I haven't done that approach, but I've not ignored the issue of I'm not saying you are, but I'm just for the inspector.
Sure.
I have provided commentary around those benefits.
You have, but what the inspector won't, you've provided commentary, but what the inspector won't derive from your evidence, your written evidence, I'm going to come on to your oral evidence in a moment, but from your written evidence, the inspector won't derive any guidance from you as to whether this benefit you think is not much weight, limited weight, whatever phraseology you want to use, that one's middling, moderate, that one's significant. You won't get any guidance from that from your written proof, nor will you find in your written proof what happens if you accumulate a number of benefits, some of which are limited, some are moderate, some are significant. We don't find that in your written proof.
No, well, I think there's a clear enough comments in. I accept that isn't clearly set out in that systematic way in my proof, but I think I can clarify that further in a moment. But I think in terms of the comments I made earlier about the significance of the housing, that's clearly set out in there. And then I do offer comments about the economic and also the environmental benefits, which I can use to give a clarified view on weight.
Okay.
That clearly I accept would be helpful
Well,
to the inspector. But I would do that on an accumulated
Okay, well, let's
basis.
do it step by step. So, fine, Mr. Wood, thank you. In your oral evidence in chief, you said the market housing, the affordable housing, you've taken them together, and you've said, I think what I drew from that was significant weight towards the housing element.
It is. I would give. I've looked at, in effect, the what I call it the accumulated package of social benefits.
Oh, I see.
And given that significant weight, so I would group those under the heading of social benefits.
So housing and affordable housing.
And the provision of community facilities.
You see as part
putting
of the
that
social.
as part of the social.
And that basket you give. Sorry.
Yes.
Across.
That's
that
fine.
basket
That's the answer I'd give. The basket of those I would give significant
weight to. Thank you. Let me just make a note. So social, including housing and affordable housing, significant. And you'll know in relation to the affordable housing that you sort of mentioned specifically, but in that bigger basket, I mean, there is evidence before the inquiry, not simply from us, but from the council as well, because we've reproduced the council's work on affordable housing, that the need for affordable housing in South Ribble is quote-unquote acute.
I accept
Yeah.
that there's a pressing need for
Pressing
affordable
need.
housing.
Fine,
However,
okay.
acute, pressing, whichever,
Doesn't matter.
there's a need.
Well, there's a need,
Or
but
there's
there's
a
quite
well,
some need.
I'll end up using another word, so I'll just leave it.
Exactly,
at
just
those
leave
two
it
for
acute
now.
or pressing,
So-
will do us fine. Okay, so then you've offered a cumulative weighting, so to speak, for economic benefits, which are various things, you know, as set out in Mr. Alsbury's proof, and you agree with his items. So I mean, shall we use his scale just for the ease of, you know,
Well,
limited, moderate, significant, for the ease of doing
in
something?
terms of that basket, I would give limited weight to the
limited
economic,
weight to the economic.
to the basket of economic.
Okay, and then environment.
Some of the these factors are set out in my proof
I
in
know,
terms
but
of
I didn't see the weight. That's
no. So,
So-
but I'm just making the point to the inspector in terms of the substantiation of that view. I'm just adding the concluding sentence.
that's fine.
Really?
Okay.
And similarly on invited. So I may be jumping. I'll
No,
let you
no,
answer the question.
That's right, don't worry. We've got significant for the social, cumulatively. We've got limited for the economic, cumulatively. And we've got limited for the
I was going to
environmental.
go to the right place then. So limited overall, limited weight to the overall basket of
Limited-
environmental.
To the overall basket of environmental.
Mental, yeah.
Is that-
So, which again, the rationale for that is set out in my
Okay,
proof of evidence.
that's fine. And I can ask Mr. Alsbury about his counterpoint to that, because we know he's got a different position, as we can see in his proof. So now we come to the bottom line of all of that, which is we've got housing, affordable housing and other social benefits together significant, and then we've got in your book economic limited, environment limited.
Yeah.
If we accumulate all of that, we've got to be at least significant, haven't we?
I don't see how we get from a significant, a limited, and a limited to significant.
Because the social is significant, and that includes, I mean, most of our scheme is housing and affordable housing. So, you know, key aspects of our scheme we're giving significant weight to in this analysis. So, you know, it can't become, the cumulative can't become any less than what the weight you've already given to the social housing, the general market housing, and all the other social benefits. We can't suddenly
Well,
find
then why, for example, has Mr. Alsbury dealt with them in three parts, and as I've done, dealt with in three parts? I don't see how you can just say that significant, limited, and limited equals significant.
Okay, well, that's we at 7.3 of his proof. He has done the accumulated exercise, but don't worry. So I'll put my point to you. So must admit, I'm not sure I follow the logic, but it doesn't matter. On your logic, we've got the social, including the housing and affordable housing, etc., significant. We've got limited economic. We've got limited environmental. We don't agree with that, but that's what you're saying. We accumulate them all together, and what do we get to?
Well, my response on this would be that I've dealt with it in the three parts rather than an accumulated. I don't see how the accumulated approach adds it, because I'm looking at the different. There's three aspects of sustainable development, and I'm giving a view on the weight for all three.
So you have no accumulated position to give the inspector. That's fine, but you have no accumulated. You
Well,
don't.
I'm presenting the view that I think it's best looked at from a point of view of the three areas of benefit.
You know, that's fine. That's your approach, and the consequence of that is therefore you do not have and the sum of the parts is X. You don't have that accumulated position to give the inspector as you see it. You've got significant social, limited economic, limited environmental. You don't seek to say.
I don't seek to do that. No, I'd seek to set out what those benefits are under those three headings.
That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. I just want to know what we have and what we haven't got from the council, and I clearly understand that now. Mr. Wood, those are my questions. Thank you for bearing with me for however long it's taken.
Okay,
Just over now.
thank you very much, Mr. Kowalski. I just want to pick up. I just want to pick up on that very last point that we're discussing there. That if you have a significant benefit, that benefit isn't lessened by having the limited other benefits.
No,
Is
still
what you're
accept that
It's
it
still
is
significant.
I
Okay,
don't.
right, that's
I
fine.
wouldn't look to reduce the
Yeah.
significance of the social basket and the delivery of market and affordable housing.
Thank you. No further questions from me, so
One
any
point,
examination?
thank you, if I may. It's going to be dealt with briefly, I hope. Back to the policy position, please, Mr. Wood, if we may. Your evidence is that there is a requirement of the local plan policy, in particular through policy C1B, that a phasing and infrastructure delivery schedule should include completion of the Crossborough Link Road.
Yes.
Now, I think the point made to you, amongst others, and which you accepted, was that the Community Infrastructure Levy Regulation 122 tests are still to be addressed, even having got to your policy position. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
If there is that policy requirement, and we're right, as you contend, what in your view is the position as far as compliance with Regulation 122 of the SIL regulations? Would those tests be met if there is a policy requirement?
Yes.
To that effect? Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Excellent. Right. Okay. Well, that brings us to the end of today. I think at 4:45, which is quite neat. So thank you very much for that. That's good going. Right.
So just for, if it helps, obviously I'll be calling Mr. Axon first thing in the morning, and
Yep.
I don't know how much the day he'll take, but however long he takes, I'm hoping we finish Mr. Axon completely tomorrow. So I won't be in a position to advance Mr. Thornton into tomorrow. He's going to be Friday morning come May. So if that's all right by you, so if by some miracle we end the day, slightly shy of 5 o'clock tomorrow,
Okay.
hopefully we'll take that as a good outcome rather
Yep.
than something we
That's
should
fine.
worry ourselves about.
Okay. Good.
If you're content with that.
Yep. That's absolutely fine. Yes. Yep.
I think we're running ahead of the schedule in
Yes.
any event.
Great.
Yeah.
And that leaves Mr. Thornton for this week, doesn't it?
does.
Because presumably Mr. Alsbury is going to be Tuesday of next
He
week.
would, yes. No, that's a very fair and sensible point, if I may say. So, I'm assuming that. I'm hoping that we're complete Mr. Axon complete tomorrow. If we don't, fair enough. It's split into Friday. Whatever happens, we're then have Mr. Thornton, and that'll be that for this week.
Yeah.
Because I won't be in a position to call Mr. Alsbury on Friday, midday or whatever it might be.
No,
And
no.
to be honest, even if I did, we'd never finish him. So, and I don't want to have a weekend plus a Monday in the midst of his evidence. So,
Yeah.
if
Okay.
that's all right.
Yep. That sounds good and sensible. While we're discussing timings like that, perhaps it might be helpful if on some of the outstanding matters I could have timings as to when they're going to be given to me in terms of conditions. I'm not saying now, but if you can come
Yes.
back to me tomorrow so that I can understand
Right.
how I can schedule looking at the conditions and
That's
looking
fine.
at section 106 into
Yeah.
my own timetable.
So I will task Mr. Alsbury to come back to you, doubtless having discussed it with the council vis-a-vis the conditions.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
Mr. Lloyd help us with conjunction with the council on the 106. I'm not going to get involved with this at all because I've got to talk to Mr. Axon
Yep.
tonight.
Yeah, but as we'll be on Thursday morning, say at some point tomorrow morning, if
Yeah.
that's able to be given to me, then
Absolutely.
I can at least think about when I'm going to factor that into to my days.
I noted your request at the start of the day, so I've asked for progress reports on all of the. I think there were 3 things actually that you asked me about: 106 conditions and the question of the parameter, the height parameters.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I've asked for an up-to-date position on all of those.
Okay. Thank you. That'd be appreciated. Good. Right. Excellent. Well, done for today then. So we'll adjourn now at 10 to 5 and back 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to say?
That's all right, so don't worry. That's
Okay.
fine, sir. No, I'm going to take the conclusion of the day. Thank you very much indeed. So 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.